another person is letting YouTube has to solve because the law is feeling kids. I'm disgusted at the evil in the end. And you connect the dots, you see the vision in your head. Why the people die as victim to the streets? They wonder why I'm up all night.
Hold up, we gotta redo
Every
that.
day I wake up, it's another person that's dead, and YouTube has to solve it because the law is feeling kids. I'm disgusted at the evil in the end, and if you connect the dots, you'll see the vision in your head. Why do people die as victim to the streets? They wonder why I'm up all night and can't sleep. I'll be the voice for everyone who can't speak. L.E. fell Kylie and now Sammy is free. AWP did a good deed, and y'all be talking all that shit while they just do it for free. 16 days for 35 minutes.
All right, what is going on? We're here. My bad. That shit was probably echoing for like 10 seconds, but we're good though. I want to jump into some stuff and say what's up to everybody. What's going on? Gloss Boss, Brent Keaton, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. Criminal Mad in the building. Maybe girlfriend checked the car and wiped the window. Huh? Oh, word. Usually catch replays, huh? Shout out to you in the building. I appreciate everybody pulling up. Make sure you hit the like button as you're coming into the stream. It might be a long one. We'll see. We'll see how the momentum goes. Follow the momentum, right? I don't know, but I did get something new today, and we'll be checking that out later. William, what's going on? Welcome to the stream, brother. Aaron in the building. Apparently, I can't type tonight. He said, I'm revved up and ready for the show. We'll lock in because we'll be opening the lines up here shortly. But I do want to dive into a few videos and a little introduction, maybe read a little article, and we'll dive right into some phone calls. Preppy, what's going on? Gilly, Cheryl, Minville, Zoe in the building, Azarbella, Being Bio Girl, Meg, Sky Blue, Donnie. He said, "Bang, you want a bang bong, Donnie? Is that enough for you?
Bing bang.
How many do you need in a row?"
Tonight here at 5, more than 3 weeks after 3 bodies were found in the backyard of a Northland
What's going on,
home.
Carol? Welcome.
The families of those men met with the Platte County prosecuting attorney today. I'm John Holt.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm Christelle Bell. Now, this all coming the same day that, according to a family member of homeowner Jordan Willis, he's checked into rehab to, quote, face his addiction head on.
Darlene, what?
Fox 4's Malik Jackson is live at the Platte County Courthouse where today's meeting took place. Malik, this continues to be an evolving story.
He said, "Oh boy, in rehab."
It's ever evolving, and these 3 families want answers. The wait starting to take its toll on them. We do know that all 3 families were represented in the meeting today with the Platte County prosecuting attorney, and they say finally they feel as though their voices are being heard, and this case is being taken seriously not only by police but by prosecutors.
Yeah, we like that.
All of this, the backdrop as we're learning that new
What's
information.
going on, NC3? Welcome to the stream.
In that home, Jordan Willis is now in rehab to face his problem with addiction.
I also want to see what action is being taken. And that's most important.
What's going on, Shayna? Welcome. Nice to see you.
A brutal and cruel wait for answers. 3 families caught in the middle of grieving and desperately trying.
So if you're just coming in, I mean, it was people were blowing me up. Jordan he's in rehab. Oh my God. And I'm like, man, I'm not really shocked that this dude's in rehab. Are we? I mean, we all speculated that drugs could possibly be involved, right? And if that's the case, and they say they did do drugs, and they were at dude's house and he does drugs, I'm not surprised by that. 3 of your friends pass away. Now you want to clean it. It may take something like that for you to change your life around, but that's just my opinion on it. At this point, I don't know if they're gonna have anything on Jordan at all. At the worst, I do think this is negligence. I've been saying that. I still stick to that, and I could be wrong. I hope that I'm wrong. I hope that I'm wrong. I hope that this dude, there was no negligence, allegedly, right? I really hope that there wasn't. You don't wish that on nobody. I don't wish it to be evil. I hope it doesn't turn out that way. I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
To understand what could have happened here at this home.
You want it to be correct.
T-REV, that you said that. Hold up, T-REV, that car outside with window wiped off is a talking point. I think. Is it a victim or not? Plenty of snow on rest of the car, like David's trucks, or like David trucks, or David's truck. I thought that was Clayton's truck, the red truck, right? Or am I tripping? What's going on for Chihuahua? Cindy Phil says, "Did you get the text message about?" No, I didn't get it, but I'll check it. I got you. I just opened it up. I haven't opened it since yesterday. I was in a coma for like 15 hours, sleeping. I don't mean like a literal coma. What's going on, Halo Kitty? Welcome. Thank you, Regina. I appreciate the support as always. Thank you.
And that's what I hope. If when the end of the day comes out correct.
The prosecuting attorney saying that at this time they still are waiting for KCPD to conclude their portion of this investigation. And while these families met with the person charged with bringing justice, the man whose house it was, Jordan Willis, finds himself in rehab.
Hold up. I want to run that back real quick. Hold up. Okay, so they're walking out with I think that's Ricky Johnson Sr., if I'm not mistaken.
Investigation. And while these families
What's
met
going on,
with the
Macy?
person
Welcome.
charged with
Just
bringing
Jen, how you
justice,
doing?
the man whose house it was,
I see
Jordan
you.
Willis, finds himself in rehab.
I
According
see
to
you, my
Fox
friend.
News, once Willis moved out of the home he checked into.
I see you, Trina. What's going on, Midwest? Sierra. Alejandro. Alejandro. Is that how you say it? What's going on, Nicole? Welcome to the stream. Everybody that's coming in, make sure you hit the like button. We're in for one tonight. I'll be opening the lines. I'll be taking phone calls. I want to hear from you guys. I will have that timer on strictly so everybody can get through and I can talk to you all. I know that there's a lot to talk about tonight.
Rehab, a source says, to address his problem with addiction.
All
of this as Fox 4 uncovers that the men were alive in the wee hours of Monday morning, maybe as early as 1:30 a.m. before they.
That's a good. Do I believe that he checked himself into rehab? Possibly, yeah. Absolutely. I absolutely do believe that. I absolutely do believe that Jordan possibly checked himself into rehab. The world's going crazy. Or not the world, but the world. Well, I mean, the world's going crazy and talking about this case. I literally just went down the street, right? I went to 2 spots. Both spots were talking about this case. And they might be in here watching right now because they know my channel. So, and these people know the case. I was like, damn, y'all are paying attention like that? They were like, yeah, man, True Crime T-REV, what's up, man? I was like, damn. I didn't know they knew about the case like that. Everybody knows about this case. So it's really out there big time. And there's a really good there's actually a really good clip I want to show you guys. I have it clipped over to the side, and it's a doctor talking about this case. Maybe you've seen it, maybe you haven't, but we're still going to go over that. A doctor speaks on what he thinks happened, and I think it's a really good take. I think you guys need to hear it. But let's finish up this video and I'll get to that one so we don't hold up time. I know we want to get to the phone conversations and
went silent.
Let's do it.
As the nation remains
Foxfire, what's going on?
This bizarre mystery, it's clear what is wanted by those
What's up, Alicia?
closest to Ricky Johnson, Clayton McGinney, and David Harrington. That is justice and accountability.
I'm hopeful that the families get some closure on this, and having some answers is what they need to have some closure.
As you heard there, the first step of closure is when answers arrive. Now, we did reach out to Jordan Willis's attorney, and at this hour, we have not heard back just yet. We also just heard back from the medical examiner, and they confirmed what we already knew, that they are working in conjunction on this case with the Platte County Prosecutor's Office and with KCPD. As we continue to wait for those toxicology reports, we still do not have a timetable as to when we will know more in this case. And coming up on Fox 4 News at 6, more reaction from these families as they finally are getting closer and closer to being heard and closer to answers. Christelle.
All right, Malik Jackson live in Platte County tonight.
What's good, Katie?
Malik, thank you.
All right, so that one's out. Hold up. Let's go to this one. This one right here, right? This is the one I wanted to show you guys.
3 friends were found dead in his backyard after the Kansas City Chargers game. Is reportedly depressed over constant speculation that he was somehow involved.
Now, if you're just coming in, this is a doctor that speaks on this. And this is why I thought his take was interesting. It's multiple takes that you guys I've heard from some of you already.
A close source telling Fox Nation, not only is the whole country accusing him of murdering his friends without factual details, evidence, or any charges at this time, but he also lost 3 close friends. So what happened?
Really?
With reaction forensic pathologist and Fox News contributor, Dr. Michael
Not
Bodden.
shocked.
Doctor, good morning.
Good morning, Steve.
It's so puzzling because Mr. Willis, of the 4 people who were in the house that night, there was a 5th, but he left at midnight. Of the 4 people, he's the one guy whose house it was and the one guy who didn't die.
Yeah, but it sounds like from what's been released so far that he slept for a long period of time. It may be that all 4 of them took something that made them pass out. He passed out indoors and slept it off. They passed out in the cold weather and snow, and within an hour, the body temperature would go down from 98 degrees to 80 degrees, and the heart rhythm goes awry, and the person dies of a cardiac arrest because of the cold, hypothermia. And the toxicology will be very helpful because the toxicology will tell us the level, what was present, and the level. This may be just a recreational level, and they didn't die of a drug overdose.
It's so puzzling because it would be one thing if it was one person, but the simultaneous deaths of 3 people?
You're absolutely right. The most common simultaneous deaths are caused by carbon monoxide, but that's indoors always.
Right.
Outdoors, you don't die of carbon monoxide.
Exactly.
And that's why I think that they took something that drug users commonly.
You're saying they all took something.
4 may have taken the same unknown. They may not have known what was in the material they were taking, and they got confused. They passed out. One passes out indoors and sleeps it off. The others are outdoors and die of the cold. And I'm sure the police already know. They were at the scene. They got information from the scene, what was used and not. I'm sure this Willis person is talking and cooperating with what he knows. The police are looking for whoever supplied the drug, and when they find out, they'll release the information. They know the cause of death. They know what the toxicology is by now.
So the cops.
So did you hear? He said they know the toxicology by now. I thought that was interesting when he said that too. He's like, that they know the toxicology by now. What?
The KC cops are playing it close to the vest so as not to tip off whoever might have supplied.
That would be my impression, yes, because the medical examiner stuff is finished.
Yeah. What's going on, you know, and we are purely speculating because we don't have any inside information. I don't know if you do. But what sort of drugs could they have taken to do this?
Well, there are many different, about 20 different kinds of fentanyl analogs. And some of them do cause rapid fainting, really passing out, fainting.
Knocks you out.
At a recreational level. And that's part, they sleep it off.
Do people buy it for that purpose?
No, but they know that if they take, that most drug abusers, these are not chronic users, but most people who use drugs know that if they pass out, usually, almost always, they'll sleep it off and come through it. You don't die every time you have you pass out.
Yeah.
But then they wake up, and that's part of what they're going through.
Right.
Especially with the narcotic drugs.
Sure. And real quickly, I'd read some reports, friends, family members of the people who died, they go, this guy didn't use drugs. But if they are drinking, first of all, sometimes you do stuff.
Alcohol and drugs, and there are no natural diseases that would cause 3 healthy persons to die simultaneously. So there's no natural disease, no criminal stabbing, shooting, or anything. I think it is alcohol and drugs probably that cause them to pass out and they die from the cold.
Nobody knows more about this stuff than you do. Dr. Bodden, thank you very much.
Well,
there's a good break on it. I thought that was interesting take on it. Now, there's a couple more. There's a few more things going on here, but I do want to read this one to you guys. It's an article that somebody sent me earlier. I thought it was interesting. Let's look at it. Well, it says Kansas City Chiefs fan who hosted the watch party where friends froze to death checks into a rehab, which we already know and heard about that 50 times. But, well, tonight anyways, maybe some people haven't though. And I'll pull it up on the main screen. Let's go big screen real quick. Again, Kansas City Chiefs fan who hosted watch party where 3 friends froze to death checks into rehab. Now it says the Kansas City Chiefs fan who said he slept for 2 days as his friends froze to death in his backyard has checked into a rehab, according to a report. Jordan Willis, 38, is facing his addiction head on, a source close to the family told Fox News Digital, calling the deaths of his friends an enormous wake-up call. After the shocking loss of 3 of his close friends under extremely tragic circumstances, Jordan recognized that he had a problem with addiction, the source said, without elaborating on the exact nature. He immediately checked himself into a rehab after vacating his home and putting his things into storage. The bodies of Willis' friends, Ricky Johnson, 38, Clayton McGinney, 36, and David Harrington, 37, were discovered outside of his Kansas City rental home late January 9th. The 3 men were last seen alive 2 days earlier at a small watch party for the Kansas City Chiefs' January 7th playoff game against the Los Angeles Chargers. Now, a 5th friend, Alex Warmer Lee, said he left the gathering around 11 p.m. January 7th while the 4 remaining men were watching Jeopardy, said Willis's attorney, Andrew Tauge. The bodies were found nearly 2 days later when McGinney's worried fiance broke into Willis's property and saw one of them frozen in the yard. Willis, who was wearing underwear and holding a wine glass when police arrived, claimed to have been sleeping for nearly 2 days and said he did not realize his friends were dead outside. The deceased men's toxicology reports are still pending, though 2 of them were supposedly seen arriving at Willis's with 230 packs of beer, a neighbor told Fox News Digital. Interesting. A little bit different than what we heard. Now, Warmer Lee is also alleged to have texted other friends about drug use at Willis's house during the watch party, the outlet added. Experts have indicated that alcohol or drugs like fentanyl or a related analog could have caused the men to pass out in the snow and succumb to the 30-degree weather, Fox noted. While the police have said the case is not being investigated as foul play, some of the deceased men's loved ones allege that Willis played some role in their unfortunate deaths. Harrington's mother and I are both convinced that Jordan Willis played a part in this somehow. David Harrington's father, John, said last week, there were 4 of you in that house, and now 3 of them are dead, and you're not? That doesn't add up, the grieving father continued. I'm thinking that the 3 of them, learned something or saw something that they shouldn't have seen, and he decided, well, I need to get rid of you now, friends or not, he added. Other relatives have gone as far as to imply that the incident could be linked to Willis's work as an HIV scientist with an International AIDS Vaccine Initiative's Neutralizing Antibody Center Sheaf Lab. The mad scientist agenda is absolutely ridiculous, a source said close to Willis's family, and they told Fox News Nation that last week. Willis was very depressed by the loss of his friends and subsequent scrutiny, a source previously said. Not only is this whole country accusing him of murdering his friends without factual details, evidence, or any charges at this time, but he also lost 3 close friends, the source laminated. Willis's father, Rodney, also publicly defended his son and insisted that he would never in a million years do anything to harm his friends. After his friends' bodies were found, Willis quickly moved out of his home and hid out at a nearby rental. The Kansas City native kept a low profile due to fear of retaliation, his lawyer explained. Now, that's the end of that one. Again, here's a couple new ones right here. Let's check it out.
Is at that entire backyard. Tell me about it.
It's a decent read.
Yeah, I think it's really important.
The new details I think I got out of that are now they changed up the time. I don't know about that. That's why they need to come out with a presser at this point, because they're saying 11 p.m. Alex left, 12 a.m. and I've heard 2 a.m. I've seen so many different statements surrounding this friend, and now they're showing up with 230 packs. What's going on? What are we talking about?
for to actually see this view because it gives a little bit more perspective of what that backyard looked like on that night that these three men's bodies were found. I was able to get this from the public access road, public land, able to see into that backyard and shoot this video. And when you take a look at it closely, there's one thing in particular I want to point out, and that's actually the lawn chairs, right? We know from David Harrington's family that Harrington was found right there in that lawn chair. The other two men's bodies actually laying down on the ground. But look, you can see when I zoom in on this video, the two lawn chairs sitting right there on the patio, right? So that gives us some perspective of how David Harrington's body was found, where it was specifically on that patio.
Wait, hold on.
Now, to your point that you've been making all those windows.
Wait, before you move on, don't, because this is insane. I'm going to ask our director to blow that picture up full screen and take us off the screen, because I was thinking about this. That's the kitchen window up high. Those chairs, one of them is kind of below the kitchen window and out of the view of that door, right? That white door. So if he was dead in that chair, you could definitely say you didn't see him out the kitchen window. You didn't see him out that white door. You didn't see him out the two windows to the left. You should have seen him out of the sliders, right? Except there's a curtain rod over the sliders. And it is entirely possible that the curtains were pulled on those sliders, and you would not see him from the windows on the right to the regular sliders. So it is possible if only one window, the big sliding glass doors, had curtains pulled, you might not miss. Were you able to see in that sliders if there were curtains there, or if there were big blinds that might have been pulled? Could you get a view of that?
I couldn't say for certain to you, Ashley. What I can tell you is that almost all of these windows have some level of blinds on them. As for specifically that slider glass door, to my eyes right now, it does not appear as if there is anything blocking the way. Of course, time has passed. The police have been inside there, not to mention we believe the homeowner's been inside since Jordan moved out. So things might have been rearranged or changed or, you know, blinds drawn.
I think that's a very good point. You said if Jordan had a problem with addiction and these three men didn't do it much, Jordan probably already had a tolerance to fentanyl.
Blinds open. But based on what I can tell, there was nothing right there directly blocking it. I think about these lawn chairs, right? When you think of lawn chairs, a lot of times I think about, like, you know, ones that really lay flat. That's not the case from what I could tell. These look like they belong with like a larger table. You could sit and have supper there. You know what I mean? So a large man sitting in a tall chair feels like it would be something that would be very noticeable to the eye. Now, whether or not, like you said, those blinds were closed or the windows were drawn, you know, we don't know.
But you said now I think it's Alex Lee's fault because he was the plug. Were we able to verify that he was, you know, the man?
I think that was really important just to point out that those are the
chairs he's really
that
good, Alicia.
We believe David Harrington died in.
And, you know, I'm looking at both of them, the position of both of them. If he died in the one on the left, easily you could miss that through all of those windows on, you know, the back of the house, not the addition. I'm not going to call it, I'll call it an addition, the jutting out sliding glass door part of the house. I think it's a breakfast nook or something. Easily he could be missed there.
In my opinion,
if he was over in the chair that's right, again, can I blow that picture up big for the whole screen, just to ask our director to take the two of us off, because I just want to get a closer look. Yeah, thank you. So if he's now sitting in the chair that's butted up against the sliders.
Hold up. I got a picture that shows more stuff there. Or why those chairs are gone now, right? Tell me there wasn't more chairs on this back porch. I swear we seen two by the window. One, you know what I mean? There was a big one that was like leaned back that was in the snow. Does anybody remember that picture? You remember me showing that picture on stream? Hold on, let me scroll down and see what you guys are talking about. It looks like I'm like minutes behind. Hold on, let me catch up. Need more input. That was at 7:12. Okay. If Jordan had a problem and the guys were exposed, then Jordan is liable. Dee Ray says the fiance saw David through in the chair through window at 10 p.m. at night. Who said he went to rehab? Someone catch me up. Well, all the news stations are reporting it. This is what it looks like right now. What happened to the other chairs that were there, though? I have a picture with other chairs in there. So what happened to those? Yeah, wasn't there a table too? I didn't see the table, but I did see more chairs than these two that are in this picture.
And the windows have curtains on them, because I did see a curtain rod. I did see a curtain rod when I went through the pictures inside that house. You could miss them there too. I mean,
I'm pretty sure they got this from the Mike Jackson when the old boy was out there and he went over there and started knocking on the door, right? I'm pretty sure he went around and got this that day. The same day that he talked to that neighbor and they got the video footage. And you want to know what's funny? Doug, if you're in here right now, I think you called in, Doug, if you're listening. Doug, you called in and said, I think that he gave them boys or that boy, I think he sold that footage. Funny thing is, this morning, I forget who it was, but they shared with me. I got up early this morning and I seen it, and they shared TMZ posting the footage of Jordan Willis, and they were crediting News Nation. I was like, damn, did News Nation buy that footage from old boy? And now TMZ has to credit them. That was crazy. But Doug, I think, Doug, you were on point with that.
Out the kitchen window, you could, it's a little harder to miss him there, right? Because it's not right underneath the window. It's just slightly out.
That's what I'm thinking.
I'm not getting, like, I'm getting a 1D perspective. Did you get a 3D perspective on that?
Yeah, it might be worth another glance to go back there and see. But I see your point, and I see how it might be possible to miss out on somebody that might be sitting there. But to me, this is a large backyard. It's a large patio. It's hard to see in this 2D format, to your point. But really, just the thought of
Ellie, yes, 100%, 100%.
3 people out there, 2 laying on the ground, 1 sitting upright in a chair. It's just really hard for me to believe that it's not, if anybody glanced out there from any of the 6 other windows, right? From upstairs, from downstairs, the kitchen, or the sliding glass in the breakfast nook, as you call it, right? There's so many opportunities for anyone.
True.
If it snowed over the weekend, aren't you gonna look outside and see how much snow came down?
Maybe. But,
you know, there's just so many opportunities.
You know what? That's the other thing. Maybe there was a light dusting of snow and it was less visible. Or maybe, here's another question for you.
Hold up. So it was in the TMZ sports section. They had that up talking about the Kansas City 3. And I seen it and I was like, what? Hold up. And then it said credited to News Nation. I'm like, damn. So they bought that from them. You got to, they had to credit News Nation in order to use it. So I'm like, what are they passing this bad boy around? What's going on?
Those windows that face out the back, what are they looking at past the yard? Are there neighbors that they're looking right at? Because if I'm getting dressed in those windows upstairs, those windows are closed. I've got blinds on them, and very often, Alex, in my house, I keep the blinds closed even in the day in my bedroom, you know, because potentially people could see in. Do you know what those windows look directly across to? Are there other neighbors?
No. So basically where I'm shooting this video from, you see in the foreground those tall grass. You know, that's right where the road is. And that's where I'm standing on the road. So it is public land, but there's not much of a vantage point from that. You got to.
I like that zoom back though. Hold up. Let me see that angle one more time. Okay. I wonder where the 2 were in the yard. I heard they were by here, but it's hard to say without really knowing.
Point from that, you got to kind of get up on your toes in order to see into that backyard.
Exactly.
But the point is that there is not much visibility. When you look out from those upper floor windows out, you see the larger road to and from the interstate that leads to downtown Kansas City.
Thank you for watching. Go to News.
I just choked myself. Good gracious. And was it this one?
This is all because of a clearly politically motivated prank. No arrests.
That's not it.
Tonight marks 3 weeks since 3 men were found dead in the backyard of a friend's home in Kansas City, days after going over there to watch a Kansas City Chiefs game. And tonight we're learning more about that friend who's at the center of the controversy, Jordan Willis, whose home they were visiting. News Nation obtaining this video of the night the bodies were found, 2 days after the friends were.
All right, I'm opening the lines up. We seen that. Just making sure. 219-885-9693. I want to hear you guys' thoughts on this shit. This is wild. I don't know. He's going to. Why rehab now, though? But then again, it was already rumored that he was. You know what I mean? It was already rumored that he was in rehab beforehand, anyways. So I think that those rumors now are true because it's now coming out that he's in rehab, right? You said those are 2 Those are the flower boxes Nancy Grace talked about. The other 2 men were found. Yeah, she did talk about that. Now I wonder if they were found in them or by them. So there is no fence at the back of the land, Jackie says. Damn, I see people calling in. It ain't even ringing. There we go. There we go. It's starting to now. 575, you're live. Talk to me.
Hey, T-REV, how are you?
I'm good. How about yourself?
I'm good. Hey, I'm gonna have an unpopular opinion.
Mm-hmm. Let's hear it.
I think Jordan's innocent.
Mm-hmm.
I think they got a hold of some bad stuff that night, and you know, what happened happened. I don't think he intended anything. I don't think he was nefarious in any way.
Right.
So, what do you think?
Like I said, the worst I think happened here is negligence at the worst.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's just my opinion. Like at that, I don't think that this guy murdered them. I don't think,
No.
that he did any of that. Like at the worst, he knew that they were all effed up on a drug or whatever. Allegedly. I don't know that to be true because I wasn't there that night, so I can't speak for it. I haven't seen the talks, but I'm, speculating wise, I really do think that at worst negligence, but more than likely they all had the same thing, and like the doctor said, it was a good take that he had, and it makes you think and really just say, hey, they could all have done the same thing, and his tolerance could have been higher, and it hit their bodies. I don't know, it hit them different, but like I said, negligence at the worst. Long story short,
Yeah,
that's what I think.
I agree. I agree 100%. I do not think he murdered them on purpose. The only thing that bothers me is that I'm sure they all 4 had to go to work the next day, and I can't figure out, I understand the drinking, but I can't figure out why they would choose to do something on top of that, knowing they have to get up and go to work the next day. So that's the only part that I'm like, why would they do that? But when you're young, back in my day, I stayed up too late and partied too hard before work day too.
Right.
So that's just my thought. I just thought I'm first time caller. This is Texas veteran.
Texas veteran. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I see you in chat.
Yeah.
In the chat.
I just started watching you.
I wouldn't say the popular opinion. What do you think the popular opinion is here? That murdered?
I think that's the popular opinion, but I don't think it's correct.
Right. Yeah. Like I thought about it. The weirdness still stands with me with 3 being found in the backyard. It's still, I still stand on that being weird. And that's why I think at the worst negligence, because, and that's allegedly that, but again, 3 people deceased, backyard, your house, 48 hours you slept for. No, I'm not. I just don't buy that part, allegedly, but hey.
Right. Yeah, it's definitely weird, but I think it's just a strange coincidence. I would bet my next paycheck that, something's going to come back on their tox reports.
Like fentanyl or something?
Something. And I don't know if it's the trank or, and maybe they didn't even mean to, and it, somebody sold them some messed up stuff. But
right.
I don't think Jordan did it on purpose. I don't even know if Jordan was part of whatever they took. You know what I mean? Because they may have gotten
something different.
Something different after the party, kind of.
They could have.
I just don't know.
It's definitely true that they could have got something way different, and when fentanyl is put in, say they did get something else and it was just cut with fentanyl, there's no telling how much was in whatever they did. I don't know what they did, so I wouldn't be able to say.
Right.
What if it does come out? I don't know. If he's in rehab, that indicates to me that there was some drug use or some sort, allegedly.
At least, or alcohol, really bad. But I feel bad for him. Everybody's condemned him and he's ready to hang him, that he's this murderer. And I mean, shit, I wouldn't want friends like that.
Yeah,
I mean, give me the benefit of the doubt until at least the facts come out. Because they've already, he's already guilty in everybody's book. And not mine, but I feel bad for him, because if it was my son, I have a son, so I would I'd be like, hey, let's wait and see what the facts are before we just try and hang him.
Absolutely, you definitely need the full story. Now,
Right.
the family, we do know the families talked to the DA today. I wonder what was talked about. That's interesting to me. They're meeting up with the DA.
Yeah.
And I feel like the DA was forced to meet up with them with all this pressure. It looks like the pressure ended up making the DA meet up with the family.
Well, they really should. I mean, it's awful how long it's taking. I don't understand why they can't even get like a preliminary test back. Like I think I've said in chat, if you get pulled over on the side of the road, they can tell, hey, it's Blue, it's a boy, it's you got drugs. They can test it right there on the side of the road.
Yeah, that's
well. How come it's taken so long to do? I understand it's a little different. They got to get blood and tissue samples, and all that, but you think they'd at least be able to come back within a week and say preliminary results show,
somebody tagged, or somebody wrote on a post earlier today that I put up, and they said there was a story on Vice where they were getting high off HIV drugs. I'm like, what?
Wow.
Somebody told me about it. I don't
Yeah.
know. I couldn't find that direct video, but if you're
Yeah.
if you're in here right now, I would like the whoever said that, if you email it to me, because I didn't see it.
Yeah. I'm old. I don't know nothing about any of that stuff. I'll tell you the truth, I'm chicken shit. I tried weed like 3 times, and 2 times it was cool, and another time it made me all paranoid, and so I was like,
Well, I mean,
praying, Lord, if
what's
I
your final
live, I'll
thoughts on
never
this
do it
before I move
again.
on to the next caller? Texas
My
Betterman. What's your final thoughts here before I get on to the next caller? Like, what do you really think it would, what do
I
you
really think it was just accidental overdose,
right.
and I really, I just really don't think Jordan's guilty. I feel bad for him, honestly, because everybody has just attacked him left and right. I wouldn't have stayed in that damn house either.
It's just, multiple people have spoke out. Girlfriend of his past. I don't even know if it was his girlfriend. I mean, who knows? But I
Right.
did see a girl speak out saying, "This was my old boyfriend, and he was aggressive, and he was a drunk.
Right.
He was a drunk, and he was a psycho drunk." And when I seen it, I'm like, I didn't take. I was like, maybe there's somebody trolling around. But then ended up seeing who she was friends with, and I was like, I don't think she's trolling. I think she's serious, and she lives in Kansas
Right.
City too. So I'm like, okay.
Right.
I guess she said she dated him for a while, and that they had to break up because he was a psycho. I'm like, that's what I got out the video.
I'm actually from Kansas City, and when I was there, Park Hill, that high school they went to, was like, it was like preppy high school, and it's kind of funny how things have changed, but it still may be, but I don't know. How could you stay in that house knowing everybody, all them families and everything want to kill you, and they're going to be hounding you, and I don't know. I feel bad for him, because what can you do?
Right.
I'm sure he's really sad. He lost his buddies.
My thing is this: I'm looking at it this way now, after sitting back and pondering on what I've read in articles and different things that I've seen with my own eyes, as far as statements. The closest that I can get to matching it up with law enforcement is that he let them search the house. One, he let them go take him downtown and be interviewed without an attorney. Two,
Right.
they Sergeant Jake Beck China said his story checked out. Three, and then they said it's 100% not being investigated as a homicide. Four,
Right.
so that's why I say at the worst, negligence.
Yes,
You
at
get
the
what I'm
very
saying? Like
worst.
I'm just putting the puzzle pieces together as I'm collecting the info that I see out there, and the closest that we could get from law enforcement is the statements that I was just making. That's the closest I've seen.
Yeah, but the families or friends of these three that died, they're not willing to hear that. They just want to, you know, burn him at the stake. And I'm like, unfortunately, it's nothing's pointing to him being guilty. And we have to remember that two things can be right. Two things can happen at the same time. Two things can be true at the same time. He may be nerdy. He may be, you know, I don't know, maybe he was possessive in a past relationship, but that doesn't make you a murderer.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you calling in, man. God bless you.
Well, thank you.
Texas
And
veteran.
it's
I
good to talk
appreciate your
to
phone
you.
call.
I really love your show. I've only been listening a couple weeks, but I've really loved it so far, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Texas veteran. I appreciate you. Thank you for serving the country too.
You're welcome. I enjoyed it.
God bless you. Thank you for doing that. We appreciate
you
the troops
too.
around here.
Well, all right.
God. Shout out to her. Good phone call. Good phone call. 219-885-9693. I want to hear from you, and I'm sure everybody else does too. Why is he in rehab? Yeah, they're not talking about why or what drug or if it's alcohol. 940, you're on the show. Talk to me.
Hey, T-REV.
How you doing, man?
I am good. How are you?
I'm hanging in there tonight. What's your thoughts on this story as these, different details keep circulating?
They sure do. I've called in a few times. I'm the one that called the other night and said that I really thought that this was a high school vendetta. But, okay, here is my thought. Have you ever seen the movie Clean and Sober with Michael Keaton?
No, I'm not going to say I have. I have not. I don't.
Wonderful movie. Wonderful movie. But he's a drug addict in any way, and he's hiding from the mob, which he owes money. And the only way he can figure out to do it is to go into rehab. And because once you're in rehab, police can't touch you. Nobody can touch you, but they can when he gets out. They can't even question him. They can't do anything. I think, personally, I think this was planned. I think he knew exactly what he was doing. And I think from beginning to end, he knows what he's doing. And I think he will get away with it because he does know what he's doing.
Oh, so you think he's going to get away with it?
I do think he's going to get away with it because I think he is intelligent.
Oh, my God.
Unlike Brian Kohlberger, I think he is intelligent enough where he thought it all through. And I do think it goes back to high school. But here is a couple of my observations that I have made.
Okay.
If David was sitting in that chair and he looked like he was sleeping, what does that tell you? He died instantly. There was no look on him like, oh my God, somebody help me struggle.
Do you think his lawyer made him go to rehab, like a lot of people say in chat?
No, I think he might have suggested, but I'm telling you right now, I think Jordan knew what he was doing.
Right.
I think he knew what he was doing. This is one way out. But because one thing, the girl that found David on the porch or the gentleman on the porch,
right?
She had said that she saw him from the living room inside. I mean, the families have both said it because what's her name had questioned it, and she said no, she could see him from the living. When she came up from the basement, she saw him from the living room. But my point is, okay, so he had to have died instantly. Like I said, there was no struggle. There was no like, oh, my heart, his head just bent over. So what does that tell you? That tells you that the other two, they died instantly. Now, most of the pictures or film that you've ever seen of anybody who faints or whatever, do they fall back on their backs? No. They go down like a limp noodle. And so you're not going to fall flat on your back most of the time. You're either going to fall forward or you're going to land in a position to where you fell just like you were a spaghetti noodle. You know, you're just going to go blah. And they were both flat on their backs. That makes no sense. I can understand maybe you could fall flat on your back, but not both of them, because most of the time, if you see anybody who faints, they either fall completely forward or they just kind of slump down.
Right.
Those were on their backs. And by looking at David, he died instantly. So if those two died
David was found in the chair, right?
Right.
Okay. That's what I was hearing.
His head was just bent over. There was no look on, no arm flung out, no nothing. They said he was just head was over like he was sound asleep.
See, the thing is too, is when they showed the backyard, and this was like 2 weeks or
I know what
last
you're going
week
to say.
when they showed the freaking backyard, I seen the chairs with the cushions. I'm like,
I saw that too, but you know what? I can't remember what it was that I saw this on the other day.
You remember the cushion chair though? It was leaned back, like
because it was the only one without it was the only one without snow on it.
Absolutely.
Okay. But I saw another deal the other day, and I don't know if it was True Crime Kelly or what, but it showed a snapshot of the backyard, and it had some stuff blurred, but you could see David sitting in that chair in front of that deal, in front of that window, and because it was kind of blurred, but you could see it.
People have been arrested in rehab. I was did she say that? Maybe I missed that.
No, you can't. You could see David sitting in that chair in this one shot that I saw. You could see him, but it was blurred. But he was in that chair that they're showing now. Not in that one that you and I saw.
Okay.
But in the chair they're showing now. But my point is, okay, so David had to die instantly because there wasn't no falling out of the chair, no, nothing like that. The other two, I almost have to wonder if they didn't see something that happened to David and were headed for that highway. Because that fence, there is no privacy fence on that back part. And that's a highway on the other side. And they were found back there.
Yeah. Well.
And they were kind of close by each other. And they were flat on their backs. If David died instantly, those two died instantly, and they would not have been flat on their backs. I'll give it to you. Maybe it might have happened with one of them, but not two of them. Because anybody else that faints, they go, like you said, forward, or I said, they go forward, or they fall like a limp noodle.
Where was this crime scene photo you're talking about?
Oh, I'll have to find it. It may have been on True Crime. It didn't say it was a crime scene photo. It just showed the backyard, and I think it was True Crime. And it had blurred out pictures in it, but you could see David. I'll find it. I will find it. I'll email it.
Okay, yeah, definitely send it. I definitely want to check out and see what you're talking about.
You can see that is David, and he's in that chair. He's in that chair that's right in front of the back door that they're showing now. Because I know what chair you're talking about, because I assumed it was that chair because there was no snow on it. But now that chair's not even in the picture, is it?
Yes.
You don't even see it.
Hold on.
Period.
I need to open up my email. I didn't even have my email open this whole time. All right. I know I got tab after tab after tab after tab open.
But if you saw, and also I think he's guilty because of, like I said, I'm gonna stick with it. I do think it has something to do with high school, but I am gonna stick with that. But I also, Alex may have been a drug dealer. He may not have been. We don't know. We only know what we're told. I find it really weird though if he was there from 7 o'clock until midnight, 1, 2, or 3, whatever is the truth. Who knows? Anyway,
but find that photo for me, and I would like to take a look at the one that you seen. You said that there was.
I will, and then I'll put it in chat to open up your email.
Yeah, all right. Thank you. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for being a voice in the community. We appreciate you calling in. Thank you.
Let me say one more thing. It'll be under sweet and sassy when
lock
you see
your doors.
I always do. But like I said on the clean and sober thing, watch that movie. It's exactly like Michael Keaton.
Okay.
They go in
Clean and sober?
And yeah, it's called Clean and Sober with Michael Keaton. It's back when he done the Batman movie.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
Stuff.
Okay.
Absolutely wonderful. Okay, T-REV, I'm going to look for it and I'll send it to you.
Yes, ma'am. God bless you. Thank you.
God bless you, T-REV.
Love and light. Shout out to her. Good phone call. Good phone call. Good phone call. Good phone call. 219-885-9693. Everybody gets 6 minutes tonight. We're on tonight, baby. 60, you're on the show.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you mute the background for me? Or be good to go, my brother. I appreciate it.
Okay.
What's going on, sir?
Yeah.
You are live.
I'm just told about.
Oh, you're good. You good. I'll wait. I'll wait for you to mute. It's okay. Take your time. No rush.
What's going on? Drop my remote. I can't get to.
Nah, you're good, brother. Don't worry. I can wait.
Oh,
You're good.
Sorry to call in. I just wanted to give my comments on it. I think that they did drugs that was laced with fentanyl, and he actually knew it. He was inside. He had more tolerance to the fentanyl. He set off over the 3 days. The other guys outside succumbed to the fentanyl, may have done some more while I was outside. The police are saying that they're not investigating as a homicide because they know that Willis testified. I told them that they got drugs, did drugs, and they're waiting, trying to get the guy that supplied the drugs so they can go ahead and link him to the crime. And he'll have the charges against him for selling drugs laced with fentanyl. But that's all I really wanted to say. Just want to keep it short. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I appreciate you calling in. So you think that, I don't know, where do you think that these drugs came from? Who was our supplier here? Right?
That's what I'm saying, that Willis did drugs with him, and I think he may have known who the drugs come from, and he's told the police who they are, and right now they're trying to do a sting on him.
That's a good point.
And they're going to get him with his sales of the drugs, and he'll get the charges for murder.
Yeah, whoever sold them whatever they got, I'm sure, if the person that sold it to him may lead him to somebody else. And you know what I mean? It just goes like that. It leads one to another, to another, to another.
Yeah.
But I appreciate
That's why
you
the
calling
police.
in.
Yep. Thank you.
God bless you, sir. I appreciate you.
Have a good night.
Lock
God
your
bless
door.
you too.
Shout out to him. Good phone call. If you want to call in and be a part of the show, it's 219-885-9693. You made us hear this episode on podcast, on Spotify, on all platforms. You might. I don't know. Maybe you will. 207, what's going on?
On all platforms, you might.
I'm not answering them. 614, what's going on? You're live.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How about yourself?
Hey, I'm really good. I've got this theory I've not heard anybody say. Like, I'm thinking maybe all these guys got really trashed. This guy Jordan said, you guys got to leave now. I got to go to work tomorrow. They left. And then the one guy says, hey, maybe we better go back because I forgot my jacket. My keys are in my pocket or something. Then they couldn't get in the house, couldn't get in the fence. So possibly because we haven't seen any footsteps in the snow because we haven't seen snow, possibly they climbed that fence and got over there and, got near the door. One of them did sit down and die in the chair. And maybe the other two were scrambling to get in somewhere else or just died then too.
So
you know what I mean? And, maybe Jordan really did get really trashed and pass out, and just he didn't die because, like they're saying, the weather played the factor there.
Interesting.
I don't know. I was just thinking because he did not have his coat on,
right.
And now I guess we're here, and he was in his underwear. But So, you know, maybe they were just all fucked up and he decided he better get his coat before he leaves, and then they couldn't get back in. I don't know. Just a theory I've had since I've been hearing this whole thing, because I, again, too, think maybe none of them knew they were going to get that trashed. And they really got that trashed. And it was an accident.
Mm-hmm.
In my opinion.
Yeah.
But
so you think that this was an accident?
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
And it's, I think it is. I personally think it is too. I speculate the most, like I said earlier in this live, negligence, but I'm understanding and hearing all theories. My mind is open for everything else too. So I'm looking at everything. I'm collecting the data that I'm seeing, the most accurate data. I'm looking for the stuff that's coming out the most, like the statements from the police officer, Jake Beck China, and you know, things that are being more said from officers, right? That's what I'm looking at. And I'm going just based off the little bit of things. He went down there, he cooperated with them. They said that his story added up. So that's where I'm like,
what
okay.
I think too.
That's where I'm like, all right, I'm thinking that this is an accident, at most negligence, allegedly.
Yep, me too. Because I'm gonna honestly say, I don't get trashed like that anymore. I never did that drug. But you know what? You get trashed at parties and somebody passes something around or lights something up. None of us know what's in there. None of us do. And we all take that chance. And
that's true.
They gambled, and that's very sad. I feel bad for everybody there involved, them, their families.
Yeah.
But let me say this. I just stumbled upon your channel the other night because I heard about this story last week, and I got really interested in it because I happen to have a daughter that's a drug addict, and fentanyl happens to be one of the things that I'm always ready for that boot to drop. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
And so I heard this, and I know a lot of her friends, this has happened to them, and that way they've gone out to party, and then, oh, damn, you're never going to believe who died last night.
Right.
And, they didn't set out to die last night. So, anyway, love your station. I live in Ohio. I'm new to your station. And I'm going to keep watching until this thing gets figured out. And then we'll go on to the next one.
There's always something. Telling you, there's always something. Like today, there was this guy that literally chopped some dude's head off, or his own dad's head off, and put it on YouTube
I
Live.
saw that.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's all types of crazy shit going on. I mean, there's really is. So
there really is. There's so much crazy. And I don't know if you followed that Murdaugh trial, but I really did. And that's just a damn crazy mess.
Deep in Idaho for at that point, and I know they just did change a venue there too. I keep up with what's going on there, but I'm tired of them with their non-transparent shit over there in Idaho too. Like they don't want to put out no documents. They don't want to show. I don't know. It's just super weird over there too. That's all I gotta say about
it.
It
is.
What
it is.
So, what's your final thoughts surrounding with everything that you heard up to today? Jordan's in rehab, but we've been hearing that rumor for days, and now all of a sudden it's stamped Jordan's in rehab. It sounds like he's been in rehab already for days.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Well, and I would assume that that's what his lawyer told him to do, and he's probably in a good place right now.
Yeah.
And my thoughts on this are just as I said. I think, damn, they were going to the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
They were partying. They were getting high. And this is the outcome of it. And it was all an accident. And as they're going to say, negligence. That's my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And this, I don't know. All I know is that it's heartbreaking. It's a tragedy, regardless of the fact they all, they're gone. There's no getting them back.
It really is. And you know what else is a drag? When we saw that picture that the neighbor took of all that snow out there,
mm-hmm.
but we've been seeing pictures of no snow. So if that snow would not have melted, that would have been such a wonderful thing, because you could have seen where those guys possibly walked if they went over that fence or something like that.
Yeah.
A lot of things get found in snow tracks too.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for being a voice in the community. God bless you, ma'am. I look forward to hearing from you again.
And yes, I will call back and thank you. I enjoy your podcast.
Thank you, ma'am. God bless you.
Okay.
Again, be vigilant and lock your doors.
I will. Thank you. And you have a good night.
You too. Good phone call. 219-885-9693. Why is this video just coming out too from the neighbor? I'm still wondering that. I know I talked about it a little bit yesterday, but I was way too tired. Why the video just surfacing now from the neighbor? If you have video footage, that shit should have been out. 816, you're in the mix. Talk to me.
Hey.
What's going on, sir? You are live.
Oh, not much. So I have some theories and thoughts.
Drop it like it's hot.
All right. So the article that came out today was talking about how he's in rehab, which, okay, that's fine. I mean, you can be an innocent person and go to rehab.
That's a fact.
So here's another thing. If you actually read the article, I don't know if it was the same article maybe you have read, but if you scroll down, it talks about Alex actually texting somebody about drugs. That was actually at the party.
Interesting. I didn't see nothing about that. Yeah, that's an interesting one. What article was that?
I actually found it on another channel, and I can't really remember. I think it was from Fox News.
Okay. So, all right. So he allegedly hit up another person?
Yeah, that was either one of those four, and they're thinking that he talked to him and asked about drugs being at the party. And maybe Alex actually brought the drugs and left them there, and then they ended up doing them later on that night. And did all that.
Man, all I know is their bodies were out there so long they had to thaw them out. This man, I don't know. I know what addiction's like, and I know that you could go through some hardcore withdrawals that will leave you in, and you could lay in bed for 2 days. Sure, you can. Especially with withdrawals. Yeah. When you're withdrawing from opiates, to say you're deep on opiates, you could definitely lay in that bed for days and sweat, get up, shower, get a drink of water, back in bed. Boom. I mean, that is a thing. So I'm not saying that it's possible for 48 hours he was out to the world. He could have definitely, he wasn't sleeping for 48 straight, but he definitely woke up and maybe went right back to bed after getting some water, and it could have been sick and not had, who knows? But
well, and that's actually another thing too about him sleeping for 48 hours. If you actually look at the video from the neighbor,
yeah,
the truck is covered with snow, but the car, because the neighbor actually said the car and the truck he didn't recognize. So in that case, the car that was parked on the side of the neighbor's house,
yes, sir,
that on the street that was in front of the neighbor's house, the windows were cleared of the snow. So somebody had to have driven that car that night, or whatever. Maybe the dogs were there, and Jordan got, freaked out and drove one of their cars to have people think maybe one of the guys left to take the dogs to his dad's house. I mean, I don't know.
It's crazy, man. Thank you, Root. And Mom to 5 Kings, thank you. I appreciate that. Island Gun, thank you. Thank you guys. I appreciate the support. Man, this shit, like I said, it's crazy. The story doesn't make sense. And the reason why I say it doesn't make sense is just, how do you not know that your people haven't left, right? That's
Yeah.
part. That's the part I'm at with it. I can get the dope. I know what being dope sick's like, and have seen it. Not that I've never did heroin. Only time I've ever was addicted to anything is when I got my surgery on my gallbladder. I remember being on hydrocodone. Like, what was that? It wasn't even. I think it was hydrocodone or whatever. That's what the doctor had wrote me a prescription, and then kept writing me the same prescription, and then cut me off at that time. So I felt those symptoms before. I've been down and out before. I know what that's like. And it's just
I've actually never done that. I've never actually done any hardcore drugs. I only smoke weed. I mean,
no, thank God.
And I live in Kansas City, so it's legal here. But yeah, I mean, anything could be possible. I mean, I'm just waiting for more stories to come out. It's just it's just weird to me, especially like living in the same city. It just seems like I'm just watching a true crime show, and it's not even real half the time. It doesn't even seem real half the time.
You say you're in Kansas City?
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. I live in Kansas City, and the house that they were found in, I used to do lawn care and fertilize that house a long time ago. So that house is actually fenced in all the way around.
Damn. How far is that from where you're at? Like the spot that we're looking at?
About maybe 20 minutes away.
Okay, so you're 20 minutes away. Damn. Interesting.
Yep.
That's what's up, man. I don't know. Like I said, this story, what do you think? Foul play, accident, before I get on to the next caller?
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, I think it was an accident. I think maybe even Alex did it or had something to do with it. So, because, I mean, why else would Alex actually hire an attorney so quick? I mean, maybe to, cover his butt, but then again, I mean, he did get an attorney quick too.
The thing is, I'm pretty sure Alex is talking to the other side of the family. You get what I mean? Like, he's talking to the families.
Well, yeah, he may be actually talking to the other part of the family, but he may be kind of feeling some guilt too, because I mean, like I said, why else would that article put out that someone said that he messaged one of the guys about, are there going to be drugs there?
What could you send me that? What article is that? You said Fox?
Yeah, Fox News.
Okay. So was it an article or?
Yeah, it was an article.
Okay.
It wasn't even on, like, nobody was talking.
I got you.
But it was an article. So yeah, yeah,
was it under the Rehab one? Which one was it under? Families of three Kansas City men found dead meet with prosecutor. That was 1 hour ago. The Kansas City Chiefs fans deaths. Jordan Willis checks into rehab. His families await toxicology report.
I think it was that one. I think it was the Rehab one.
Okay, so when I read under it, it said I'm looking for let's see, something said about Alex, right?
Yeah, because it'll say something about Alex's attorney, which they got the attorneys wrong, because they said something about Jordan, and then they put Jordan's attorney as Alex's, or not Alex's attorney, but they put Alex's attorney as Jordan's attorney.
Andrew Towle is Alex's attorney, but I don't see nothing on there that reads what you said on this one specifically.
I'll find it and I'll send it to you.
Yeah, I'll be looking for it. I appreciate that, brother. Thank you for calling in, man. Thank you for being a voice in the community. Shout out to you, brother. I didn't know you were in Kansas City, but man, I hope I hope the city can recover after this one.
Yeah, I think we will. Once we win the Super Bowl, I think we will.
God bless you, brother, man. You have a good night. Make sure you lock the doors and stay safe out there. We live in a dangerous world.
All right, we'll do.
Shout out to you. Good phone call. 219-885-9693. I want to hear from you. Whose word? I don't know. I want to read the article. Am I the only one that wants to read that? I want to read from top to bottom. 614, you're in the door. Talk to me.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How about yourself?
How are you? You okay?
Yeah. How about yourself, man?
All right, sweetheart. I wanted to say something that I think you're going to agree with. Nobody starts out an addict.
Mm-hmm.
You slowly have to have more and more and more and more until your tolerance gets to a certain level. Most of the people that overdose have usually stopped, and when they return to it, they try to go back to the amount they were doing when they got it out of their system. And that's bad. So I'm thinking that if Jordan and the three men did do something that night, if they did what he did, and he's already used to doing it, it wouldn't take him out like that because he's already built up his resistance to it. Unfortunately, I believe they'll find whatever it is in their system.
Mm-hmm.
We'll never know what really happened, okay? But if they did the amount that he did, being that I believe he used it more often and frequently, his tolerance was higher, we're never going to know what really went on inside there.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be just an overdose. I believe they all took it, and they just didn't know what they were getting into because they didn't have that resistance that he had. Unfortunately, nobody's ever going to know what really happened. So it's just a sad situation. But the only thing I can say is I don't believe he didn't know they were out there for 2 or 3 days. I just can't believe that. I think he's seen them out there and freaked. And it's like, oh my God, what do I do? You know, but I don't know. But that's just my thought. Sadly, we're never going to know the truth. We're just going to know that they probably did take something that ended their life, sadly.
That's hard to think about, ain't it? I mean, that's going to be hard for people to accept, I feel like.
It's the truth. We're never going to know what really happened because he's never going to say, hey, me and my boys were sitting around, you know. He's not going to do that, okay?
I agree with you. Yeah.
But he obviously was used to doing different whatever, and his tolerance would be way higher than somebody that didn't ever do it or just did it something here or there. If they did the amount that he did, absolutely yes, dropped him in the dirt just like that.
I'm seeing a lot of different. I tend to believe the family's involved. An interview with one mother said she got a text that there was an altercation that night, but then she said she shouldn't talk about it.
Well, I'm thinking that honestly, they did do something because I think it was the uncle of one of them that kind of went with, well, you know, I'm not saying that they didn't do anything. Mm-hmm. So he was pretty much saying it wasn't it was possible in his eyes, okay? And even the mother of David, I believe, had made a comment or two that made me think she knew it was possible, that there could have been something go on, but she just didn't believe that that was it, which I understand. As a parent, I just can't imagine what they're going through. But we're never going to know. We're never going to know the truth.
No.
They're going to find something in their system. There's no way they're not, because 3 grown men aren't just going to go out in the backyard and all 3 just drop right there. That's just not. There's something in their system. Period.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely got to be something in there, right? If it comes back, just what, marijuana and alcohol,
or yeah. Well, then then that's gonna be kind of weird. Okay.
Yeah.
If there's no hard drugs in the system, then I got a problem because there's something else going on.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Right.
But you know as well as I do, you just don't start out an addict. You have to build your tolerance. And if you quit and you go back to that same amount, it's going to drop you. You're done. It's game over. Well, if them guys did what he did, it was a wrap.
Yeah, I find that interesting too, Gracie. But prosecutors do not meet with families like today unless there is a crime involved, or there is crime involved. Expect charges soon. That's another thing that's giving me an indication, Gracie, that something. I mean, what's going on there? Did public pressure force the DA to meet with them, or is there truly something going on? Is there going to be a arrest and with the where the drug came from, or whatever it possibly could be, allegedly? Interesting.
Well, you have a good night, and I just wanted to say that you're awesome, and I appreciate you giving everybody the same love, just not subscribers or stuff. And you're fair, and you listen to people, and
absolutely, that's what it's about.
You're awesome.
Thank you.
I'm really glad I come across your channel.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate the kind words. I hope you have a blessed night. Thank you for being a voice in the community, and make sure before you lay down and go to bed, you lock your doors.
Take care, hon. Bye-bye.
God bless you. Good phone call. We're going to check this out real quick, and then I'll open it back up. It's only like 1 minute, but hold on. Let me back up out of this real quick so we can read it, because it says, and I'm a big screen this bad boy. It says Jordan is the chemist. They all knew him as that. It was easy for them to have fun, but he fucked up. He made a mistake. Caleb McGeaney, cousin to Clayton McGeaney, one of the Kansas City 3, told me he thinks the men ingested a bad batch of drugs. He says Jordan Willis has made and supplied drugs to friends since high school.
Oh my God.
Okay, so now we're getting more information coming out that's kind of what is going on here. Okay. He says Jordan Willis has made and supplied drugs to his friends since high school. Here is part of my conversation with Caleb today. Note, these are allegations. Jordan Willis has denied any wrongdoing. As of now, the police are not investigating this as a homicide. Now, this was posted, tonight. When I'll repost it, let's watch it. Here we go. Now open the lines right back up. So
David, Clayton, and Ricky were like brothers. Jordan was kind of off on the side.
Thank you, Midwest.
True.
Jordan's a chemist, bro.
Jordan's what?
Jordan's a chemist. They all knew him as that. It was easy for them to go have fun, but he fucked up. He made a mistake. Jordan was the chemist. He's a scientist, right? He does what he needs to do. Now, to use my cousin, my best friend, as a guinea pig.
Oh my God.
Hold up for a second. We got to talk 1 second real quick before I take any more phone calls. I got to tell you what I'm thinking. The families know more about Jordan and everything going on here a little bit more than, and I'm alleging this. This is allegedly, but I mean, they got to know more, with comments like this coming out and things being said. He's the chemist. He's been supplying since high school. He's been, these different things. You definitely know something, right? God, like that's I don't know. And then you got these videos. It's just shit is weird though. You know, you got these different videos coming out from neighbors, and the more the family keeps speaking, it's like we see a new video every day with a little more detail sprinkled in. You hear about 30 packs being carried in, and it's just more. The story is rising up as we're waiting, right? It's like never ending info that keeps coming out. It just keeps coming. Just get ready for it. Good gracious. Let's keep listening. Let's hear what he says again, because he ain't playing.
Jordan was the chemist. He's a scientist, right? He does what he needs to do. Now, to use my cousin, my best friend, as a guinea pig? No.
What about Alex Lee? What do you know about him?
I know him.
Yeah.
It's okay, Devon.
Any idea that he might have brought drugs? No.
Jordan had him. Jordan was one.
So you don't think any more attention should be paid on Alex Lee?
Alex Lee is a good man. He's a good man.
Oh my God!
Alex Lee is a solid. He was one of their best friends forever. Jordan is somebody that is known from high school as like
Tell him, Kim.
creating drugs for people to make them feel better in certain situations. Okay, well, you want to do this? Okay, I'm gonna make this for you. I'm gonna make this for you. I'm gonna make this for you, and handing them out. The police are doing their job. If it takes time, it takes time. I will never
Bing bang.
They're not doing what they should be doing. They're doing the best they can. It takes time because you want it to be correct at the end of the day.
Exactly, sweet and sleuthy.
When at the end of the day it comes out correct.
You see what I'm saying? Like, listen to that's what I'm saying. Hearing these type of things, like this right here has got to be the most. I think we need to run this back one more time. I need to hear this interview one more time. We need to dissect what he's saying, because it seems as if he knows Jordan, right? It seems as if he knows Jordan. Alex was a good man. He concocted these, or you know what I'm saying? Like what he's saying. Follow what he's saying. One more time. I gotta hear this one more time.
A lot of times I'm hearing that
David Clayton, after again, I'm gonna open these lines. Let's listen to what he's saying one more time. I gotta store the info.
David Clayton and Ricky were like brothers. Jordan was kind of off on the side. True.
Jordan's a chemist, bro.
Jordan's what?
Jordan's a chemist.
Oh, you said volume very low? Hold up. Well, I'm gonna fix that because I don't like volume very low. So let's go ahead and make it very loud. Let's turn it to 400. How about that? That should be great. I need some music.
It was easy for them to go.
That
all right, so let's take in this info with the volume on blast. Plus 400.
Times I'm hearing that David Clayton and Ricky were like brothers. Jordan was kind of off on the side. True.
Jordan's a chemist, bro.
Jordan's what?
Jordan's a chemist. They all knew him as that. It was easy for them to go have fun, but he fucked up. He made a mistake. Jordan was the chemist. He's a scientist, right? He does what he needs to do. Now, to use my cousin, my best friend, as a guinea pig? No.
What about Alex Lee? What do you know about him?
I know him.
Yeah. Any idea that
you're welcome?
He might have brought drugs. No.
Jordan had him. Jordan was one.
Jordan had them. This is wow. It's groundbreaking for me. I mean, here Jordan had them. You're making a broad statement. Jordan had them. He's saying that with confidence. He's saying that on a camera. He's saying that knowing it's going to go out to all of us, and we're going to get this, and we're going to look at this, and we're going to dissect it. Some are going to say this is bullshit. Some are going to say this is deceitful. Some are going to say he knows Jordan. Some are going to say, oh yeah, there's going to be a lot of different opinions, and you're going to hear them. Just don't let them trigger you. Because just leave your mind open for every avenue. Leave it open for accident. Leave it open for homicide allegedly. Leave it open for, negligence. Leave it open for every lane. Don't close it. Have your opinion, but store everything to the side. Let's hear that. I gotta hear that one more time right here.
He might have brought drugs. No.
He said hell no.
Any idea that he might have brought drugs? No.
Jordan had him. Jordan was one.
So you don't think any more attention should be paid on Alex Lee?
Alex Lee is a good man.
You're welcome, Lisa.
He's a good man. Alex Lee is a solid. He was one of their best friends forever. Jordan is somebody that is known from high school as like creating drugs for people to make them feel better in certain situations. Okay,
What?
well, you want to do this? Okay, I'm gonna.
That is an interesting statement. He said, "What? I'm sorry. I gotta hear that back."
Is known from high school.
Okay, he's known from high school
as like creating drugs for people to make
them feel better. Is that what he just said?
Is somebody that is known from high school as like creating drugs for people to make them feel better in certain situations. Okay, well, you want to do this? Okay, I'm gonna.
That's a broad statement. If you were known, he's known to create drugs. That's a broad. I'm not saying that he's lying either. I'm not saying he's lying. I'm saying that's a very broad statement with some conviction behind it too.
Better in certain situations. Okay, well, you want to do this? Okay, I'm gonna make this for you. I'm gonna make this for you. I'm gonna make this for you, and handing them out.
Oh my God!
The police are doing their job. If it takes time, it takes time. I will never tell them they're not doing what they should be doing. They're doing the best they can. It takes time because you want it to be correct at the end of the day, and that's what I hope is when the end of the day comes out, it comes out correct.
Agreed. We hope it comes out correct. Hold up. Excuse me. I'm about to actually share this on Twitter. Interesting interview. What is he really saying here? Jaw dropped. So he's saying that he made stuff. I gotta open up the lines after seeing this interview. 219-885-9693. Then you got there are conflicting reports that after the deaths were discovered, Warmer Lee may have texted other people about drug use at Willis during the watch party. Oh, man. What's going on here, folks? 214, you're in the
What's up, T-REV?
What's going on? What's going on tonight?
Yeah, all this drug stuff. I was saying last week in chat, I have several screenshots of people talking about him being the supplier like over 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
Just on Facebook, people talking about how they know him. He's a known supplier, known drug house. I didn't know if it was true or not, but you know.
Well, I mean, seeing his interview with him saying he made drugs for people in high school to make them feel better. I'm like, whoa, that's a lot of info.
That's a lot of info and a lot of stuff that could be put in some drugs or put on anything. Who knows what it was now?
Yeah, I mean, that was a wild video that we just watched.
I wanted to call and say I saw a discrepancy in John Pacierno's article on Fox News.
Mm-hmm.
It said, according to the victims' families, Willis met officers at the door in his boxers with an empty wine glass in hand. His attorney, John Pacierno, told Fox News Digital it contained water and had been refilled after holding wine the night before. But I thought he was asleep for 48 hours. So now he was drinking wine the night before.
Right. No, I mean, well, yeah, that's a good. Was he drinking wine the night before?
That's what he said. It says.
Hold up.
John Pacierno told Fox News Digital it
Mm-hmm.
contained water and had been refilled after holding wine the night before.
Damn.
Like verbatim.
And then it changed to, well, it had water in it. He put water in it.
No, he says in that statement that there was water in it whenever he came to the door.
Mm-hmm.
But the night before, he had wine in it. But he also said he was asleep for 48 hours.
Grief.
So that doesn't make sense.
And then I wanted to say something about Alex Lee's lawyer saying that Alex went over at 7 p.m. to watch the game. He didn't say which game he went over there to watch. And January 7th, there was, I think there were so many games that weekend. It was the 18th week of football, and there was 14 football games that day, and the final game started at 7:20 Pacific time. And it was considered the most important game of the day. And it was like Buffalo Bills, Miami. And I'm assuming that these guys were so into football, they probably were in a fantasy football league. And they were all still, maybe they moved to another place. They're like, well, let's go over to Jordan's house. We got our league going, so they could just go watch the last game.
I don't know.
Unfortunately.
What he just said in this interview
is mind blowing, right?
Yeah, just like he used to make drugs for people in high school. Oh, he was the chemist. He was the man. You know what I mean? Like was he the plug?
Allegedly? I think he was, because I'm seeing he was the supplier. I'll send you the screenshots that I have in email.
Okay, well, hold on. I was talking to somebody in the chat. Somebody said, "All right, so let's go." What I'm gonna actually use that. You said, "I think we need a pool now." All right, I'll put one up. You said, "Who believes Jordan is innocent now?" All right, I'll put that poll up. Whoever you said you wanted that poll, I'll do it.
Why not?
You think Jordan is innocent now? This is
nope.
I'm gonna put yes, no.
Well, and it's also weird that if he was the supplier, other people hadn't passed away, right? So was there some sort of vendetta, or was there something weird going on that was he trying something new, there's a million more questions now.
No, and the way that he said that the way that he didn't have to use my cousin or something as a guinea pig. Is that what he said?
Yeah.
That's another thing. When he said he didn't have to use my cousin as a guinea pig, like what's up with that? That one,
like a lab rat or guinea pig. I'm not sure what the word was, but yeah. And he has been in labs and using rats, because I looked him up on PubMed, and there's many articles about him working whenever he worked in San Diego at his on his HIV vaccine. They were working on rats, humanized rats, to see what, and they got a lot of praise for what they were working on.
This is, I don't know. With this interview that we just watched, it took a little turn for me when he said what he said, but he said Alex is a good guy.
I had that feeling the whole time. I never felt anything off about Alex. The pictures of them together, they look happy. Doesn't look like, they're always together.
Yeah, I mean, that's the reports. Is that Jordan's at rehab. It's been said all over. So I'm pretty sure it's true. It's being reported everywhere across the news. So they definitely know he's in there. I mean, it's been rumors the past couple days, even that he was in rehab. So now I'm thinking, was he in rehab the whole time?
Either that, or he was listening to us saying he was in rehab and thought maybe it was a good idea, and it's some sort of facade, to try to, I don't know. Don't look over here. I'm in rehab now. I'm the good guy. I'm getting help,
Email for a callback, Tracy. I got you. Label the email as Tracy, by the way.
I'm not sure if my time's up yet or not.
It just ended. It just ended.
Yeah. I was just going to say one more thing, that all this fentanyl talk has been so scary, because I'm like, people can just go out and, like, if they were intentionally trying to murder someone, and give them fentanyl, and they've normalized it. It's like, oh, if it's normal for someone, it's like, you could just slip somebody fentanyl and you want them to pass away. And then they're dead. It's like, and then nobody thinks anything of it because it's just normal. They accidentally took fentanyl, you know. I don't know. It's just wild. It makes you think like, wow, what could people be doing out there? You know, it's scary. I was telling my husband about it, and he's like, God, what do you think about? And I was like, I don't know, you know, it just came to my mind, you know.
Yes, wow. Well, I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for being a voice in the community.
You're welcome. Did you see last night that the family, they said that the case was transferred to a different jurisdiction?
This case specifically?
This case
No,
specifically, they're meeting with a prosecutor. It was on News Nation. They were meeting with a different prosecutor today, this afternoon.
Oh, I seen that they already met up with him.
Oh, they did? I didn't see that.
Yeah, they met up with him and everything. So
okay, cool. Well, all right. Well, thanks for taking my call.
Well, God bless you. Thank you for calling in. Make sure you lock your doors, and thank you again for being a voice in the community.
Oh, you're welcome. Have a good night.
You too. Guinea pig, lab rat. Was the supplier? I didn't say that. Didn't say that. 779. What's on your mind?
T-REV.
What's going on, brother? What's going on? 6 minutes. Who's this? On floor is yours.
Stone for sure, bro.
What's going on, man? You got a distinct voice. I recognize it. What's going on with you?
I hear that. I get that a lot. A lot of people tell me that. So,
did you see this new little clip that we just played?
Yeah, part of it. I got to see a little pieces of it, but real quick.
Because he said he specifically said that Jordan made drugs for people, or Jordan made
in high school.
Back in high school, and not only that, he said Alex is a good man. And on top of that, he said that Jordan basically was the plug, allegedly.
Exactly. Well, let me say this. If they cannot prove that, that's slander.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
That will get you sued. You can lose your house if you ain't got enough to protect yourself.
Bing bang.
By saying stuff. You cannot discredit somebody's name like that. You better be able to prove them accusations before you make them.
Maybe it's
Don't you think?
Maybe,
I was going to talk
his
about
cousin's
that anyway.
phone, for all we know.
We don't know. But I'm going to tell you what I say from the gate. I don't think at this point, I did not think that he was guilty. And with him going to rehab, how do we know it's a drug rehab? Well, how do we know? Don't know it is an alcohol rehab. What part of that don't we understand? And another thing that me and my wife been talking about with this case, besides it being just the craziest shit in the world. So this happened. The football game was on the 7th, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And then on the 8th, he died, right? Am I right, babe? They died.
Alex said he left after midnight. They were still alive. So that means they died 8 a.m. on the 8th.
No, 8. That was it, like 3 o'clock and 2 o'clock in the morning or something.
Right.
And another thing, did he sleep for 2 days? Well, not from what I can see. How do I know? Because one thing nobody's talking about is Jordan. Now, everybody follow along, pay attention. Jordan didn't get out of bed for 2 days. Well, let me tell you something. That's bullshit. Happened to be the 8th. They found him on the 9th. That's about 24 hours. Realistically, not 2 days. And I mean, whatever, we can give or take an hour, but it's still 24 hours. And on top of that, the reason why he didn't really see much is because this is the thing nobody's talking about, Rev. You ready?
Let's hear it.
He's got a bathroom 18 feet from his bed inside his bedroom.
That's a good point. That's a very good point, too. And
he has a bathroom in the bedroom. He can stand up and spit in his bathroom from his bed. Am I wrong?
For all we know, he could have had a fridge in there, too, that had water in
You
there.
ain't shit. I got one in mine next to my bed.
Exactly.
It's a nightstand.
Me too.
I got a mini fridge next to my bed.
Me too.
It's crazy, but it's true.
It is.
I mean, I'll take a picture for anybody that don't believe. I'm telling you. It's a fact. My studio, we have one house, one of our little places, is nothing but a studio for what I do, for making videos and doing interviews. That we stay in this place. We got a big house, big, beautiful home, but we stay in my little studio place. Why? Because it's more comfortable. It ain't as big. We just leave that one just sitting, and when, you know, kids and stuff come over, we go over there. Point being, everything's a convenience in this house. Why? It's just me and mama. Kids are grown. So everything we have is a convenience. So these things kind of make sense to me. Am I right, though? Do you feel the same way, Ben?
In the bedrooms in the front of the house.
In the bedrooms in the front of the house. Jordan's bedroom. Did you know that too, Rev?
No, I didn't know it was in the front. Or like, you mean
the bedroom? Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Now look. Now check this out. Okay, then that means he didn't have nothing but a hallway to another side of the house, to probably bedrooms over there that had the windows looking out on the backyard. His looked out on that pickup truck with no snow, with all the snow on it out front. That's where his bedroom looked out. So you get what I'm saying? I mean, a lot of people are speculating. Yeah. Well, well, this could be this. But I'm going to tell you, people, until we get the toxicology report back, none of this is fact. This is just all speculation. But one of the biggest speculations that needs to be considered is that Jordan possibly could be innocent, and one of them guys, if not Alex, which I talked to you about that night, the first night I called in, that there had to have been somebody dropped off the drugs. Remember? Next thing you know, we got a fifth person in the house, and his name is Alex Lee.
Yeah.
Yet, if anything, somebody else brought the drugs to them. Why wouldn't he hang out?
Where's this shit coming from right here? There are conflicting reports that after the deaths were discovered, Wormer Lee may have texted other people about drug use at Willis's house during the watch party. Like, what's that? What's up with that?
Say it again. Say it again.
There are conflicting reports that after the deaths were discovered, Wormer Lee may have texted other people about drug use at Willis's house during the watch party. The Kansas City Police Department has told Fox News Digital that the case is 100% not being investigated as a homicide, and no foul play is suspected in the men's events, or the men's deaths. But again, it says that he was texting. Like, why is it saying that? Where'd this come from?
Look, let me say this. Chemists and people that work, I called my buddy that lives down there, and I asked him, I said, hey, what's the drug of choice down there? He told me what drugs was, and it's laced with what we thinking that could be laced with. I'm not saying that he didn't, that they wasn't doing some drugs and got laced up. I'm not saying that, but I'm telling you, I had to ask my buddy, and I shouldn't even say this, but I'm going to. I'm just going to say it like this. We call him Chef Boyardeau from back when we were teenagers. Why? Because he was one of the best chefs making this shit. I mean, I've been drug-free my whole life, but he's still my buddy. Mm-hmm. So common sense is, would he know? Absolutely. He'd know exactly what was happening in his neighborhood. You get what I'm saying? So I asked him, and I had my phone calls are recorded. So I said, look, bro, I said, what do you think? He said, I don't know that much about it, but it's got my interest. I'm waiting on him to call me back with his input on this. Mm-hmm. But he's right there by it. He literally is right by it. And I'm going to tell you, I'll be honest with you. I don't think people are looking at the big overall picture, because one of the guys, or Alex, could have came there. Let's say Alex did not bring it. Okay, let's just say he didn't. He did not bring it. Okay. How do we know that Alex, or speculation again, guys, speculation, everything we talk about here is all just our opinion, is speculation. It's not no facts, because we cannot prove anything we say. I can't. Anyway, I'll tell you that. So, but look, how do we know Alex didn't get there and say, oh yeah, I know somebody that can get you that? Mm-hmm. We don't know. We don't hear nothing about Alex, and we don't talk about Alex, right? We talk about Jordan because it happened at his house. That's why. But what about Alex? Alex, everybody wants to kind of think, well, out of sight, out of mind. Well, let me tell you something. Somebody had to have brought it there, or they made it. Jordan did, but we can't prove that. Yeah, there's no.
You smell jealous that I could prove the time. Yeah, I know.
I don't know. I just don't see him experimenting a drug on his buddies. Do you?
To be honest with you, man, I don't know.
A lot of
This
times
case
I'm
is
hearing
so
that
crazy.
I think
David Clayton and Ricky were like brothers.
I'm gonna
Jordan
tell
was
you. What do you think? Do you think? Look, bro. I know you're cool, whatever. But if me and you were hanging out, I promise you, I'm not gonna let you touch on something we ain't already touched on a bunch of other dumb.
Stony Stone, I gotta get on to the next caller. But what's your final thoughts on this?
Got it, brother.
What's your final thoughts right now?
You know what? I still think we need to wait for the toxicology reports, and I think we just need to slow down because I'm not sure, in my opinion, that Jordan is guilty.
And go back to before you called in. Go back to before you called in and listen to that whole video.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back. I mean, we've been in and out, but you know,
listen to that whole video that I just played before you called in, because you'll see what I'm talking about.
All right, my man. We holla at you guys. Thanks, everybody. We'll talk to you soon.
God bless you, brother. Lock your doors. Shout out to you and your wife, man, and family. God bless you. I'll hear from you soon, brother.
You
too. Yeah, I appreciate him. Good phone call. Oh, matter of fact, hold up. I did say that I would call. Hold up, one second. I did say I'd call her, so I'm gonna stick to that. Hold up, I almost forgot. There she is. Is this Tracy?
Yeah. Hi, T. Thank you for reaching out.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I appreciate. I have something to just kind of share that what these families are going through, because I'm on the same merry-go-round my own self with my son's case.
Okay.
You know, it is my son's case, same just like theirs is a death investigation.
Mm-hmm.
However, there are circumstances where his wife is culpable, same as in this situation where this man is culpable. And it could be a case of like a case where they could come at him with wrongful death, negligent homicide, you know, where you participate in things you don't understand, that it could cause the death of someone else, all these kind of things. I'm going through their same frustrations with law enforcement, the prosecutor, the DA, the ME's office, all of it. You know, because my son literally, and it is documented proof that he was a domestic violence victim. Those things can go both ways. These boys that was involved in that up there or down there from here, them poor boys they were a victim of that circumstance. Jordan might not be guilty and doing it intentionally, but he is culpable and he can be charged, just like in this case. Problem is, I can't find anybody to help me, not the state's attorney general's office, not victim services, not nobody. And I guarantee you they're probably going through the same thing. Merry-go-round, round and round, hurry up and wait, blah, 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 all that. So this guy on this interview, this seething, smoking anger that I'm seeing in that cousin, I know exactly how he feels. And I got a feeling that he's got this kind of stuff in the back of his mind, giving this guy enough rope to hang himself. That's all I've been needing to say for the last 4 shows. And for today, trying to get through to give you this from that perspective. And you know what? In all this with their families, they're suffering secondary trauma because of this too. Every last one of them I know, because I'm going through the same thing right now. Wow. And that's all the time I wanted to take up.
And I'm sorry, you know, because you got to go through that. I don't understand. I just don't understand how there's so many people that are going through not getting the right answers, which the answers not all the time are evil, but in general, just an answer in general, right? Something, an explanation, right? And whether it be, it doesn't matter what it is, but an explanation. That would be great, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Where's this happening at? What state are you in?
I'm in Arizona. Okay. Arizona's cops and law enforcement suck anyway. Okay, I know this from my domestic violence case. Right. That man about killed me, and all they gave him was 1.5 years, but I still stood up to him and sent him to prison for that.
So that's how come I know the abuse my son was going through, and it's documented. She's on probation right now for domestic violence and assault with bodily injury.
That's crazy.
So, and I'm trying to point this out to all the ones that's in the authority to do something about it, and I keep getting told, well, I don't know, we can't help you. And I even spoke to wrongful death attorneys, and they said that she's chargeable. That's how come I'm so confident in what I'm saying. You know why they won't represent me? Because there ain't no life insurance to go after for them to get their hands on. So that's what the deal is. It's stupid when somebody's precious life isn't worth more than 2 cents to people. That I have a problem with that, and that's what's wrong in this country. And law enforcement needs to step up and remember why they took their oath. My heart goes out to these people. Every time I see one of their interviews, I cry for them because I totally understand. And this woman left my baby lay up in the funeral home for 24 days. They finally got her to do something yesterday because they said if she didn't come in and help him, they was going to let me step in. She was there within 15 minutes. That's more abuse. You see what I'm saying? They let this stuff go on because of their laws and whatever else. They don't even see a human picture. And these poor people these poor boys died, they're going through the same thing right now, I guarantee you. And that's all I wanted to say. I don't want to take up any more time for everybody else.
Yeah, Tracy, I'm sorry. That's crazy. I mean, what? I don't know. Let me email me and let me know what we can do to help. Excuse
me. Make some noise, because you know what they say. It's the squeaky wheel that gets the grease.
Absolutely.
Right?
Send me information, and like you just emailed me before, send me, write something out for me, and I'll see what I can do to help you. Seriously.
Okay, thanks, T. Can I say something to the chat right quick?
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead. You got time.
You know what, chat? All the Rev Gang family, you guys have kept me company since this happened in my life, and I want to tell every single one of you that you guys are special and that I appreciate you guys so much, and I love you guys, and that's all I want to say, T. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. I appreciate you being a voice in the community, and thank you for telling your story. Also, I will be looking for an email from you with more details, and I'll start passing everything around, and we could,
All right.
make some noise for that. But definitely will be looking forward and interested to read your email.
Thank you, T. God bless you, honey.
God bless you too. Make sure you lock your doors before you go to bed tonight, and definitely I will be keeping my eye out for that. So please do send that whenever you feel comfortable or ready enough to do it.
Okay, T. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tracy.
Okay. Bye-bye.
I appreciate her calling in and giving her perspective from somebody who's grieving and doesn't have answers. Shout out to her. I appreciate her doing that. Now, this is the video that I think Chantel was talking about.
We have new information that may indicate we have less of a mystery in this case of the 3 dead men in Kansas City.
I'm gonna open the lines right after this video, by the way.
The man who lived in that home.
That's not the only one.
Whose story has kind of been, let's say, inconsistent. He has now checked himself into rehab. So that fuels an assumption, even without the toxicology, that drugs played some role in what happened here. There's another survivor who was also there that night, who has a past that is also instructive of drugs being part of this behavior. And that doesn't make the loss any less painful. It doesn't make the loss any less tragic that these young men with families are here no more, no matter what their choices were. Also today, after weeks of silence, the police finally met with the families of the deceased. What did they tell them? Let's bring in Fox 4 KC reporter Malik Johnson. He's been covering the case in Kansas City. Also joined by former FBI agent, News Nation Law and Justice contributor, Jennifer Coffindaffer. Malik, thank you for coming back. What do you know?
Of course, of course. So we know that these families met with the prosecuting attorney who will be in charge of bringing charges if this case rises to that point today. We know all 3 families were represented in this meeting. Clayton McGeeney's family, Ricky Johnson's family, and David Harrington's family. We spoke with the attorney representing the Johnson's family. left this meeting and they left satisfied, they said. They said finally they feel heard, that after weeks of not being able to get in contact with police, not being able to get in contact with the prosecuting attorney, they finally felt heard. And most importantly, they said that they feel as though that this is being taken seriously. I know that they have been on your show and the families had explained to us how over the last few weeks they felt as though this wasn't being taken seriously, as though this was just being looked at and looked over in a sense. But now they say after today's meeting that they understand why police and prosecutors have moved the way that they have. And quite frankly, they were hopeful. They were optimistic walking out of that courthouse in Platte County today, Chris.
I'm glad that they were to hear that, the reports, and to see that they felt like they got somewhere today. I'm happy for those families.
Malik, you've been filling in the facts and details of what we know and what we don't know. The time of death is going to be instructive. Jennifer and I will talk about this. But what have you learned?
Yeah, so this is some new reporting that we actually just got to today, working with our sources to get it all confirmed. But as you say, it is so important because it goes to that timeline. When did this happen? How did this happen? And now we're learning that these three men, at least one of them, presumably all three of them, were up as early as about 2 a.m. Monday morning. So we know that this fifth person left just after midnight, and now we know that these three men were still up at about 2 a.m.
Whoa. They were still up at 2 a.m. So you remember me talking about the timeline? I don't know who was in here during that stream. You may be a new subscriber that's in here right now, but do you remember some of you that were here? I know a lot of you actually that were here, but we were watching. What didn't it say? 11:55. David Harrington had messaged Natasha, and that was the last time she heard from him. Now that's not to say who the other men may have messaged during that time, but we were able to see that he messaged Natasha at 11:55 p.m. and it happened to be the night of the 7th going into the 8th. So we knew they were alive at that time. He just said specifically that they were alive at 2 a.m. Okay.
All three of them were up as early as about 2 a.m. Monday morning. So we know that this fifth person left just after midnight, and now we know that these three men were still up at about 2 a.m. Monday morning. So what happened between that 2 a.m. period and that 10 p.m. on Tuesday night period is going to be instructive in figuring out exactly what happened. But we do know now, and I think it's a huge thing, Chris, because the timeline is the most important thing, considering these three men were in the backyard for as long as they were. So how long were they actually there? And every day, we're making inroads on creating a more...
And Deborah, excuse me. I'm starting to get a cough again. Good God. Good gracious. Deborah says, why would family meet with prosecutor if no charges laid and no foul play? That's what I'm saying. Why did they meet with the prosecutor? Did they get pressured into meeting with the prosecutor today? Is that what happened? Did they feel the pressure from the public? Is that what's going on? Is that why they finally met up with the families? I mean, I don't get that.
They were. So how long were they actually there? And every day, we're making inroads on creating a more defined timeline as to when this happened and when they were last heard from before, of course, they went silent.
Jennifer, the idea of the witness, the man who lives in the house, first of all, being allowed to stay in the house. We don't know what they did in terms of looking at his lab equipment. Supposedly he's a chemist, a scientist who works in his house. You know, they didn't make it a crime scene. What does it mean that he is now checked into rehab?
Well, I find that interesting. I mean, certainly, as you point out, now it gives us another indicator that, of course, drugs probably led to these tragic deaths. But I find the timing a little bit interesting in terms of, is this some sort of excuse possibly that will be used to say, listen, I was out of it, even if I was home, even if I was on social media using my phones, even if I did exit it, I didn't see them because I've got a problem and I was messed up that night.
Hey, thank you for watching.
Okay, so that's one video that just came out. Hold on, we got another one we got to check out because there's more and more stuff coming out by the moment. So we just seen that one. This is another new one. Now it looks like another family member speaking out. Let's check it out.
They die and
we'll be opening the lines back up though. So definitely, if you want to call back and you're having trouble getting through, I will do some callbacks. So email me the number to call back.
Why did they die? Autopsy and toxicology results are still pending in the deaths of 3 Kansas City Chiefs fans who were found frozen to death in a backyard 3 weeks ago. The backyard was behind the house of a man named Jordan Willis. And just moments ago, we learned that Jordan Willis has reportedly checked himself into rehab for substance use disorder. The friends had all spent the night at a football watch party, and 2 days later, they were found dead in the backyard of Jordan Willis's home. Willis says he had no idea his friends' bodies were out there. He said he was sleeping on the couch with noise-canceling headphones on the entire time. Police say they have no evidence of foul play, but the families of the victims aren't buying it. Today, the families met with the district attorney assisting the Kansas City Police Department with the case in the hopes of getting the deaths investigated properly. Joining us now is Alan McGeaney, the cousin of one of those victims, Clayton McGeaney. Alan, thanks so much for joining us, and I'm so sorry to be meeting you under these circumstances.
Didn't they say they transferred the case? I thought I heard or read that in the article earlier. Or am I tripping?
This has been so frustrating for all of you as you wait for some sort of information, and every single family member we've talked to says they're not getting any.
Yeah. By the way, chat, I'm pretty sure that's Tracy right there. Those poor families are suffering badly. I would have demanded a meeting with the prosecutor.
It's been a slow process. We really haven't got a lot of information. It seems like anytime we've gotten anything, it's been more from the media that has helped us out than from the police themselves.
You were working, so you couldn't go to the meeting today, but Clayton's fiance, who was the person who found all 3 bodies, was at that meeting. Tell me what they were all going in hoping to hear.
Yeah, I think we're just trying to get a little bit of movement on it. You know, as far as the current, as far as my understanding, the current police force that's on it hasn't really been doing much of an investigation. So I believe that they're trying to work with a new. And again, I'm not entirely sure of all this. It's all pretty fresh, but they're working on getting a new prosecuting attorney on the case, and maybe get a different group of officers out there to do the investigation.
Your cousin Clayton was only 36 years old. He was strong and healthy. What do you think happened?
At this point, it would be total speculation. So I wouldn't. I have my guesses. You know, I think it'd be foolish to.
That's a very good question. What was taken into evidence? Very good question. That's what I wanted to know. What did they take? What did they find on these men for you to say 100% not a homicide? What was found on them? Did they find drugs in their pockets? Did they find anything with the phones? You know what I mean? When they went, because we know that they hit up Ricky Johnson's mom and asked for the code for the phone. I read that in the article. She said, I only heard from them twice, and one was about a code to get into his phone. So we do know that they were sifting through messages. So if you think about it, what do you do when you're hitting people up? You may talk about what drugs you're going to do or where you're going to get them from. Yo, bro, you got that? You know what I mean? You know how it goes. If you're from the streets, you know what's up. So when police go into your phone, if drugs were talked about, they're going to see where they were talked about at, where you bought them from. If you indeed were the person that bought them, they'll get down to the bottom of that between the 3 phones, I feel like, when it comes to belongings.
Assume that there wasn't drugs involved, especially now that the Jordan has checked himself into rehab. So I mean, drugs being involved, yeah, I would imagine it's drug related.
Yeah, I mean, no judgment, but did Clayton and his friends use drugs recreationally? Do you know what kind of drugs they would use at times?
Yeah, you know, I couldn't speak on that personally. You know, we worked together pretty regularly, and then the weekend stuff that the guys did, you know, I didn't really spend too much time with that. You know, I had family and 2 kids and running a business, so I couldn't really speak on that too much. You know, but he showed up to work every single day. He was a hard worker. So as far as whatever he did on his own time, I didn't really care, as long as he showed up to work on Monday. And he's the hardest working man that I got the pleasure to work around. And yeah, he's a good man.
Yeah, you worked with Clayton every day, along with one of the other victims, Ricky Johnson. So I imagine that Monday morning when they didn't show up, you must have known something was wrong. 2 of them not showing up.
Yeah. Ricky doesn't work with me regularly, but he has a huge construction background. His family has a construction background, and when we had plans to plug Ricky in that day, and I talked to Clayton and Ricky earlier on that Sunday afternoon at about 7:30, and we had plans to work together on that Monday, and yeah, no call, no show, which is that doesn't happen from Clayton.
Bottom line, Alan, are you frustrated that the Kansas City Police Department had ruled immediately that there was no foul play involved? Do you still think there's a possibility there was?
I mean, you'd have to define foul play at first. A couple guys hanging out, and then one of them. I don't know if that would be considered as foul play, but negligence, absolutely.
All right. Bing bang. I hope you get.
What did I say? I think at the most negligence. That's what I think here, at the most negligence. But I could be wrong.
Answers soon. I know
Now, it also says that this is the cousin. Kansas City victim was hardest working man.
Incredibly painful time for so many of the family members, but the not knowing has got to make it 1,000 times worse. Really hope you get those soon. Thanks for talking to us today.
Okay, there's another one I want to. Let's replay this for everybody who just showed up. If you just showed up, you need to see this one. I'm opening the lines right after this. You have to see this one right here. This one was actually, I think we should watch it from the browser. Reason why I think we should is because it's louder. So let's play this louder clip right here.
I'm hearing that David Clayton.
Oh, let me pause it and then I'll turn it up louder. Let's turn it to 450. Here we go.
And Ricky were like brothers. Jordan was kind of off on the side. A lot of times I'm hearing that David Clayton and Ricky were like brothers. Jordan was kind of off on the side.
Mm-hmm.
True?
Jordan's a chemist, bro.
Jordan's what?
Jordan's a chemist. They all knew him as that. It was easy for them to go have fun, but he fucked up. He made a mistake. Jordan was the chemist. He's a scientist, right?
He fucked up. He made a mistake. He was the chemist. He was a scientist, right?
That's what he needs to do. Jordan was the chemist. But he fucked up. He made a mistake. Jordan was the chemist. He's a scientist, right? He does what he needs to do. Now, to use my cousin, my best friend, as a guinea pig? No.
What about Alex Lee? What do you know about him?
I know him.
Yeah. Any idea that he might have brought drugs? No.
He said any idea that they might have bought drugs? He said hell no.
He might have brought drugs? No. Lee, what do you know?
Excuse me. Good God, I can't stop coughing. I need to hear that back one more time.
Is a guinea pig?
Hold up. That's the part I was looking for right there. The guinea pig part.
Now, to use my cousin, my best friend, as a guinea pig?
To use my cousin, my best friend, as a guinea pig?
No.
What about Alex Lee? What do you know about him?
I know him.
Yeah. Any idea that he might have brought drugs? No.
Jordan had him. Jordan was one.
So he asked about Alex. He said, "Did Al? Is it possible that he brought?" He said, "Jordan. He's going at Jordan again." He asked him again about Alex. This is about the fifth man.
He might have brought drugs. No.
See, when he asked that Alex, did Alex might have brought drugs? Hell no.
Jordan had him. Jordan was one.
So you don't think any more attention should be paid on Alex Lee?
Alex Lee is a good man. He's a good man. Alex Lee is a solid. He was one of their best friends forever. Jordan is somebody that is known from high school as like creating drugs for people to make them feel better in certain situations. Okay, well, you want to do this? Okay, I'm gonna make this for you. I'm gonna make this for you. I'm gonna make this for you, and handing them out. The police are doing their job. If it takes time, it takes.
That part, that's another interesting key part of this interview for me is when he says that he made drugs for people in high school.
From high school, Jordan is somebody that is known from high school as like creating drugs for people to make them feel better in certain.
So Jordan, again, I find that comment is very interesting. Jordan in high school was known to create drugs for other people. It's an interesting comment.
Jordan is somebody that is known from high school as like creating drugs for people to make them feel better in certain situations. Okay, well, you want to do this? Okay, I'm gonna make this for you. I'm gonna make this for you. I'm gonna make this for you, and handing them out. The police are doing their job. If it takes time, it takes time. I will never tell them they're not doing what they should be doing. They're doing the best they can. It takes time because you want it to be correct at the end of the day. And that's what I hope is when at the end of the day it comes out correct.
Wow. Call in. I want to hear from you. 219-885-9693. So he's saying that Jordan made drugs for people in high school back in the day so they could feel better. I see the emails coming through. Pisces, thank you for the email. Libby Live, I got you. Libby Live, I got you. I do see the callback. The ones that email for a callback, I will. 732, what's going on? You live.
You gonna leave me hanging tonight?
No, what's going on?
You totally left me hanging last night.
What happened? Oh, yeah.
Not last night, the
So
night
about to dive
before.
out the window.
I was telling the whole story. You come back, you were like, so what about that video? I was talking about the dogs and Alex.
Yeah.
But anyway, so it does from this guy's interview. I'm not saying he's making it up, but it sounds like it's hearsay unless he witnessed this guy giving out drugs in high school. It's hearsay because he's saying he was known to, not I saw, not I know people he gave drugs to in high school, or I saw him give drugs to my friends in high school. It sounds like it's hearsay, which wouldn't be admissible in a court of law. Right now, and I'm not saying that it didn't happen, but I can't say that it did. Until we find someone that said Jordan made me drugs in high school, or Jordan made me drugs at any point, I have trouble believing it.
I don't know. He came out and said that shit with his chest, though. I'll say that. I find it interesting.
I'm not saying that he doesn't believe it. He could have heard it from someone. Like, how many things did you hear about people in high school?
All types of shit
from other people.
All types of stuff. All types of stuff.
And were they all true?
No, absolutely not.
And
Not
I mean, not for nothing, like, statute of limitations is probably up by now. I've lied to the police in the past to cover for my friends. Like, he could be good friends with Alex and just saying, you know, what he wants for Alex to look good. And I'm not trying to imitate Alex in any way, shape, or form.
Right.
But, you know, in all reality, I've had friends that are drug dealers and that have even sold to me, and not any major drugs, just weed. But, and like I've said, and I'm going to say it again, if you're going to do drugs, get them prescribed, get them from a pharmacy, get them from a dispensary. Don't take them from anyone else. I stopped buying from my friends because even though I trust my friends, I don't know where they're getting it. And I don't trust where it's coming from before they get it. And I know that if my friend sold me something and it turned out to be laced, they would feel guilty as shit. And of course they're going to feel bad and be empathetic with the families and feel sorry and sad. But they're not going to tell the family I gave it to them or her, because I'm not a him, I'm a her. But
and you're referring to, you say that you're referring to Alex?
Yeah, Alex, because he's, everybody's defending Alex because they're all close with Alex, and they don't want to think anything bad of their friend. And the way it sounds like, or the way it sounds is, it sounds like they're all very close with Alex, and they weren't all that close with Jordan. So it's easier to point the finger at the person that they're not close with. And they very may, my tongue is tied tonight. They very may well believe what they're saying, but just because you believe what you're saying doesn't always make it true.
Right.
And I'm not trying to talk bad about the families at all. They're grieving. And
they're watching
easy,
too, by the way.
Right. And
they're watching,
right.
they're listening. They're
right.
They're listening probably right now as we're talking about this.
Right, which is why I'm trying to clarify and say I'm not trying to discredit what they're saying, because they're grieving, and it's when you're grieving, things don't always make sense, and it's easier to believe the people who are telling you things and to blame the people who aren't. And who
I gotta say, I can't argue with the people who are bringing up Alex and talking about the aspect that they're talking to you. I just can't. Not in this situation. How can you?
I think that they both need to be looked at, but they also both need.
I get that. I know, but I understand that he's talking to the families. Like, I get that. I get it. Alex is talking to the families. Awesome.
Right. I do get that.
I do get the other side of where people are saying, come on, Al, you got to look at him too. Yeah, I get that.
But at the same time, I also think you need to give both of them, you need to look at both of them, but you also need to give both of them the benefit of the doubt.
How can you tell? Somebody said he was high? Who said he was high? Island Gun? Oh, I seen a couple comments that said that asking what he's on. They're saying he's on something, but I don't.
It's hard to tell whether he's high or he's upset. His eyes are teary and
at most. I don't
know.
At most, I think he's on marijuana. At most, it's more if anything.
I mean, it's hard to tell whether he's upset or high, and I don't really care if he's. So
I hope
I'm not judging anyone in this situation, and I hope that when I stand up for either Alex or Jordan or speculate about either of them, it doesn't come across towards the families as me being unempathetic. I just think that the benefit of the doubt needs to be given, because they did lose a friend. And I think, I mean, and obviously I don't know, I can only speculate. I just think that it probably was an accident, even if Alex did or Jordan did create something. It's just, and like, that's the other thing, the whole thing. And this is what I was saying with the dogs, when you ran off to take care of the dog. The whole thing with the lawyer saying the dogs were at the dad's and then Alex saying the dogs were there. Could Alex be covering up for himself? Or were the dogs taken the next morning and Jordan wasn't really there for the whole time? That's my biggest hang up with the whole thing, is finding out where the dogs really were.
Right.
And who's telling the truth on that matter.
So
I
don't know. What's your final thoughts though right now before I move on to the next caller?
I'm still leaning towards it was accidental, whether it was something that was created by Jordan or supplied by Jordan or Alex or somebody else. For all we know, somebody could have slipped something in their drinks because according to Pacerno or Pacerno, whatever the lawyer's name is, they were at multiple houses before they found their way back to Jordan's.
Yeah.
So something could have been slipped in their drinks somewhere else, or somebody at one of those parties could have given them something.
Yeah.
There's just a lot we don't know. And does this interview raise more questions towards Jordan? Sure, it does.
100%.
But at the same time, until somebody's sworn in a court of law, we and under oath, we don't know.
Right. Exactly. And that's what
because they're not under oath. And again, no, I don't believe the lawyer, whoever just asked me that in chat and laughed. I'm just saying we've heard multiple stories from multiple people.
So what's your final thoughts though?
I'm leaning towards accidental. Oh, but I did have a question.
Okay.
Do we know why would the case be transferred to another county? I've never heard of such a thing.
Not just as lost as you on that. Just
and
as
was
lost.
it? And do we know that it was actually transferred to another county, or did they just meet with a prosecutor in another county?
Who knows? We'll see how. I don't know. We'll wait for
right,
more
I
of that
didn't know
story to
if I
develop. I'm waiting to see more of that story to develop before I.
Okay, I didn't know if I missed something because I
No.
did see the interview where they said that they were meeting with the prosecutor, but I didn't actually hear that it was actually transferred. So I didn't know if I missed something. So I just wanted to ask if I missed something. All right, I need to see how this plays out more. I'm still up in the air. You know me. I'm always.
No doubt.
I like to wait until we have answers and things play out in court and we
Right.
see evidence. And right now there's no hard evidence. So
we'll wait to see what's
I'm
up.
just kind of
I appreciate you
talking
calling
my
in,
thoughts
Nancy,
out.
bro. I appreciate you calling
All
in.
right.
I'm gonna get to the next
Talk
caller.
to you
But thank
later.
you. Love and light. Make
Lock-
sure you lock your
Lock
doors.
your doors.
Exactly. Lock your doors. Hold up 1 second. Somebody emailed for a call back again. If you are calling in constantly, I see somebody that said, man, I've been trying to get through. Since you went on. Can you call me? Yeah, I will. I'll call back. So I see one here. Let's see.
Hello.
Libby live. You are live in the building. What's going on?
Hey, how's it going?
How are you doing? I'm doing okay.
It's been a while.
It's been a while. Get that song. What's your thoughts on this? What's your pitch? What's going on?
Oh my gosh. Poor Jordan. I mean, he put himself in a very dilemma, whether he's guilty or not.
Right.
My thoughts is everything that he did and his actions made him look worse by not communicating, by portraying that he slept for 48 hours. Maybe he did in and out, but if he went to bed on the couch and woke up supposedly that day when the police showed up in his boxers.
Yeah, well, in his robe, I don't know, boxers and a wine glass.
So that means that he was in his boxers when on the couch with his friends there, his buddies there. That he felt so comfortable to do that. That just doesn't seem right.
I gotta agree. I gotta agree with you on that take. Yeah, I do agree with you.
That's
Yeah,
just,
what do you?
that's
Yeah,
weird.
No. Now you're making me think. Okay, I'm like, hold up. You're talking about so you were in your boxers when your buddies were there too. That's funny. I didn't think
Like he didn't wake up for those 48 hours, and he finally woke up when the police showed up in his boxers.
What's up, Kaylash? Yeah, I don't know. That's
Weird.
Man.
And the thing with Alex, yeah, well, he did talk to the families. He reached out to them and told, his part. The lawyer, if he's telling Jordan to be quiet, that's for legal purposes, fine. But I just thought it was weird that the first interview, the lawyer says, or the attorney says that he spoke to the prosecutor. Well, if this wasn't any crime and it was just a death investigation, why is there a prosecutor involved?
That's what I was thinking today when they met with the prosecutor. So it's a death investigation. What is it going to end up turning into, though? Is it going to turn into something more? Is it going to, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Are they going to charge somebody here, the supplier of said drug, if it does turn out to be that? But the thing is, that was interesting when I played that Fox interview earlier, right? The Fox interview with the doctor on there. He's a really good doctor. He said, what did he say? He said it was possible that they all did the same thing, and he, was
high tolerance.
Exactly. And I don't
and
know.
then the elements where he was inside versus his friends were outside.
Yes, yep. He talked about that too. He touched up on the different things, but I'm like, man. So and now finding out that they were alive at 2 a.m. That was new to me now, because I thought maybe I was like, what time after did anything go down? Well, they were just saying that 2 a.m. they were awake. So I wonder what time all of this happened. When did that start to take place? 2 a.m. is pretty deep into the night.
Yep. And then the last we heard that, David was up, I guess, after midnight because he messaged his friend. And that's what the last we probably heard from him.
That's
so anywhere from midnight to after 2?
Mm-hmm.
And then didn't they say that Jordan went to bed or walked them out, I guess shortly after Alice left?
I think an arrest will be coming. People think an arrest will be coming.
If anything, because of his actions. And, honestly, yeah, he could have been scared. He could have just wasn't thinking straight and was trying to cover up something that made him look guilty of, because it was his house,
Do you think, what's your thoughts on this? Do you think that he knew that they were dead at the house? Allegedly.
Yeah, I do. Those are big guys. Not that much snow can cover them. And especially if they're wearing the red.
Who shoveled this driveway? And that was a good question by you, Janice. She's like, who shoveled the driveway? Who shoveled? You know what I mean? That was actually a good question. I think that's a good question. Because if you shovel it, say he did shovel his driveway, right? Say he did. I'm not saying he did. I don't know if he did, but I'm saying if he did, then you would definitely see your friend's cars.
Definitely. And then also, if April came in and was automatically saw, David outside, on the patio right there, not missing him, I don't even know how tall April is, and but she was able to see him when she got into the house. I think he saw him. Shoot, he lives in a glass house. It seemed like nothing but windows around that place.
What do you think about the shit that Caleb is saying here? I think this is Caleb McGeaney, Clayton's cousin. Correct me if I'm wrong in chat, but I'm pretty sure this is Caleb McGeaney. We've seen him on the news before this clip that we've seen today. But the things that he's saying in here, he used to make drugs for people back in high school to feel good. He used to, he's the chemist. He's the man, basically he's the plug, allegedly.
I've never, that's kind of, he was that much advanced in high school to make drugs, like in his chemistry class. Let's bring his teacher up and see how, how well, I don't know.
He says some very, like I said, in this interview right here, Caleb said some very interesting things. He was like on Alex's side 100% too. No, Alex a good man. No, good man. Right away.
Either way, you're gonna have somebody gaslighting somebody. So Jordan gaslighted in the very beginning with his attorney speaking for him and couldn't even get his the story straight, making him look stupid. Pretty soon he's gonna need a lawyer. The attorney's gonna be needing an attorney. That's what they say. It's ridiculous.
So I said no proof they were
and
alive.
then
Yes, there is.
And I want to know. They said Jordan had a problem with alcoholism, and that he had a DUI or something like that. I wonder when his DUI was, because if he had a DUI within, within months, he should be on probation. He shouldn't be around that, no alcohol, no drugs, and that if the cops show up and if he was still within that period, of course his ass is going back to rehab. He has no choice, or he's going to go to jail.
Yeah.
He'd be violating his probation if that DUI was, I don't know, DUIs. I don't know how many, but I heard that he had a DUI previously. So if it was recent, he would have been on probation. Yeah. You can't be. There's zero tolerance. You can't be around that period. So of course, best bet for him is to go to rehab.
Wonder if
Rehab is it in or out rehab? Is it like, those classes that you have to take? Is it AA, or is it you go live in what
it
type of
might
rehab?
be. I mean, they're saying he's in rehab as if he's like up, like put up.
Wouldn't that be something like, if you're a scientist and you're dealing with type drugs to make a vaccination, then why would you? That would be like, it is, if you're a person that's like your job, then wouldn't you not be able to do that if you have an issue with drugs? Like, what makes you think that a person's going to trust that person to not do something for himself or whatever to get, Just, I don't know. I mean, basically,
Yeah,
I
Mocha. I'll
think
do
that.
that later when I go on my other one. I'll do that later.
What, your other channel?
When we do the second live later on the second channel, we will.
That's my favorite.
Painted Girl.
Did you get your?
Yes, I did.
Did you get?
Yes, I did.
Yes. I can't wait.
I did, and it's
Yeah.
my favorite one so far out of every edition.
You tried it out?
Yeah, it's really good. But we'll talk
Okay.
about it later on that.
Yeah.
Then this is like
Alrighty.
with this shit. I don't know. I think we're at this point where it sits right now. I think at worst negligence, but I don't think that. I really, I'm not gonna sit here and say this guy murdered them. You got to show me.
Yeah,
you got to bring that proof to the table. I'm not just gonna say that, but I do find it weird that 3 grown men are found dead in a backyard. I do find that weird. So that in itself, whatever
sitting up
police
in a
come up
chair,
with, whatever the answers they get, which they're obviously working this, right? They're waiting for the full tox to come back. But there it goes. That reminded me, talking about the tox. That doctor said earlier in that interview when I played it, he said they already seen the tox.
Yeah, they did a prelim.
He said they already seen the tox. So when
who's they?
I was like, I peeped what he said and ran it back a few times, even before I got on. I was like, man, he said they seen the tox. Well, they probably have, and they're keeping things quiet. Maybe that's why they met up with the families today. I'm just saying, so like there could be an arrest soon. Maybe the person who dealt whatever may have took their life, allegedly. Who knows? We'll see.
Well, regardless of the fact, if he had a DUI in the past and he's gotten, he shouldn't be around that stuff, period. It's a violation. So he's probably going to, definitely jail time. And if anything, I don't think he really murdered them. They're grown men. They probably took it, on their own.
Right.
Unfortunately, you're playing Russian roulette when it comes to any type of, thing that you take as in drugs.
Karen, I seen it, Karen. We actually went over those here before. We went over all of Jordan's work history. We went over the certificates. We went over all of that. I seen what you sent me though, Karen. We definitely went over that on multiple lives.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, he
so my
screwed
question
himself
to you,
by his actions.
What are your final thoughts on this for just tonight? Like with everything that you've seen tonight, what are you thinking? Did anything make you change your mind? Any statements by the family members, anything like that?
No, I feel bad, like all of us do, for the families. They will get their answers, and they might not. They're probably wishing, or not wishing, but like, it always feel good to know that, hey, this is because of this, and they don't want to think like the worst of their own, family member. But because in the beginning they're like, oh no, they're not, they don't do drugs, and they can't afford it. That's not them. But people do live, other lives when they're not around.
It's got to be
a loved
proven.
one or a
Like I
family
just
member.
typed in chat, it's got to be proven that he knew that they were there.
He did.
That's
his backyard.
prove that. You're not. I don't think you're gonna get much of a conviction of anything without.
They're gonna prove it by when he's walking around with his phone on him, and checking messages, but didn't check messages.
That's an interesting take. That's an interesting.
With the steps, like his movement, just like with the Colbert, they're gonna know with the movement.
Appreciate you, brother. Is that Smoke? Shout out to you, man. Appreciate it.
That Smoke?
I think it is.
Wow.
Yeah, you remember Smoke from back a while
Yeah,
ago.
I do. Yeah, I love his narration.
This is crazy, but Libby Live, I appreciate you. Thank you. I did see your email, so thank you. I appreciate you. And yes, we will be doing a second live later.
Great. I'll stay tuned. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Libby Live. Have a good night. Lock your doors. Shout out to Libby Live. I appreciate her calling in. If you want to call in and be part of the show, it's 219-885-9693. You said Angelina Dawn says Jordan probably checked into a rehab, upcoming or possible arrest. Why now check into a rehab? 330, you're on the show. Talk to me.
That's Jamie from Ohio.
How you doing, Jamie?
How you? I'm doing good. We get another piece to this puzzle, and as soon as you think it might be coming together, I just get more questions. Now, as far in the prosecution change, I'm not going to get excited about that yet, because they might have a small local police department, might not have those assets. And this is getting like national attention right now. So I'm not going to get excited about them moving this case somewhere else yet. But and as far as Jordan goes, I'll tell you what, if his attorney had half a wit, I would have told him also to go into rehab and get his act together, because sooner or later, Jordan's got to come out of the closet. They're going to talk to him. They're going to talk to him, and he's going to have to talk to people, and sooner or later, it's going to happen.
Right.
So he might just send him to get sobered up and cleaned up in time to get his head together.
Well, like, this is another thing I'm not understanding here, saying Warmer Lee is also alleged to have texted other friends about drug use at Willis's house during the watch party, the outlet added. That is another thing that's adding more questions for me. Who did he text? What was being talked about? What's up with that?
There was already conversations going back and forth and back and forth. They're chatting and stuff about drugs. I told you that one night. I says, well, I don't know. It just seemed like some guys were sitting around. Someone said, hey, I could make a phone call or whatever. I mean, it just could have been as simple as that. But Jordan ain't off the hook yet. But I'm not convinced that he killed him. I don't think he did it. I don't think he poisoned him. But something was introduced quick, because these guys was hanging around that house and drinking out of bottles and stuff, for a few hours, and this happened all at once.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know.
I hope the families, what they got, I know that they're excited that they met with the DA today, and that is good. I'm glad that they were able to get somewhere and who knows what answers they got today, but
Well, at least it helped with some of the stress, and their minds are probably going crazy. Everybody else's minds is going crazy. Could you imagine? That would be pretty
absolutely.
crazy.
I mean, look at this. I mean, look at the cousin's eyes. Like, look at him. He looks like he's been crying for weeks.
And now when he's talking about Jordan and Alex, when he's talking about Alex, you can see him kind of shaking his head like no.
You see
Like
this
he's
guy?
even trying to convince himself, like, Alex wouldn't do that because it's his buddy. He don't want to think that he had anything to do with maybe bringing bad drugs in or anything like that.
Mhm.
And I can see he's a good friend with Alex. So as far as that interview goes, also, I'm just like, I think he don't really want to believe anything, that Alex did anything bad. So this family, they're all messed up emotionally and stuff. So they got all kinds of stuff going through their heads.
I can only imagine. I mean, I've already talked to a few. I talked to Jonathan. I talked to Adriana. There's definitely a lot of stuff going through people's minds.
Yeah,
You
I
know,
was very glad to hear that they met with them.
I'm glad that they met with them too, and hopefully got some answers to. But
Yeah, that needed to be done, definitely. And well, now with all that aside, I got to throw just one nefarious thing in here, and then I'll let you go.
Go ahead. You're
I
good.
wonder I wonder when they did the autopsy. I wonder if they checked the body over for pinpricks.
Well, when they did it, I know they had to delay it a little bit because they had to thaw the bodies out.
All right.
That's what it said in the article, anyways. It said that they actually had to thaw the bodies out and then do the autopsy. So
Yeah, I wonder if I'd leave a mark or something, or a little post-mortem mark or something, a little pinprick. Just a little more nefariousness. I just let my mind go, that's all. For conversation's sake.
I just hope that
So you guys take care. And thank you for your show. I've been enjoying it.
Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you. Thank you for being a voice in the community. And hopefully this family gets every answer that they deserve,
Yes.
which is the truth about what happened. The truth
Absolutely.
doesn't have to be created. It doesn't, just the truth. They need the truth of what happened for some closure to move on.
Yeah, but just don't. It just might come out that they say that they just had alcohol and this and that in their body, and they must have just passed out there and froze. I don't know. When all that comes out, it'll be interesting.
It definitely will be. It'll be interesting. Well, thank you for calling in, man. Make sure you
All
lock
right,
your doors before you go to bed tonight. And thank you
Okay,
for being a
take
voice
care,
in the community.
Bye-bye.
God bless you. Shout out to her. Good phone call. Again, this guy, like I said, man, I don't know, with this interview just hit me a little. It hits me a little different, just with the things like he's saying. What are your thoughts on what he said? Cousin, a guinea pig. Jordan supplied drugs for people in high school to make them feel better, allegedly. 512, what's going on? You're live.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. You are live on the show. What is going on?
Hey, this is Nikki from Austin, Texas.
How you doing, Nikki? Austin, Texas in the building. What's your thoughts on this case? What I mean, did you see this interview with Caleb?
Yeah, I've been watching everything.
What's your thoughts on this? What's your, theory and thoughts and the way that you're looking at it?
Okay, well, I want to give some of my background to kind of let you know how I feel, because everybody has different experiences, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm in my mid-50s when in the 80s and 90s, I was a party girl with my best friend. We were super cute. Everybody wanted to hang out with us, trying to give us everything that they possibly could to intoxicate us and get with us. And we were down, okay? I'm not going to lie. Like, a lot of people don't, fess up to their past or whatever, but, it is what it is. It's the life that I live. And we would go to sketchy-ass places. There was no cell phones. We would show up at apartment buildings and pull up to where we knew the known drug dealers were and get stuff. Or we got asked out to go to parties. Everybody was getting messed the heck up. And we were underage. We were 14, 15, 16, 17.
Right.
You know, and people were giving us all types of stuff. It was just a party, a party, a party. And to be totally honest, there's a lot of times you don't wake up remembering anything. Right? And I'm very lucky to still be alive. Oh, dude.
Glimpses, maybe. I mean, I've only had like 2 blackout moments in my whole entire life. Other than that, I remember a lot of things.
I was doing stuff that I had no business doing. People were giving us all types of stuff, and we didn't even think twice about it. We just wanted to get high. You know?
Yeah. No doubt.
And
been there, done that.
And so my thing is, I don't think Jordan remembers shit. I think that Jordan was wasted. If they're walking in with 2 30-packs of beer, and that was, if the game started at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and this carried on until midnight, and then they have text message about drugs and stuff, you know, because they're looking at everybody's, they're scrubbing phones right now. The police are. Even though they're not telling anybody anything. And back in my time, there was no cell phones. They would stake out like apartment complexes in like Killeen, Texas, where you could just pull up and turn your lights off and people would come to your windows. And sometimes you got good stuff and sometimes you didn't. You know, I don't think it's much different now, except there's a easier to trace. You know, they can look at your phone and your history, even if you erase it. And I think there's stuff on those phones. And I think that Alex kind of lived a similar lifestyle that I did. And listen, that was me for 30 years. I didn't get like right until I was like 30 years old.
Damn.
That was the culture that I lived in. And
Right.
listen, I am a blonde-haired German girl from a military base. I had people all around me that were just, they didn't care what age we were. People were trying to take advantage of us. And to be totally honest, I didn't think about this many, many years ago. I was taking advantage of them because I want to go out and party. Excuse my language. I think that Jordan liked to have his friends around, and I think Jordan does have like maybe an alcohol problem. But I had other girlfriends that hung out with us, okay? And we were a little cute, like really cute little clique. I mean, like guys wanted to hang out with us and would give us whatever we wanted to have a chance with us. Do you get what I'm saying? And their guy friends would be partying along with everybody else, you know, and you know, there's a saying like the Fight Club, the first thing you say, you don't talk about it, right? Well, that's how it is with the drug culture is too. You don't snitch, you know?
Right.
And I've seen a lot of people go down. I've seen a lot of people get.
They say you don't snitch, but it does most of the time.
Yeah, when the heat is on you.
Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. Most people fold. They're gonna fold and tell on you. So that whole no snitch shit is out the window. You know, you got some that are thorough, but
no, it goes out the window when it's on you. When you are the person that's gonna fall, and you were not the person that was doing all the bad shit. You know?
Prison or death. Prison or death. Guaranteed. That's all that road leads to.
And this is kind of funny too. When I was 18, still in all of that mess, right?
Welcome, Elizabeth. Yes.
I took a job as a prison guard, Texas Department of Criminal Justice. And I was still wasted and going to work every day there. And I understood what the prisoners were going through. At the same time, I was like trying to cover it all up. Like, I don't know what's going on. I didn't bring him stuff or nothing like that, but I was not right in my head. I think that Jordan had more money than everybody else. I think he's an alcoholic. I think the other guys like to party. I have 5 brothers, all major football fanatics, had all the friends in the world, and we would travel around to each other's houses and do all types of crazy stuff, including, and I don't want to name all the drugs that were going on or whatever. But you can imagine, right?
Right.
Like we didn't have X in the 80s and 90s. We had
Oh my God!
yeah. Oh my God! You know, we had and stuff like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we did all that same things, and you would.
So to sum it up, because the timer just went off, what is your final thoughts with this case? Accident or foul play?
I think it's a little bit of both. I think that Alex probably was supplying it. That Jordan was the person that like had the place where they could go and be safe doing it.
Mhm.
And Jordan lost consciousness. All the messed up stories. He can't keep a story straight. I've been so wasted. I don't remember stuff for the next day. And I try to piece stuff together or listen to little facts that other people say and be like, oh yeah, I think that happens. But I think what's going to happen is they're getting all that cell phone information together. You know, we didn't have Ring cameras. We didn't have any of that stuff back in the day. You know, they have that now, and it's more sophisticated. And the story is, I think the cops are being really quiet because they are looking at all of the information, where they were when it started, and what happened before it ended. And so everybody's out here speculating all this stuff, you know, playing detective or whatever, and we really don't know anything except for we know that they were on drugs. Whether it was the first time or done a whole bunch of times, and I don't think they did because they were baseball coaches and all that stuff, you know. And they were around a whole bunch of straight people, and people pick up when you're wasted.
Right.
Straight people.
Yeah, no doubt. This is a wild story, and I appreciate you calling in. Thank you, ma'am. I'm gonna move on to the next caller. God bless you. Make sure you lock your doors, and thank you for being a voice in the community. We appreciate you.
I appreciate you too. I hope you understand where I'm coming from.
No, for sure. Definitely understand where you're coming from. Definitely
Yeah,
understand.
I don't think that people that have never been through that lifestyle will never understand what it's like in the
No, I
cover
know
life.
exactly. I lived around it, so I mean, my mom. I don't even talk to my mom because of that still to this day. So, I mean, I know a few things.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you, and I think that you're really awesome. And I just think a lot of people are naive to what is going on with people that have addiction problems. And
Some people are that haven't been through it. You got to be through it. You got to go through it to really understand it sometimes. And sometimes people that haven't even went through it understand it. So you got some people that don't, and that's that. But again, I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for being a voice in the community. And I hope you have a beautiful night. Make sure you lock your doors too. Shout out to her. Good phone call. I appreciate her calling in. Somebody said they wanted me to play this again. All right, I got you. Let's play it. Play this real quick. Watch.
A Missouri man whose three friends
you need to see this because he did make some good points in this video.
Were found dead in his backyard after the Kansas City Chargers game is reportedly depressed over constant speculation that he was somehow involved. A close source telling Fox Nation, not only is the whole country accusing him of murdering his friends without factual details, evidence, or any charges at this time, but he also lost 3 close friends. So what happened? Here with reaction forensic pathologist and Fox News contributor, Dr. Michael Bodden. Doctor,
Hi.
good morning.
Good morning, Steve.
It's so puzzling because Mr. Willis, of the 4 people who were in the house that night, there was a 5th, but he left at midnight. Of the 4 people, he's the one guy whose house it was and the one guy who didn't die.
Yeah, but it sounds like from what's been released so far that he slept for a long period of time. It may be that all 4 of them took something that made them pass out. He passed out indoors and slept it off. They passed out in the cold weather and snow, and within an hour, the body temperature would go down from 98 degrees to 80 degrees, and the heart rhythm goes awry, and the person dies of a cardiac arrest because of the cold, thermia. And the toxicology will be very helpful because the toxicology will tell us the level of what was present and the level. This may be just a recreational level and they didn't die of a drug overdose.
It's so
What? Say what, Regina?
puzzling because it would be one thing if it was one person, but the simultaneous deaths of 3 people?
You're absolutely right. The most common simultaneous deaths are caused by carbon monoxide, but that's indoors always.
Right.
Outdoors, you don't die of carbon monoxide. And that's why I think that they took something that drug users commonly.
You're saying they all took
all
something.
4 may have taken the same unknown. They may not have known what was in the material they were taking. And they got confused, they passed out. One passes out indoors and sleeps it off. The others are outdoors and die of the cold. And I'm sure the police already know. They were at the scene. They got information from the scene, what was used and not. I'm sure this Willis person is talking and cooperating with what he knows. The police are looking for whoever supplied the drug, and when they find out, they'll release the information. They know the cause of death. They know what the toxicology is by now.
So the cops, the KC cops, are playing it close to the vest so as not to tip off whoever might have supplied.
That would be my impression, yes, because the medical examiner stuff is finished.
Yeah. What, and we are purely speculating because we don't have any inside information. I don't know if you do, but what sort of drugs could they have taken to do this?
Well, there are many different, about 20 different kinds of fentanyl analogs, and some of them do cause rapid fainting, really passing out, fainting.
Knocks you out.
At a recreational level, and that's part, and they sleep it off.
Rewind.
Do people buy it for that purpose?
No, but they know that if they take, that most drug abusers, these are not chronic users, but most people who abuse drugs know that if they pass out, usually, almost always, they'll sleep it off and come through it.
I'm glad I've never passed out. I've never passed out. But I also never did like.
You don't die every time you have you pass out.
Yeah.
But then they wake up, and that's part of what they're going.
But I have seen a guy. I've seen a guy pass out when I was working construction. When I was young, I'd go to work and do construction with my uncle and his boy Dave. Right, we would go to work, and I seen somebody pass out after smoking a joint, like literally just pass out. It was crazy.
Going through,
right?
Especially with the narcotic drugs.
Sure. And real quickly, I'd read some reports, friends, family members of the people who died. They go, this guy didn't use drugs, but if they are drinking, first of all,
my God! Alcohol and drugs, and there are no natural diseases that would cause 3 healthy persons to die simultaneously. So there's no natural disease, no criminal stabbing, shooting, or anything. I think it is alcohol and drugs probably that cause them to pass out and they die from the cold.
Nobody knows more about this stuff than you do. Dr. Biden, thank you very much.
Well, sad situation.
It's terrible.
Dr. Biden.
We need answers. Maybe we will get more this week.
Dr. Biden. All right, Dr. Biden. Dr. Biden, huh? I didn't know all that. Now let me pull this back up too. Again, this one too. If you just came in, you missed a good one on this one. Like this right here was a good interview. Again, I don't know if this is coming from an angry place, but I'm about to open the lines back up, and I definitely want to hear from you guys.
A lot of times I'm hearing that David Clayton and Ricky.
I don't know. I have to play this back again. I just keep listening to what he's saying. I'm trying to see if it's coming from an angry place or is he just saying, I'm gonna put this out. People need to know this. People need to hear this. People, they just gotta know. Was it one of those things, or was this, I'm angry and I want answers? And from chat on this specific interview, be honest. I want your guys' honest opinions. For one being he's speaking from an angry place, and 2 being that he's not speaking from an angry place and he wants the public to know more information? Which one? So again, 1 for speaking from an angry place, and 2, he wants the public to know more information. I said 1, 1.5, 1, 2, 2, 2. 1, 1. Oh, I see it's all over. 3 conflicted. All right, 3 could be conflicted. That's not a bad idea. 2, 1, 2, 1, 1. So a lot of you guys think he's speaking from an angry place, but some of you don't. 2, 2, 2. Hazelnut 1, 2, 2, 2, 2. I'm just curious because I'm listening to what he's saying, and he's talking. You gotta, for you to make a statement as broad as the statement is, yeah, in high school he used to concoct drugs, or I'm sorry, he used to make drugs for people to feel good. That's a broad statement to me. Jordan Willis is what, 38? So we're going all the way back to high school. You got now subtract those years off. I think he maybe he's even 39. I don't know Jordan Willis's age. I thought he was 38 or maybe 39, right? So if you take it back from even 38, 39, take it all the way back to high school. That's a long time ago. It's a long time ago to be talking about, that you have to know something. Either you heard that from somewhere, or 2, you know about it, allegedly. The choices are confusing. I know they are very confusing, but 2, 2, 2. Again, 1, is he saying these things from an angry place? 1. 2, he just wants people to know information. Let me go ahead and just chop it down and make it more to where you get what I'm saying. Again, 1 is coming from an angry place, or 2, he just wants the public to know the information or some information. That's what I'm saying. I see a lot of 2s though. 2s, 3, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Many stages of grieving could be anger, sadness, and anything else, TT says. Skate Mom says 3 things. Hold up. Where they moved, when did the dogs leave, and when seen text messages. 3, 4, deflecting like a sheep, but I didn't hear it. All right, so you're about to hear it now. If you're just coming in, I was talking about this interview. Is he speaking from an angry place? 1, or does he really just want the public, us, to know information that we possibly don't know? Again, here it is. Here's the interview if you missed it.
A lot of times I'm hearing that David Clayton and Ricky were like brothers. Jordan was kind of off on the side.
Mm-hmm.
True?
Jordan's a chemist, bro.
Jordan's what?
Jordan's a chemist. They all knew him as that. It was easy for them to go have fun, but he fucked up. He made a mistake. Jordan was the chemist. He's a scientist, right? He does what he needs to do. Now, to use my cousin, my best friend, as a guinea pig? No.
What about Alex Lee? What do you know about him?
I know him.
Yeah? Any idea that he might have brought drugs? No?
Jordan had him. Jordan was one.
So you don't think any more attention should be paid on Alex Lee?
Alex Lee is a good man. He's a good man. Alex Lee is a solid. He was one of their best friends forever. Jordan is somebody that is known from high school as like creating drugs for people to make them feel better in certain situations. Okay, well, you want to do this? Okay, I'm gonna make this for you. I'm gonna make this for you. I'm gonna make this for you.
See, that's what I'm saying. Guinea pigs. My cousin is guinea pigs. This right here.
That is known.
Let me take it back.
He's a good man.
So what he asked about Alex, he goes, he's a good man.
Alex Lee is a good man. He's a good man. Alex Lee is a solid. He was one of their best friends forever. Jordan is somebody that is known from high school as like creating drugs for people to make them feel better in certain situations. Okay.
See, in high school, you created drugs for people to feel better. Did he say in certain situations?
Creating drugs for people to make them feel better in certain situations.
So creating drugs to make people feel better in certain situations.
Forever. Jordan is somebody that is known from high school as like creating drugs for people to make them feel better in certain situations. Okay, well, you want to do this? Okay, I'm gonna make this for you. I'm gonna make this for you. I'm gonna make this for you, and handing them out.
Hmm.
The police are doing
What are
their
you talking
job.
about?
If it takes time, it takes time. I will never tell them they're not doing what they should be doing. They're doing the best they can. It takes time.
He said they're doing the best they can. It takes time. It sounds like he's got confidence in this. You said, I am just hearing this interview and I believe the guy. Tina says he seems to be in the know about things. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm getting from him. I really am not getting the angry place feeling here from him. But I do see frustration. I do see sadness in him. You could definitely tell he's been crying. I mean, look at it. His eyes are puffy. He's definitely been going through it, right? But it is interesting, the comments about Jordan in the high school. I mean, I'm open the lines back up. 219-885-9693. What are your thoughts about this interview?
Because you want it to be correct at the end of the day. And that's what I hope, is when at the end of the day it comes out correct.
Yeah, we definitely. I mean, he said it right, too. He also said he wanted it correct. Right? 256, you're in the mix. Talk to us.
Hey, T-REV, this is TJ.
How you doing, CJ? You said CJ or TJ?
PJ.
PJ. Okay, I got you. PJ, what's going on? You're live.
Yeah, I was just thinking about why Jordan went to rehab. And I think it's just a red herring. He can go there and collaborate where he can say, well, I was sleeping for several days and trying to get off the drugs and just crap like that, just so he can, if he does go to court, he will have professional witnesses saying, well, he did this in rehab and blah, blah, blah. And I think it's just a red herring. He's going to try and get out of there.
So with the rehab part of it, you're thinking that it is using that for some type of excuse?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm wondering, I don't know much about drugs. I'm going to be the first one to tell you, but I've kind of wondered if he gave them some kind of paralytic to make them like be paralyzed.
So this is the thing. I see what people are saying. Some people are, Jordan made them, Alex sold them, allegedly, in my opinion. I see those comments. I see you, Stacy, in chat. If that is the case, though, no family members on the other side could save that from if that is the fact. But then again, that wouldn't go back on out. You can't just jump Alex for that if that is the case, what you were just saying, Stacy, in chat. But I don't know. I don't know if Jordan is the guy, because I mean, from hearing this interview that we just listened to, again, we listened to this multiple times trying to break it down to things of guinea pig, my cousin, the guinea, like, what does he know? What does he know? He's saying that my cousin being a guinea pig, and the whole high school, he used to make drugs for people to feel better. It's just those type of things.
He said in certain situations to make them feel better.
Right. I found that interesting.
Did he make some to make them either throw up or not feel good or give them the runs? Or, I mean, what does he mean by that?
Exactly.
In certain situations to feel good.
Exactly. And that's where I'm at with it. Like, what did he mean by certain situations on the high school part? Did he go to high school with them? It's obvious that he knows something we don't about Jordan, allegedly. And out.
Well, isn't he saying the same things that the girlfriend was saying, or one of the baby's mama or the girlfriend or somebody was saying he poisoned them? Isn't he basically saying, I mean, poison and drugs is the same thing?
That's what family members are saying from multiple different sides, not just Clayton's family. I don't think it was from Clayton's family, was it? Did Caleb say that the first time? I don't know.
I can't remember, but I remember someone said it.
I think it was Jennifer. Maybe it was David's mom, I think, said that. Or no. I'm sorry. Ricky Johnson's dad, I believe, said that.
Okay. I was thinking it was a woman for some reason.
chat knows. I'm pretty sure I've seen so many different interviews that I'm trying to think, but I know I heard them say they had to be poison. They had to be something. You know, I remember seeing that.
Yeah. It's just crazy. But no, with him going to rehab, I think this is just going to be his way of getting out of whatever he did.
Who wants money, Natalie? Somebody said Natalie said he wants money. Who for doing an interview?
Huh.
So I mean, with everything that you know so far, what's your final thoughts with what you know tonight, what you've seen tonight? Did it change your mind any at all? Do you think that this is foul play? Do you think that it's an accident? What are your thoughts here?
I'm kind of on the fence between foul play and accident. Because I've kind of wondered, you got 4 men together, 5, or however many there really was.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if he might have got into it with one of them, or they had some differences, and maybe he meant to just do this to one, but all of them took it.
Maybe both.
Maybe he was just, I don't know, messing with them.
Mm.
But I think I think he supplied it. Wholeheartedly, I believe he supplied all of it and made it.
Thank you, Don. Yeah, that's so you think that he supplied it and made it. The chemist. That's what that's what that's what the words that came out of the cousin's mouth, not mine. He said it, ladies and gentlemen. He said the chemist. He said those things, not me.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
And also one more thing. Them saying that it was 2 a.m. the last time they had any contact with anybody, he had their phones and their wallets in his house. Who's to say he didn't? He was the one that was contacting them.
Ricky Johnson's jacket was it? Oh, whoa. Who says he wasn't the one contacting who?
Whoever the text was to at 2 a.m. to confirm that, it was that late.
Oh my God!
He could have sent that text.
We'll see how this carries on. I mean, it seems like every day there's another little piece of information that comes out that we haven't seen. It's been a sequence in the last week. Damn near every single day there's an interview, a new piece that comes out. There's 230 or 224 packs being walked into the house. Now they're saying that Alex, was texting other people about drug use in the house. Allegedly, this was on a post, by the way. I'm not just making this shit up. I literally showed it here earlier. It says it right here. Alex Warmer. It says Warmer Lee is also alleged to have texted other friends about drug use at Willis's house during the watch party. The outlet added, it says experts have indicated that alcohol or drugs like fentanyl or a related analog could have caused the men to pass out in the snow and succumb to the 30-degree weather, Fox noted. Also, it says while the police have said the case is not being investigated as foul play, some of the deceased men's loved ones alleged that Jordan Willis played some role in their unfortunate deaths. Now, Harrington's mother and I both are convinced that Jordan Willis played a part in this somehow. David Harrington's father, John, said last week, there were 4 of you in the house, and now 3 of them are dead, and you're not. That doesn't add up, the grieving father continued. I'm thinking that the 3 of them, learned something or saw something that they shouldn't have seen, and he decided, well, I need to get rid of you now. Friends or not, he added. Other relatives have gone so far as to imply the incident could have been linked to Willis's work as an HIV scientist with the International AIDS Vaccine Initiative, Neutralizing Antibody Center, Sheaf Lab. Interesting. All interesting stuff. We'll see what it shapes up to be. Again, thank you for calling in. Thank you for being a voice in the community. And God bless you, man. Make sure you lock your doors too.
Thank you, T-REV. Have a good one.
You too. Thank you. Good phone call from her. again, what is this too? Again, talking about Alex, Warmer Lee is also alleged to have texted other friends about drug use at Willis's house during the watch. Like, where is this from? Who is telling them this information? How are they putting that? You get what I'm saying? Where is that coming from? We want to know about that. 641, what's going on? You're live.
Hi, T-REV. Hey, this is Iowa calling.
Shout out to Iowa. We got Iowa in the building. How you doing?
Good. Last week when I talked to you, you said that you thought there was negligence and you thought that the bodies had been dragged outside. And you keep saying negligence. Have you changed your mind? Do you still think the bodies were dragged out?
At the worst, I think negligence. At the worst.
What do you mean by negligence?
Exactly what I said. What you just repeated is exactly what my thoughts were.
Okay. So you do think that the bodies were still dragged outside?
At worst.
Okay.
At worst. Now that's at worst. Like, that's why I say that now, because after gathering the information from law enforcement that we were only able to gather through news stations, emailing them, right? And going through that information, I was able to put together that, okay, Jordan not only cooperated that night, he let him search the house. He went downtown with them. They questioned him. They also said his story checked out. So that's why I say at the worst negligence. Because if they're saying his story checked out, that means they found nothing to indicate that there was foul play. Right?
Okay. Right. Great.
That's where I'm at.
I just wanted to get that cleared up because since last week I have changed my mind a little bit too.
It just it changes, right? It goes and goes.
And sometimes I flip-flop back and forth. But what I'm wondering is these two guys are the only two survivors.
Right.
As far as we know. There may have been more people there.
That's a good point.
These two lawyered up right away. Okay, so everybody's pointing the finger at Jordan because he's the chemist. Well, what? I know Alex said he talked to Johnson's mom, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so what did he tell her? We don't know, but I'd like to know what he told her. Did he tell her, yes, there were drugs involved? Because she's not coming right out and saying, yes, there were. She's saying there's a probability.
Right.
So the fact that he's being honest and said, yes, there were drugs involved, and then she believes him and stuff. So my question is, did he bring drugs? And they're waiting for the toxicology report to come back to see if it was his drugs or Jordan's drugs.
Up on this. That's kind of why I've been saying what the new report that I've read today is that Warmer Lee is alleged to have texted other friends about drug use at Willis's house during that watch party. But where is that coming from?
I don't know where that's coming from, but it's possible he brought drugs, and then if Jordan had drugs or made a drug, maybe they're waiting for the tox to come back to find out which drug it was that actually killed them, and then they're probably going to charge whoever for that.
Man,
possibility.
I just want to know more.
Doesn't mean there was just one drug there. Could have been more than one.
That's
could have been supplied by two different people.
That's new to me. What I just read. You know what I mean? I read that earlier. That's new to me today. Reading that Alex texted other people about drug use. I've never seen that until today on that New York Post.
So see, that also makes me go back and wonder if he's texting other people about drug use. What did he tell Ricky Johnson's mom?
Right.
I mean, did he tell her no, there weren't drugs? Did he tell her yes, there were drugs? Whatever it was, she believed what he said. But yes, she still comes out and says there's a probability of drugs.
Yep.
Is that because she's thinking that maybe they froze or something else happened or she's in denial or what? I don't know. I mean, I certainly hope they all found out the answers they were looking for today. I would really like to know what was discussed in that meeting today, though.
With the DA? Yeah, that's a good question. I
mean, what exactly did they tell him? I mean, we just got a very vague, thing. Hey, we got some answers. That was it. That's very vague, not, hey, they're doing this, or we don't really know what was said to them. I mean, we got to continue to back them by all means, but I still would like to know what was discussed.
Yeah. What
And
was
that's about all I
discussed
got to
today?
say.
What was discussed today? That's a great question, and
Yeah.
hopefully they did
I
get.
mean, you know, we've backed you up until this point. We've made a lot of noise for you and everything. Yeah, if it was me, I'd probably shut down, and maybe they're told not to say anything. I don't know. But you know, I as a backer would really like to know, what did you find out today?
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. But I missed you last night. Are your dogs okay?
Yeah, he's good. He's good. Yes.
Wonderful.
Yesterday, yesterday I did 3 lives. I don't think I went to bed late. I did a 3rd live in the day,
Yeah.
and I wasn't there
Yeah.
last night. But I
Well,
appreciate
I left you
calling
when
in.
you went. I left you when you went to take care of your dog. So thank you for taking my call. Stay cool.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you for being a voice in the community. Thank you for calling in and sharing your thoughts and opinions with us. We appreciate you. God bless you, man. Lock your doors.
Yes.
Good phone call. 219-885-9693. Phone lines are open. Let's hear from you. Make sure you hit the like button for the algorithm. 937. Sent from heaven. What's going on? Talk to me. Make sure you hit the like button. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
You're live. What's going on?
Hey, I just want to say, you know, everybody keeps talking about the dogs and Alex and Will's differences there.
Right.
Now they come out, they say they were still up at 2:00. Alex left at midnight, right?
They say, I don't know. I read another post today that said 11 p.m. So now I'm out back with what time Alex
So
left.
if he left between 11 and 12, there's 2 hours there.
Exactly.
Dogs could have been there when he left.
Mm-hmm.
And they could Jordan could have taken the dogs over to his dad's, and maybe Alex left then. Maybe they were doing some weed or something earlier, but you know, maybe they were getting ready to turn the notch up and do some harder stuff, and he decided it was time to bail.
It's very. You think so? Like, damn, they got this. All right, it's not time to roll out now.
I don't know. I mean, he had those drug offenses early on in his life, but you know, some people do turn their lives around, and maybe he didn't want to be around that shit. Maybe he'd seen it before, you know, if it went all the way back to high school.
That's interesting.
You know, it was just a thought. And then as far as Jordan going into rehab, if his story is true and he didn't know they were out there, and he did the same stuff as them, maybe it was a wake-up call to him that, you know, hey, me, I better get my shit together. And he went into rehab. That would be on the positive side. On the negative side is like everything else. He's just trying to bail out and get away from things for a little while as much as possible.
That's possible too.
So I don't know. And this guy on here, I think he's upset, but he's trying to tell a story, trying to inform, but at the same time, I think he's trying to hold back a little bit of trying to keep his emotions in check. Huh?
You think so? You think he's holding back a little bit?
I think he's holding back his emotions.
Oh, man, you could see like for me, I could see he's been, man, you could just look at his eyes. You could tell he's been crying.
Right. And you can see that there's certain questions and things that he just kind of waits a second, and some things are upsetting him more than others, you know? And it's like he's kind of biting his tongue. I mean, it does look like he's got some snuff or something in there, but yeah, he's just holding back a little bit. anyways, I just wanted to throw that out there about Alex. And, you know, my families are supporting Alex for whatever reason. And
yeah, I see. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. There must be like a friendly relationship there, though. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
Is Alex like a regular friend that goes over there? You know what I mean? It sounds like he's a close friend to the families for me.
Right. And he went to the families right away, where Jordan just isolated himself completely from everything having to do with the families.
And that's why.
And the other thing, as far as Alex texting that there was drug use going on, did I already say that? That the drug use was going on at the watch party. Like I said, maybe it was just something minor to begin with, and so, and you'd think if they said that, you'd think he would have related that to the family if he was as close as he is. So I don't know. Hard to say. Somehow I think Jordan's definitely involved in it. Whether he saw him or not, can't say. There's arguments both ways. It doesn't sound reasonable. The wallet thing is the crazy part of the whole thing. And if the cops, because I think one of the mothers said that the Jordan gave, the cops didn't take that stuff. It sounded like, I thought she said that Jordan gave it to another friend that got it back to her. That might have been Ricky's mom, her stepmom, when they were talking the other day.
It's possible. It's definitely possible.
Yeah, and as far as the sheriff's department taking over, that's what it sounds like from the Kansas City Police Department.
Yes,
I think sometimes that's like a dual jurisdictional type thing where Kansas City is in Platte County, so maybe one of them doesn't have the resources the others do. I don't know. Maybe it's just that because of all the coverage, the Platte County prosecutor's office just took an interest in it where Kansas City wasn't. So maybe it got handed off. Maybe they took that over. But I'm glad to see that something's coming of it, and that the family's got some information today, and we'll just have to wait and see about the toxicology for the rest of it. Anyways, appreciate your time, appreciate your coverage.
Appreciate you, brother. Man, I hope these families get the answers they deserve. I hope they get them. Like I said, the answer doesn't always have to be evil.
No.
Some people,
no.
I get it. Some people sometimes wanted to. I feel like sometimes certain people, not when I'm looking around and watching different videos, I'll go through and read comments like on the different news station ones that I read when I'm not online, and I see that people just sometimes just want things to be evil, and it's like we gotta wait for some transparent facts to come out. I get the families are speaking out, and I'm listening to them. I'm listening to everybody. I'm trying to listen to every side fairly, leave every avenue open. But like I said, I've developed my own opinion. My own opinion has been negligence at the worst, but I really do think that this was a bad get together, and what I mean by bad get together, bad batch of stuff. They were looking, their team played that day. It was just, maybe it was a regular old day and it just happened to run into something that was laced with something that just,
I agree.
Made this tragedy transpire. And I don't know, man. I listened to what's his name? He's on Nancy Grace's show all the time, and he broke it down well. He said about the agent, a drug in their system breaking down at time, and I thought that was a good breakdown also. But
Joseph Scott Morgan.
Yeah, thank you. It was Joseph Scott Morgan that said that. He was talking. You remember him talking about the whole agent breaking down, etc.
Right.
Yeah, that was a good point.
I watched that.
Man,
Watch
I
that video.
appreciate you calling in, brother. Thank you for calling in. Thank you for being a voice in the community, man. And I look forward to hearing from you again.
Okay, you take care.
God bless you, brother.
Bye-bye.
No, yours too, while you're at it. But hold up, there is another video that we didn't see. Now that I'm remembering, it's this one right here. We didn't see this one. Let's check it out real quick.
Falling over dead.
The Kansas City Chiefs are headed
It has Joseph Scott Morgan in it. That's why I want to check it out real quick.
back to the Super Bowl, but 3 major fans won't be around to see the big game. Did they freeze to death, or was it something more sinister?
Yeah, this case out of Kansas City is arguably one of the more baffling cases that I've come across this year so far, even in 2023 by that standard.
Forensic death investigator Joseph Scott Morgan says there's still many unanswered questions in this case.
That anything occur within that home that may have led to this. Did they ingest something? Did they smoke something? Was something injected? And absent
Exactly.
that, then there's going to be a long road to go down.
To predict where the case is headed, we have to head back to the start when a group of Kansas City fans got together to watch the last game of the regular season, the Chiefs matchup against the Chargers on January 7th. The group included 38-year-old Ricky Johnson, 37-year-old David Harrington, and 36-year-old Clayton McGeeney, who had all attended high school together. The night of the game, Jordan Willis hosted a watch party that the trio attended. Willis was renting a home on the north side of Kansas City. A 5th friend was also at the home that night, Alex Weimer Lee. He also went to high school with the group. According to Weimer Lee's attorney, he left the house at about midnight when the other men were watching Jeopardy. It wasn't until 2 days.
Again, I'm not done taking phone calls for the people who are in here and still calling. I do see some people calling. After this video, I'll hit them back on. I just wanted to check it out. I see Joseph Scott Morgan's in this too.
Later on January 9th, when the bodies of Johnson, Harrington, and McGeeney were found outside.
It's super bizarre because what you don't think about is 3 apparently healthy guys. I don't know anything about their medical history, but seemingly, they're in their 30s, robust males, and all of a sudden, all 3 of them drop dead, roughly in the same, approximating one another. I mean, not separated by yards or miles, but by feet, in an enclosed backyard.
It was McGeeney's fiance who raised the alarm after she hadn't heard from him.
Yep, plug equal drug hookup. Yeah, people can be friends with the people who deal. That's not out the realm. I mean, we know all about that, or at least people who are from areas, or if you dealt with drugs before, been around people, then you know that there's people who are cool with people who sell, and you go hang out with them, and they're your friends.
In several days, she found his body in the backyard of the home after noticing his phone pinged in the location. The bodies of Johnson and Harrington were also recovered. The whole incident left behind just one sole survivor, Jordan Willis, whose attorney says he was asleep for the 2 days after the game on January 7th until the bodies were recovered on January 9th.
Come on now.
He says he fell asleep and was asleep for 2 days, didn't notice these dead bodies outside because he was asleep. What do you make of that? What would cause him to be asleep for 48 hours?
The answer to that question, I think, is potentially the same agent that worked upon the individuals in the backyard. How in the world does someone lose 48 hours of their life? I don't know that he was, because when you're doing a death investigation and you begin to try to understand the dynamics of the environment in which an individual is in when they're found, you have to consider everything. So was there some kind of an agent that he could have ingested?
Kathy Brooks, hold up, before I play that, he's talking about the agent being ingested. We'll go back on that. You said, how many times has the family friend been the murderer and sucking up to the families, and then some stay as far away as they can? I gotta say, this statement is true in some cases. Now, I'm not saying that's what's going on here, but I do have to say this does go on, and it does happen in other cases. Now, I'm not saying that what Kathy said here applies to this case, but I've definitely got my mind open to something like that, allegedly.
Along with them that would put him into the same state. However, his one saving grace, and this is, I'm just hypothesizing here, but if we look at this from this perspective, his one saving grace is that he was sheltered. He was in an environment that is going to maintain that core body temperature.
So far, investigators in Kansas City have said that this is not a murder investigation. They're saying that Jordan Willis is not a suspect in this. He's been cooperative. No charges have been filed against him. There's no suspicion of foul play. Is that accurate? I mean, did they jump to conclusions? Should they be taking a closer look at everything that potentially there is foul play?
There's a checklist that we go through as death investigators. And what I teach my students at both the university where I teach and police academy is that every death is a homicide until proven otherwise. So I wonder from their perspective, because I'm not there, I wonder if it met that standard. And so they've checked homicide off of their list, and now they're kind of going down the list till they're going to land at a location that seems reasonable.
What sort of factors would go into them proving that it wasn't a homicide already this early on?
Well, I think probably the most glaring thing, first off.
Yeah, Regina, you've been saying that for days too. I will say that you've been saying that for days.
Where you're going to start is absence of trauma, presence or absence of trauma. So is there an indication that any of these individuals may have been beaten, subdued, or sustained any kind of injury? We haven't heard anything like that as to this point.
So why would Johnson, Harrington, and McGeaney act so out of character? The big question mark for me, though, is that these three men went outside and they didn't come back inside. If they were chilly, if they were feeling cold, if they were having any of these symptoms, they could have just walked inside. So is that a mystery part of
What's on? Are we missing something? Is there anything else we need to see? What's going on?
the story?
Yeah, so it provides us clues in this particular case where there are certain things that we're going to look for. Remember how we had talked about that people just don't spontaneously fall over dead. So there has to be, I think at least, some agent involved here, something that is going on internally, probably at a chemical level, to get an individual, to get three individuals, grown men at this stage in their life to suddenly collapse and not be able, and this is important, not be able to look out for their own personal welfare.
Morgan says if foul play was ruled out, investigators likely moved on to new theories pretty quickly.
You know, right now, if they're saying that this is not a homicide or homicides, we need to make that plural. Then for me, the next logical step is probably going to be an accidental event.
I don't see nothing.
And that can involve any number of things, you know, any kind of toxic substance that they may have been exposed to. Now, whether or not.
Hold on, you said the last interview is very chilling. It's changed a lot of possibilities. Before cut and dried, Alex was the plug, left the house, and then people died. Let's think about this here for a second. So, how many people in chat? You said it's live now, but I don't see it. You must be talking about on TV, right? You had to be, right, on TV. But anyways, when I'm talking about Alex, is there people in chat that think Alex is playing some part in this and talking to the families? It's because I see some people that are indicating towards Alex being, you know, like a role here, right? That's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing people say that they think Alex played a role in this case. And I totally think that, says Pen Needle. Libby Live says yes. Janet says most definitely. Kristen says 1,000%. Fun Size says I did it first, but not 100% sure. Pepper says yes. Patricia says Alex is innocent. Lori says yes. Cindy says yes. Mrs. Think Twice says no way. He probably contacted, you see, probably what Susie Q said, he probably contacted a cocktail of sorts. K2. Interesting. Y'all leave Alex alone. I bet he has terrible survivor's guilt. That's an interesting take. Country Diva says no. Ma says nah. Linda says yes. Connie says yes. Danielle says interrogated biological and behavioral assessment reports. I appreciate you, Nina. Thank you. Tori said they said that the families left the DA meeting satisfied. I don't think they would if they found out Alex was playing them. That's a good point too. That's a very good point. That's a very good point. Christine says I think Alex is the drug hookup. What's going on, Rosie? Welcome to the stream. Hazelnut says I need more facts. Yeah, we definitely need more. But I am seeing a lot of people that is like, hey, hold up, you're overlooking something here. Alex is closer with the families and he's in their ears. It's sus. That's what I'm hearing from a lot of y'all. I'm seeing it in emails. I'm seeing it in the chat. Personally, I don't know, so I can't say that. I don't know what he's telling the family, so I can't really go based off of anything. I haven't seen what he said to the families, so I can't even make an opinion on that. But he is talking to the families, though. That would be that's a difference to me. If Jordan was talking to the families, this might not even be going on right now. Does anybody agree with that?
Whether or not there was some kind of malicious intent with their exposure to this, if it does in fact exist, and that's another road that the police will have to go down. But the starting point is obviously going to be the tox exam.
The next step is determining what kind of drug could cause potentially 4 grown men to be completely knocked out.
As an investigator, you begin to think, well, what could facilitate this? Well, it's going to have to be something that would be quick acting. It would have to be something that is so physiologically overwhelming so that it knocks a grown man to their knees. As a matter of fact,
like straight out of
they might not even be capable of rendering aid, not just to themselves, but to one another. Because obviously there was one person that went down probably first. Was there a lack of awareness on everybody else's part that this was occurring, and then suddenly it occurred? Suddenly it happened to them.
That's another thing that I want to know about. And he's making great points about how it could have hit him. Did it hit it? You know what I mean? Did it hit him all at the same time? Come on, right? Is it possible that they all just took the same thing at one time? And it is possible. It's possible that it was a pill, but that doesn't mean that they all swallowed it at the same time. That's the thing that I'm thinking about here is when did this drug hit so hard? You know, when did they take it? And how long from the time they took it did everything go down, transpire?
And what would that be? Well, I have to think of something that is going to drive down your neurological responses to the point where you're almost in a comatose state at that point in time. Well, what could facilitate that? At the top of my list are going to be opioids or perhaps some kind of synthetic opioid. And I think that that's probably what is involved in the toxicology right now.
So far, we're still waiting on toxicology and autopsy reports. While we don't know an official cause of death yet, a lot of people speculating that they may have frozen to death. So if we're talking about that physiologically, what happens to your body as you're freezing to death?
Well, what's going to happen, and of course, this is all environmentally dependent. It's heavily dependent also on the clothing. You know, were you layered up? You know, we always hear that. You know, when they talk about dealing with the cold, you need to layer and that sort of thing. If these individuals were out there in this environment and they didn't have the appropriate clothing on, first off, that's going to speed this process up. So physiologically, what occurs is that the more of a reduction of your core body temperature, particularly in this rapid rate that this probably occurred in, due to the ambient environmental temperature. And remember, the temperature from the last moment they were known to be alive, the temperature is progressively going downward. It is going to send you into a cardiac event. And the way this happens is that
Appreciate for the share, Horton 13. I'll definitely check that out.
the core body temperature begins to drop. Your body cannot accommodate that, either your heart or your brain. And so you'll have you'll have an event that will slow your heartbeat down, because keep in mind, our heart is, and our brain at a primal level is struggling to stay alive. You know, it wants oxygen. It has to be, you know, the tissues have to be well oxygenated. That occurs through blood flow. And then as the heart begins to slow as a result of this external temperature that's decreasing, as well as core body temperature, it's going to send them into a fatal event. And that's what probably happened in this case.
Family members of Johnson, Harrington, and McGeaney have been out.
So he said, yeah, he broke that down really good. Shout out to like Joseph Scott Morgan, man. He gives some good input on things to expect, and even goes a further length to even educate the listeners. I appreciate that about Joseph Scott Morgan.
Spoken, saying the men were not drug users and would not have willingly stayed outside long enough to freeze to death. Instead, they're pointing the finger at Willis.
Welcome. As to Mr. Willis, here's one of the problems we're going to encounter if we're trying to correlate the happenings in the backyard with this 48-hour gap for him. If he had the same agent on board, and remember, the police came to the door 48 hours later, one report said that he was dressed in boxers and he was holding an empty wine glass, I think, at that point in time. Did they take him in for an exam? Because we're going to be absent that piece of data. We don't know if they did a blood draw on him. We don't know if he was physically assessed by a medical professional. I think that could help, but I don't know if that necessarily occurred. Even if EMTs came out to the scene and you know, examined him, it doesn't sound like that happened, though, because they began to question him.
You said, what if they were injected with something? There is no trauma to bodies, but all. You said, but needle mark. Hold up, but a needle mark only the ME could see. Where'd you hear? Hold up, only the ME could see.
At that point in time.
Where'd that come from?
So it'd be good to have his data if that could be correlated.
That.
Morgan says the rental house and scene of the men's
Welcome,
deaths
Stoney.
could hold key information into the investigation.
One thing from me, from a forensic standpoint, that is going to be absolutely positively critical in this case is that any containers, drinking vessels, anything that they found adjacent to those remains in the backyard, those should have been collected and those should have been analyzed. And also anything contained within the home. We haven't heard if a search warrant was issued for this home and the police thoroughly went through it with a fine-tooth comb, looking for answers essentially as to what could have brought this about. Because this is not just you can't look at from a medical legal standpoint. You can't look at this from simply a crime standpoint. This is when you start to talk about 3 individuals that are deceased and a fourth that has lost 2 days. This is like a public health event at that point in time. You want to know if there's anything that's there in that location that's creating a problem.
This potential mystery drug could mean danger for the public.
If this is some kind of street drug and it is this powerful that it would kill these 3 individuals along with hypothermia, we have to put that caveat in there. I think that it would be in the best interest of law enforcement investigators to find the source of the substance, because Lord only knows how many other people might be at risk out there. Because if it'll take out 3 people and potentially have another one lose consciousness for 48 hours or more, this is something that's out there that's rather dangerous. So they need to track down whatever this is, if there is this mysterious substance out there. And
that's the thing. People are saying that they didn't collect evidence, and allegedly they didn't. That'd be wild if they. That'd definitely be wild. That'd definitely be wild, Blue Angel. I agree with you.
Deal with that subject and that substance as expeditiously as possible, because other lives could be at risk.
And there's still the question of how the men potentially access this drug.
You have to ask yourself this question: did anything occur within that home that may have led to this? Did they ingest something? Did they smoke something? Was something injected? And absent that, then there's going to be a long road to go down. They have to find something from a toxicological standpoint to explain this. And look, people can be, and this is the way it. Let's just take a stab at this and say that All right, people are saying this is a homicide.
I got
Well,
you.
how do you get this substance into somebody's body, whatever it is, this mysterious substance, in order to bring about their death? Well, you would have to have access to either their drinks, you would have to inject them with something, uh, you would have to offer them something to smoke that might contain this agent. Was there an opportunity to do that, and who was involved in it? So I think that's the big ask right there.
While investigators are working behind the scenes, Morgan says it makes sense they haven't yet spoken out publicly.
As a matter of fact, medical examiners been kind of mute at this point in time, as well they should be. I don't blame them. They need to be quiet during this period of time because the police are working this
And
investigation.
also, as you guys are coming in, hold up one second. I want to read this new article to you guys. Hold up. I'm gonna pull it up. Hold up. Let's get it pulled up. Let's get it pulled up. Here it is right here. It's a newer article. It says more than 3 weeks after 3 bodies were found outside a northern home in Kansas City, the families of those men met with the Platte County prosecutor. Now it says, or Platte County prosecutor. It said it all comes the same day that, according to a family member, the man who lived in the home checked into a rehab to face his addiction head on. Now it says the families of all 3 men dead were represented in Wednesday's meeting. Now it says they're mourning David Harrington, Clayton McGeeney, and Ricky Johnson. The 3 men went to their friend Jordan Willis's home to watch the Kansas City Chiefs' final regular season game on January 7th. They were found dead 2 days later. The most important thing to these families is that now they feel as though this is being taken seriously, not only by police, but also by prosecutors, according to the attorney for Johnson's family. They said the first step to closure will only be achieved once there are answers available. Now, it goes, I want to see what action is being taken, and that's most important. What action is being taken, said Caleb McGeeney, the cousin of Clayton McGeeney. Now, that takes us back to this interview right here. This is Caleb McGeeney. Again, he said this, I want to see action. I want to see that action is being taken, and that's the most important. What action is being taken, said Caleb McGeeney, the cousin of Clayton McGeeney. It is brutal and cruel to wait for answers. These 3 families are caught in the middle of grieving and desperately trying to understand what could have happened at the Kansas City home. You want it to be correct at the end of the day, and that's what I hope. That when the end of the day comes out, it comes out correct, Caleb McGeeney said. Platte County prosecuting attorney Eric Zond, I think that's how you say his name, said at this time, they're still waiting for Kansas City police to conclude their portion of this investigation. While these families met with Zond, Fox 4 has learned Willis finds himself in rehab. According to Fox News, once Willis moved out of the home, he checked into a rehab, sources say. It says, except in a rehab, according to Fox. Okay, so once Willis moved out the home, he checked into a rehab to address his problem with addiction. Now, since Fox 4 also learned that 3 men were alive in the wee hours of the morning, or Monday morning, maybe as early as 1:30 a.m., it wasn't until Tuesday night that McGeeney's fiance went looking for him and then broke into the home and found a body. But as the nation remains puzzled by this bizarre mystery, it's clear that what those closest to Johnson, McGeeney, and Harrington only want is justice and accountability. Now, it also says, I'm hopeful that these families, we get some closure on this. Okay, I get that. Okay. I'm hopeful that these families, we get some closure on this, and having some answers is what they need to have some closure, said Ross Nigro, attorney for the Johnson family. Fox 4 has reached out to Willis's attorney. We are waiting to hear back. Right now, Kansas City police are still waiting for the result of the toxicology report, which could still be more than a month out. So I'm guessing that's what they were possibly told too, that it's still within a month out. That's crazy. So we had that.
From their angle.
finish this up, and
The ME is
I'm
working
about
it
to open
from
the lines back
their
up in a
angle.
second.
And so when you begin to kind of go down this checklist, after you've passed all of those little
Quickly
points
rehab
along
equal
continuum for homicide investigation, then you begin to think about, well, what could define this as an accident? What would it be that would have spontaneously caused these?
Okay. Yeah, what caused them to fall like that? What caused them to die in the manner that they died in, right? All right, this was a new video.
A view not just from those windows, but from your own eyes at that entire backyard. Tell me about it.
Yeah, I think it's really important for it to actually see this view because it gives a little bit more perspective of what that backyard looked like on that night that these three men's bodies were found. I was able to get this from the public access road, public land, able to see into that backyard and shoot this video. And when you take a look at it closely, there's one thing in particular I want to point out, and that's actually the lawn chairs, right? We know from David Harrington's family that Harrington was found right there in that lawn chair, the other two men's bodies actually laying down on the ground. But look, you can see when I zoom in on this video, the two lawn chairs sitting right there on the patio, right? So that gives us some perspective of how David Harrington's body was found, where it was specifically on that patio.
Wait, hold on.
Now, to your
Hold
point that
on,
you've been
Alex.
making all those windows.
Wait.
Go ahead,
Before you
go
move
ahead.
on, don't, because this is insane. I'm going to ask our director to blow that picture up full screen and take us off the screen because I was thinking about this. That's the kitchen window up high. Those chairs, one of them is kind of below the kitchen window and out of the view of that door, right? That white door. So if he was dead in that chair, you could definitely say you didn't see him out the kitchen window. You didn't see him out that white door. You didn't see him out the two windows to the left. You should have seen him out of the sliders, right? Except there's a curtain rod over the sliders. And it is entirely possible that the curtains were pulled on those sliders. And you would not see him from the windows on the right, to the right of the sliders. So it is possible if only one window, the big sliding glass doors had curtains pulled, you might not miss. Were you able to see in that sliders if there were curtains there or if there were big blinds that might have been pulled? Could you get a view of that?
I couldn't say for certain to you, Ashley. What I can tell you is that almost all of these windows have some level of blinds on them. As for specifically that slider glass door, to my eyes right now, it does not appear as if there is anything blocking the way. Of course, time has passed. The police have been inside there, not to mention we believe the homeowner's been inside since Jordan moved out. So things might have been rearranged or changed or, blinds drawn or blinds open. But based on what I can tell, there was nothing right there directly blocking it. I think about these lawn chairs, right? When you think of lawn chairs, a lot of times I think about ones that really lay flat. That's not the case from what I can tell. These look like they belong with like a larger table. You could sit and have supper there. You know what I mean? So a large man sitting in a tall chair feels like it would be something that would be very noticeable to the eye. Now, whether or not, like you said, those blinds were closed or the windows were drawn, we don't know. But I think that was really important just to point out that those are the chairs that we believe David Harrington died in.
And, I'm looking at both of them, the position of both of them. If he died in the one on the left, easily you could miss that through all of those windows.
You said, where's my chair pick? Hold up. I got tons of them. I'm going to have to go through. I have so many different ones. Like, I honestly don't even, that's a screenshot from one of them. Let's see what that is. Oh, right here. Here's the pick that we got. See what's missing? This is the original though. We gotta go back to the original. Let's go back to the original, right? And this shows that it was on Inside Edition. Look, again, Inside Edition uploaded this. It says 3 Kansas City Chief fans found dead in friend's backyard. Now they were out there. And this is what is shown, right? Let's see. So where your chair pick? Here's the chair pick right here. And this is it, 100%. And it has that chair there that they're looking at on News Nation right now. The video that we're watching right now has boom and boom, right? But it doesn't have this chair, and that chair.
Goes on.
Look, right here in this picture, you can see perfectly. Those chairs were gone, but they were definitely there first. And that's what I was talking about earlier when I said, hold up. When I said,
hold up, wait a minute, something ain't right.
That's why I said these chairs, there was 2 chairs here. Was this really the chair he was found in? Because we got to remember, April found one of them, right? If she came to this back door, was he right here in this chair or was he sitting right here? I don't know. That's something that she would know though. But again, this, if you know, I mean, you can go look this video up for yourself. It's on Inside Edition. That's the name of it. Screenshot it, go find it, go look at it. That's from then. So
you know, the back of the house, not the addition. I'm not going to call it, I'll call it an addition, the jutting out sliding glass door part of the house. I think it's a breakfast nook or something. Easily he could be missed there. If he was over in the chair that's right, again, can I blow that picture up big for the whole screen? Just to ask our director to take the 2 of us off, because I just want to get a closer look. Yeah, thank you. So if he's now sitting in the chair that's butted up against the sliders and the windows have curtains on them, because I did see a curtain rod. I did see a curtain.
I'm just saying, what's different about that picture to this picture? Boom, boom. You have 1, 2, and I think this might be one of those chairs that you could, I can't tell if that's a chair or something, you know, like a fold chair, right? Kind of looks like one of those chairs you could fold up. That's why I'm saying there might be 5 there, because this right here in the back, but I can't tell what it is. So we'll just say 4 chairs.
Curtain rod when I went through the pictures inside that house. You could miss him there too. I mean, out the kitchen window, you could, it's a little harder to miss him there, right? Because it's not right underneath the window. It's just slightly out. But I'm not getting, like, I'm getting a 1D perspective. Did you get a 3D perspective on that?
Yeah, it might be worth another glance to go back there and see. But I see your point, and I see how it might be possible to miss out on somebody that might be sitting there. But to me, this is a large backyard. It's a large patio. It's hard to see in this 2D
It is
format,
large.
to your point. But really, just the thought of 3 people out there, 2 laying on the ground, 1 sitting upright, and
Because he said he probably took some of the stuff when he moved. They mentioned it had a lot of action through it had a lot of action through the house, so everything could be different today than it was the days of the incident. Right. That's true too.
chair. It's just really hard for me to believe that it's not, if anybody glanced out there from any of the 6 other windows, right? From upstairs, from downstairs, the kitchen, or the sliding glass in the breakfast nook, as you call it, right? There's so many opportunities for anyone.
True.
If it snowed over the weekend, aren't you gonna look outside and see how much snow came down?
Maybe, but
You know, there's just so many opportunities.
You know what? That's the other thing.
Law
Maybe there was a
enforcement
light
there.
dusting of snow and it was less visible. Or maybe, here's another question for you. Those windows that face out the back, what are they looking at past the yard? Are there neighbors that they're looking right at? Because if I'm getting dressed in those windows upstairs, those windows are closed. I've got blinds on them, and very often, Alex, in my house, I keep the blinds closed even in the day in my bedroom, you know, because potentially people could see it.
Hold up. You said wait. Yes, or T-REV, they 2 different picks. One pick has 2 sliding doors. Like, hold up. One pick has like 2 sliding doors. Other pick has only like 1? No. I don't see no sliding door in this pick. I'm just talking about the chairs. You could definitely see that this chair and that chair are the same chair that are right here. Just the other 2 have been taken out of there. Maybe the police taken them for evidence. You never know. If he was found in one of those chairs, maybe they took that chair. You know what I'm saying? Maybe they took that chair that he was found in.
Do you know what those windows look directly across to? Are there other neighbors?
No. So basically, where I'm shooting this video from, you see
Or
in the
they threw it away.
foreground those tall
Who knows?
grass. You know, that's right where the road is, and that's where I'm standing on the road. So it is public land, but there's not much of a vantage point from that. You got to kind of get up on your toes in order to see into that backyard. But the point is that
We do have a new video too. We need to check it out. Right at and this video's over. A new video just dropped. We're about to watch it.
is not much visibility. When you look out from those upper floor windows out, you see the larger road to and from the interstate that leads to downtown Kansas City.
Thank you for watching.
Okay, we got a new video that just dropped. We're about to watch it right now. 1 second. New video just came out, so we're checking that too. Here it is. Boom.
The prosecutors met with the families of the 3 victims
Here we
today.
go.
And we're going to talk to Ricky Johnson's family about that meeting in just a moment. But first, News Nation's national correspondent Alex Capriello has been way out front on this story. He's live now in Kansas City. So do you have any confirmations on this story that that Jordan Willis has checked into rehab?
Yeah, it was one source of mine that I've met here in Kansas City who knows Jordan from early high school days was the first person to actually tell me that yesterday. And I've been working very hard to speak to other sources, trying to get that individually confirmed. And I'll tell you this, all of the people that I've been speaking to, a lot of high school classmates and also who knew Jordan from college, this is all they're talking about. This is
Yeah, I played that interview probably about 20 times already. Nah, maybe about 5.
something that's new to them. But actually independently confirming it, I have not been able to, but it is something that was shared with me early on yesterday.
I'm just getting news coming in, breaking as we're speaking, Alex. So bear with me for 1 second. Our local Nexstar station in that area is confirming that a source close to the family indeed says that he's checked into rehab. So now it's not just multiple media sources, your source, but also the Nexstar. I think we've got enough sources now to fairly confirm that he's in rehab. You did get a chance also to speak to the cousin of one of the victims, of Clayton McGeeney's cousin. I think his name is Caleb.
Oh, yeah.
What did Caleb know, and what did he share with you?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Caleb is very, very distraught, as any family member might be, because this was just an unexpected death to happen to him. He says Clayton was like his brother. He was cousins with him, but they were like brothers. They were like this. And so to have something like this happen to him and his family is just devastating. He was actually showing up at the Platte County prosecutor's office, where the other parents of these 3 victims were told to go today for a meeting with the prosecutor, but he wasn't allowed into that room because it was specifically for parents only. Even still, he's really hurting about this because he feels like he knows what happened, something that the rest of the country is surmising what happened, which is drug use, abuse, and overdosing. And he says he knows a lot about Jordan Willis, the fact that he goes back all the way to high school. He knows the drug habits that happened within this circle of friends, and that he often says that Jordan was a supplier for that. Of course, this is an allegation from Caleb. This is not something that's been independently confirmed from law enforcement, but he says he has a theory about what happened, and he thinks that Jordan is responsible. Take a listen.
A lot of times I'm hearing that David, Clayton, and Ricky were like brothers. Jordan was kind of off on the side. True?
Jordan's a chemist, bro.
Jordan's what?
Jordan's a chemist. They all knew him as that. It was easy for them to go have fun, but he made a mistake. Jordan was the chemist. He's a scientist, right? He does what he needs to do.
Oh my God!
Now, to use my cousin, my best friend, as a guinea pig?
Oh my God!
No.
What about Alex Lee? What do you know about him?
I know him.
Yeah? Any idea that he might have brought drugs?
Hell
no. No?
Jordan had him. Jordan was one.
So you don't think any more attention
Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
should be paid on Alex Lee?
Alex Lee is a good man. He's a good man. Alex Lee is a solid. He was one of their best friends forever. Jordan is somebody that is known from high school as like creating drugs for people to make them feel better in certain situations. Okay, well, you want to do this? Okay, I'm gonna make this for you. I'm gonna make this for you. I'm gonna make this for you, and handing them out. At this point, the country knows.
I'm gonna make this for you. I'm gonna make this for you. I'm gonna make this for you. Handing it out? What? Hold up.
They're best friends forever. Jordan is somebody that is known from high school as like creating drugs for people to make them feel better in certain situations. Okay, well, you want to do this? Okay, I'm gonna make this for you. I'm gonna make this for you. I'm gonna make this for you, and handing them out. At this point, the country knows what's going to happen, right? What the toxicology reports are what they're gonna reveal. We all know that. Okay. Who is the one that gave it to them, and who is the one that needs to be held responsible? Where did it come from? The police are doing their job. If it takes time, it takes time. I will never tell them they're not doing what they should be doing. They're doing the best they can. It takes time because you want it to be correct at the end of the day. And that's what I hope is when at the end of the day it comes out correct.
And when you think about it, there's a difference between Jordan and the three men. Those guys had relationships, they had
Right.
children, but I keep hearing that Jordan was a single guy who had a house, who had access to drugs, and so it would make sense that those men might go there and use drugs recreationally. Of course, we don't know that for sure until a toxicology report comes out, but all of my sources are saying just about the same thing, that this is very normal activity when surrounded by Jordan.
One other thing I want to ask you about, our next to our station.
Rob said this is Joey's cellmate. Who? You talking about Caleb McGeeney's cousin? Or Caleb McGeeney, I'm sorry, Clayton McGeeney's cousin, which is Caleb, who was just talking. That's his actual cousin.
And the local station there, they found out that at least one person in that house was up until 2 a.m. So Sunday into Monday morning, up late into 2 a.m. Monday morning, at least once, which is fascinating given all of these, the timeline of events. But Alex Weimer Lee, I think he calls himself Alex Lee, says he left at midnight, everything was fine. You were able to talk with Alex Lee. Did he shed any more light on that or anything else? The fact that apparently someone.
Hold on. She said you were able to talk with Alex Lee. Is that who he looked over at during the interview? Just curious, because I seen when he said it, when he asked about Alex Lee, he looked off to his right. Just curious.
One or all of them were up until 2 a.m. or anything else?
I have not been able to talk to Alex Lee. I've been trying to talk to Alex Lee. That's been my #1 mission while here, because I know that he was one of the very last people, if not the last person, to see these 4 men, Jordan and those 3 that are now deceased. And so obviously his testimony, his story is going to be critical to this. But I did try to stop by his house that we found through background checks, knocking on his door. You could tell it's most likely his house. Kansas City Chiefs flags hanging everywhere. And the addresses matches up to our typical backgrounding system. But I cannot find the guy. Really hard to find him. We do know that he also has a lawyer. I'm told from my sources that it seems like he is willing to talk soon because he knows that there is a lot of bad mouthing that's happening about him. Because as you heard me mention to Caleb, is there any possibility that Alex Lee brought the drugs? They know that that could be a possibility, a theory out there. And so I wanted to get to the bottom of it. I'm trying to find Alex Lee, but from Caleb's perspective, he does not believe that Alex Lee is responsible for this. He believes that Jordan is the one that's actually making these drugs and providing them to his friends.
Thank you for watching.
Wow. So after seeing this, I definitely want to hear from you guys. I'm about to open the lines back up right now. 219-885-9693. Is Jordan the supplier, as cousin is saying here? What are your thoughts on that? Do you think what the cousin is saying is true about Jordan being the supplier and giving him to the friends? I mean, I gotta hear you. I gotta hear your take on that. I'm not convinced just with the way that things have transpired. It's just weird. 732, what's going on? You're live.
Hi, it's Beautiful Messy Ball again.
What's going on?
I had a thought since I last talked to you. I'm going to try to keep it short this time.
Well, you only got 6 minutes. I'll bang on you this time.
I know.
You know what? I'm picking it up. I gotta, we gotta be fair. We gotta be fair.
I know. All right, then stop wasting my time.
You're good. You're good.
Right.
No, I didn't start your time. I'm gonna start it right now. You're good.
All right. The one thing that's irking me about Alex right now is in one of the interviews, I heard one of the dads, I don't remember which one, say that the reason it took them so long to go to Jordan's house and check on them and find the bodies was because they didn't know where Jordan lived. Now, if they were all in contact with Alex and Alex was such good friends with everybody in the family and these guys and the girlfriends and all that, why didn't Alex just tell them where Jordan lived? Jordan was there. I mean, Alex was there. He was the last person to see them, allegedly, besides Jordan. So, and to know their last location altogether, why didn't he just tell them where Jordan's house was if they were looking and trying to track down Jordan's house?
Yeah, you do have a good point. I'll give you that.
That's what's really it just hit me like in between our last call, and I'm like, that's really sus. And I also just wanted to tell you, Tracy said something in the chat that she would really like to talk to Joseph Scott Morgan. I sent you an email with his Twitter information because he's on Twitter and he tends to be very I follow him, he follows me, and he does tend to be responsive. So I think she should try to reach out to him on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
So if you could get that information to her, I'd appreciate it. And I'm going to end it now before my time is up. So I'm not hogging the time.
All right, bet.
All right, that's all I had to say.
All right, definitely. I'll
Lock
definitely.
your doors,
You
don't
sent the
take anything
email?
that's not prescribed. What?
You said you sent the email.
Yeah, I sent an email. Did it not go through?
No, I don't see it, but definitely I'll just make sure I get it. I'm looking
All right,
at
I'll
the
try
email
to send
now.
it
I don't
again.
see it, but I'm gonna be looking. If I don't,
All right.
for some reason I'm not getting it now. I don't. It's not in spam either. I
Yeah,
just checked spam, so it's not
it's
there.
not in my sent mail, but I know I sent it. For some reason, my emails have trouble going through to you.
Wow.
I mean, I know every now and then they go through, and sometimes they don't. I'll try sending it again. But here, let me give you his Twitter real quick.
Okay.
And hold on. It's at Joe J-O
Pretty sure.
dot SCOTT forensic.
You said a JOE.
No, there's no E. It's Joe Scott, JOSCOTT forensic.
All right, I got you. Got it.
All right.
I got it.
You know what I'll do? I'll send it to you on Twitter. That way I know you get it because you always get my tweet.
Yep, I always get stuff on there. Oh, I see it though. I appreciate you, beautiful messy ball.
All right. Lock your doors. Don't take anything that's not prescribed and from the pharmacy or from the dispensary.
Absolutely. God bless
All right,
you.
bye.
Have a good night. I'll talk to you soon. Beautiful messy ball. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. 305. You're live. Talk to us.
Hey, Steven. Hold on. Let me find my remote.
Yeah, you good.
Hey. So, hi.
How you doing?
Francis, I'm in Miami Beach,
Mm-hmm.
known as Gravity. So I was thinking that this announcement of him going into rehab is very interesting, the timing.
Yeah.
Because I don't think the final toxicology report is out, or if it's out, it hasn't been announced to the public yet.
Mm-hmm.
But when it gets announced to the public, if he's in rehab, he doesn't really, he can't, he's kind of untouchable if he's in rehab. Like, you can't really get to him if he's in rehab.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you remember Murda, when he faked his murder, was trying to fake like a murder, he went into rehab. That's often like a tactic that people do.
Mm-hmm.
I just think that's interesting that now he's in rehab. And I was thinking like, it's always like the smart kids, the gifted kids are usually like druggies in my experience. And I do remember having friends that would make drugs, like that was their thing. Like they would make like DMT, like they could just look it up online, and they were like, "That's what
Get what you need to make it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, all the time. Like even making edibles, that's
Right.
you're expecting. You're making drugs, and then I had friends that would just take it to another level. Like I never trusted them and stuff like that, but they would take it to another level. And I think Jordan is like, he's a scientist, so he doesn't really probably fit in, but that was probably like his thing. Like he, that's what he can do. He can mess around. So I don't necessarily think he's a supplier. I just think like maybe that was what he was like, what he could do and what he was known for doing, like, cooking up some fun stuff because he's a chemist, and then that's his social like way to socialize, what he's known for. He likes to party, he's super smart, like there's brilliance and madness kind of thing.
That's crazy.
So I definitely think he made whatever they took.
Now, and him saying this, I don't. Caleb said, I know you had seen the interview and heard it, but he said that he made drugs for people in high school to feel good. I'm like, what? That took me for a little left turn. I'm like, what?
Yeah, that's probably his social currency. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like that's what he can do. That's cool. Like for people,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and he's a chemist. That's what he does. So he'd probably be like I'm telling you, I've known people like that they want to do like they want to perfect that, and they're just like, oh, I can cook you this or I can do this. Like they're very like proud of it. So it's not far fetched, but I don't think he needed to sell drugs for what purpose? Like why would he do that? He probably makes a lot of money as a scientist, and unless he's got some crazy, double personality thing there, I don't think so. I think it's just
Well, I don't know what the working at home. Scientists working at home. That's kind of wild. I'm curious to how you're coming up with different things at home, or where do you work at in your home with that type of shit, right?
Right.
Like when you be in an environment that is for that.
No, because it would probably be like a remote and in person thing. Like he works remote, but there's places that he goes into to do specific things. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I imagine that you know what I mean. Like there's different procedures. I mean, he's working with like kind of important, crazy things.
That's crazy. I'm seeing these reports on this guy too that today beheaded his dad and posted it on YouTube. That's
Oh yeah, but did you listen to that guy's rant? I almost freaking stabbed my ears.
nah.
He's just crazy.
I don't even
Like the severe mental illness.
There's a lot of crazy shit going on right now.
His dad worked for the FBI though. Did you know that?
That's correct. Just even what happened, all that's wild.
Yeah.
I don't know. I was just reading on it, but this story right here with the cousin saying what he said though, like he defended Alex and said the certain things about Jordan, and it was just okay.
Yeah.
So it's I see everything is being aimed that way. I'm not saying that the families are in the wrong for it, but I just want to know the main reason why are we, you know what I mean? I get it. There's more behind the scenes to this. Is if was he a main guy? Was he a plug? Was he a pusher? Was he somebody that got a lot of drugs and was selling them allegedly? Is there something that we're not knowing that everybody is like, yeah, Jordan, right? That's what I want to know more of. I want to know the backstory to why we would think Jordan would poison or do anything like that. Why? You get what I'm saying? Is it because he's a scientist that's automatically being assumed about him? Or those are the things that concern me.
Well, yeah,
because where's the behavior at? I see some people that said that. I've seen people come out and say, oh, well, I dated him or one girl come out and say I dated him and we broke up because he was a drunk and it was weird. But it's always the stories that come out afterwards. What were these stories before that? So, there's a lot of questions that I have for both sides, really. Why?
Because I don't think that's something that people like jump onto, want to talk about like right away. Like they kind of like feel it out and then they start talking. I think the neighbor definitely shopped around before he released his video. Like he probably got paid for that video because he's the only one that had footage.
Yeah.
But I think this is just like a thing where people just start like, going back to like remembering some high school guy because some crazy things just happened and it trickles in. I don't know. I don't think people run to say stuff like that.
This case is just more it gets more interesting by the day. I'll tell you that much. With the details that come out and the things that are said by family members, and it's just something they're not just. I feel like they're not just saying that for no reason. There's stuff
No
that we
way, man.
have to not know about, like maybe some dealing.
And
Who
he's
knows?
so smart. I
Allegedly.
mean, he messed up, but he's so smart that he waited that crap out as long as possible. He waited it out till the cops showed up. Like he was only gonna come out to the cops and you know, do what he had to do and call up his attorney real quick. Like, you know, that's the part of it that is kind of devious, that you're like, man, this guy had a lot of time, you know?
Right. Well, with everything that you know tonight or seen tonight, did your mind change at all from the accident, foul play? What are your thoughts on that as far before I move on to the next caller? Like, are you
Honestly, whoever that did that interview and said that he makes the drugs, kind of like triggered me to think that definitely he's in trouble, that he did some homemade thing, and that it's definitely him trying to cover himself. Like he cared more about himself and his dogs than he did his friends, you know? Because he definitely cares about those dogs. He didn't want those dogs there with cops, you know, accidentally maybe like shooting them or the dog like being there when something unexpected happened. Like he definitely cared more about himself and his dogs than he cared about those people.
Well, we'll see how it shapes up. I guaranteed tomorrow afternoon there'll be tons of new stuff. It just seems like it's been every day. A little bit of, you know, information comes out. We hear about Alex, the friend who possibly, it says in articles that I've been reading today that Alex was contacting people about drugs while he was at the house. I don't know if they got this from
Right,
Alex or who they got
like,
that from, but where the hell did it come from? We want to know about it.
Where is it? So maybe Alex, we know that he's a dumb drug person because he gets caught. But that could be weed. Like they were looking for weed from him. Like maybe Alex is a plug. But what he's saying is that Jordan's like, Alex doesn't need to bring drugs, and Alex doesn't get the drugs because Jordan has the drugs there. You know, but Alex could be a plug for sure. But that
I don't know about him as being a plug, and that's not what I'm even saying.
He could be a weed plug. I feel like Alex is a weed plug.
You never know. But what I'm speculating on is just where did this come from? Where did Alex hit people up for drugs? Where did who put that in this article?
I don't know.
There's
a lot of muddying the water. Definitely, like people talk a lot about Paterno being bad, but there's a lot of muddying the waters and like this confusion back and forth and information. So it kind of like clouds, like you don't know. It really makes it more intriguing because you don't know which way it's going.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it shapes up. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for being a voice in the community. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Shout out to her. She was about to say something. I didn't mean to cut her off. 219-885-9693. Man, this shit is crazy to me. The families know more about something. That's what I'm indicating here. 870. Is this Regina? What's going on?
You know it's me, brother. Okay, I just got something I would like to point out to people.
I just remembered about calling you back. You seen your email too. And I seen the email about that other case that said another person mentioned in the chat earlier. I don't remember their name, but
yeah, where all four of them took the drug. The one girl survived, and all the rest of the other three overdosed.
Yes, that one. Yep.
Yeah, the Kate Quigley story.
Yep, that's the story.
Yeah, so this crap, it happens. It happens. And let me tell you something. I think that the family went in there to the prosecuting attorney's office today and found out exactly that their family members overdosed on drugs from the preliminary reports. I think that the prosecuting attorney told the family today that it was, in fact, that drugs were found in their systems. I think that's why this cousin and I'm sorry, T-REV, but there's something so wrong here if you really think about it with with this whole situation with the back and forth between Jordan and Alex. And I'm sorry, but I just, if we're going by the fact that, okay, what if Jordan did concoct some crap and sell it in high school? How long ago was Jordan in high school? Because from what I understand, he was in high school a hell of a lot longer ago than Alex was, in fact, eating bags of freaking ecstasy to try to cover up a drug crime for his friend. So I don't understand how it is so far-fetched for everyone to think that it is possibly Alex and not Jordan. Whenever, if you want to go by history, well, Alex has a more recent history than Jordan does. And not only that, but
is it more
T-REV.
because Jersey Junebug said Jordan had a 2024 allegedly, possibly, or something like that. That's what I seen.
Seen what?
I thought Jersey said that she said something about Jordan's 2024 chart. I forget. Jersey's in chat though. I thought I seen her say that earlier.
Everything I found on Jordan was public intox and alcohol related. Now, if there is one from 2024, then I haven't, I haven't seen that yet. But everything I've seen from Jordan, and here's something else.
I thought I seen her say that. I could have misinterpreted what she wrote, but
T-REV. One more thing. If I'm looking at it as from this standpoint, I'm a Christian, right? I see 4 people, 3 of which are supposed to be my best friends in life, my comrades, my confiding alls, doing some shit that is dangerous and going to kill them possibly, because I know this shit is dangerous, especially if I'm texting other people right after I leave that they're doing it. What kind of friend am I to abandon my friends just because I see them doing something dangerous? I mean, hell, ain't you at least going to stick around and make sure they don't die from it? Who's not going to stay around and make sure if they see their friends messing up, if they're your real homies and you're down like that? I can tell you what Jesus would do. Jesus would sit there at least and make sure they didn't die from what they was doing.
Exactly.
He'd be preaching them the gospel, trying to tell them, hey, look, you're messing up. That's what real love is. Whenever you really love someone and you're that close to them, you try talking to them about them fucking up, that they can end their lives. That's how I got my sister in rehab.
You got some facts. He said, let her cook. He said, let her cook. I mean, there's good points on every side I've heard. I'm just saying, I gotta acknowledge the good points that are being made on every side. A lot of you are making outstanding points on the phone, in the chat. I'm seeing several things that, just like.
Oh, something else. If Alex is this amazing close to these guys' friends, and he was texting about them doing drugs right after he left the party, why in the hell didn't somebody try contacting them men before Tuesday? Why didn't somebody contact Alex? Since everybody knows Alex is so close with them and was over there. Make it make sense. There's a timeline here that ain't adding up at all. At all. Because if I see
today, I seen today that it changed from 12 a.m. with Alex leaving to 11 p.m. on a couple articles actually. I was like, what, 11 p.m.? Well, this is the first time I'm ever seeing 11 p.m. right? And I'm just like, what is going on now? Like, why did it change to 11 p.m. now? Interesting. And then again, why are they talking about with Alex that? No, let me find this so I could talk about it because it's in here. It says Alex was the 5th man right here, Alex Warmer Lee. It said he left around 11 p.m. on the 7th. And it also said that he was hitting up right here. There are conflicting reports that after the deaths were discovered, Wormer Lee may have texted other people about drug use at Willis's house during the watch party.
What did I tell you before, T-REV? What did I tell you before? That Alex was the one that went to that family and told them men that they were doing it.
Bing
Did
bang.
I not?
You absolutely did. You absolutely
Because
did.
let me tell y'all something. I 100% understand why Jordan has a lawyer. Jordan's getting death threats. Jordan's getting blamed by the whole family. Jordan is literally under the freaking microscope right now. But you know who the family's protecting? You know who the family heard that there was drugs at that party from? Yada, yada, yada. Alex. Why did Alex need a lawyer? Ain't nobody pointing the finger at him that I know of.
Where did and where the, like I'm saying, where the hell did they get this information from to put in the article today? I'm curious about that. Where did they learn that they're conflicting reports? Where are they hearing that from? I'm just curious. Are they just trying to make the story good on these articles, or are they just because I don't know. Are people reading these? Because I'm reading them, and when I read them, I'm looking at it like, where did that come from? This is the first time I've seen it, and it's on Fox. Where are they getting these conflicting reports about after the deaths were discovered that Lee may have texted other people? Where are they getting that from? Can somebody just, I'd love to know that.
I don't know, T-REV, you tell me. Some people that would know Alex, I would think, that were getting those messages, I would think.
That shit ain't just,
I'm saying,
it's weird.
We're finding out a lot of the stuff that people have been speculating on and these rumors flying around. We're finding out that like 90% of this is true. That Jordan went to rehab. That was a rumor. Now we know that he's in rehab. It's been confirmed. Rehab. There was rumors he moved out. Confirmed. Rehab. Then there was rumors there was a fifth person at the party. And then, Lord and behold. And why did Alex only get mentioned so long after this happened?
Man. This shit. I don't know. I don't know, Regina. What do you think is going to end up happening? Like, what, honestly, what do you think is going to end up happening here within the next few weeks? The DA met with the families today. We know that.
You know,
Do you
I
think that they were,
think,
because I don't know. We didn't see them tonight. Besides, I don't know. Let me look one more time before I say something again, because I've only seen the one interview, and that's the video that we watched here together, which is this full interview, the uncensored interview. They played some of it on News Nation tonight, but this is the whole uncensored one that I have here. So just after hearing what he said, because he was saying that, you know, Jordan made drugs for people in high school. I just found that interesting, to say the least.
I think that whenever we are in the lowest time of our grief, we are triggered by things that people might say whenever that person themselves has a direct knowledge of something because they were either involved in it or not. And we let that take over whenever we're in our moments of grief.
Did you see this too? That medical and law enforcement experts previously told Fox News Digital that a fentanyl analog, or even a synthetic easily mistaken for marijuana like K2 could have played a role in the men's deaths, causing them to pass out in the snow and succumb to hypothermia.
Oh, I'm so glad you just said that, brother. I have something fascinating to show you. I want to know what those guys were drinking that night. And I'm not talking about were they drinking something that was laced. I want to know what kind of
alcohol cocktails they were drinking. I want to know if they were drinking anything with grapefruit juice in it. Because if you drink grapefruit juice up to 3 days before you take any kind of medication, grapefruit juice can overdose you on that medication, even if you don't take a lethal dose.
That's crazy. K2. So they even said K2. This is what medical and law enforcement experts are previously telling Fox News. Is he from? Are they from Kansas City? The ones that are telling Fox News this? I don't know. We'll find out, Regina. What's your final thoughts before I let you go? Next caller. Accidental.
I 100% think it was accidental, but I think now that if they find that there is fentanyl in these men's systems, and that's what they died from, they need to trace the drug source and figure out where it came from, because it is a public health safety issue.
Yeah. We'll see how it shapes up, Regina. I don't know. Like I said to the last caller, I think that tomorrow will be more information out. It seems like there's more and more coming out every day. You got videos dropping from neighbors 3 weeks later. You got, I don't know, just back-to-back days. Every time I wake up, there's something new to the story. There was neighbors had seen 2 men or a couple men walking in with 30 packs. I mean, I'm hearing more about it today. I didn't hear that yesterday, but I'm hearing it today.
Yeah, and you know that leads me back to one more thing that is actually possible. I mean, I think the family knows now that there was some illicit drugs. I think the prosecuting attorney told them that, but I think that it could play as much into as maybe they didn't actually overdose from, the drug, but they got so high on it that they didn't realize that they were freezing to death and their lives were in danger. Maybe I think that might play a role in it whenever the secondary tox reports come back and say what levels were found in their systems and all that. I think that plays a crucial role in, was this an overdose or were they just partying, took some drugs and didn't, because that has happened, T-REV. That's a real thing,
No, I know
it happens.
I know it does. It's just happening right. It's happening right now somewhere.
Right. Right.
No, Regina, I appreciate you calling in. And
God bless you, brother.
Getting close to the time. Well, I got a little bit of time left over here, but it's getting close to that time where we.
I got to tell you something real quick.
What's up?
Lock your doors.
Yeah, lock your damn doors, your windows, your door in your room. Protect yourself too. Stay vigilant. God bless you, Regina.
God bless you. Bye, brother.
Shout out to Regina. I appreciate her calling in. 219-885-9693. What's your thoughts, opinions, and shit flying around? It just, like I said, it just doesn't make sense. I'm truly, I don't going on. It seems like there's a lot of this going on, right? I don't know what to make of it anymore. Maybe you can help me. 779, what's on your mind? Talk to me.
Oh boy, I had to call back in.
What's going on, brother?
Not much, but look, Regina, I'm with her like 70, 75%. She's pretty much where I'm at. One thing that we got to realize, one thing we got to remember, he is a HIV researcher, not a chemist. He's a researcher. What he does is he uses a computer.
Data. He's a data guy.
Collects data on a computer in his home. He doesn't have a chemistry lab. He ain't got beakers and all that shit laying around to test for HIV. He is a researcher. People just ain't got that in their head yet. They don't know the difference. Oh, he's a scientist. No, he isn't. He isn't making the drug that fixes it. He's researching the drug that fixes it to send it to the chemists that are researching it. And do you know what a pony pack is? You're kind of where I'm from.
A pony pack is a pony pack.
You know what a pony pack is, right?
What's a pony pack?
So these boys were out partying and watching the football game, like somewhere else and partying, and they came home with a pony pack. If the drugs were in there, if they overdosed on drugs, they grabbed the pony pack. If not, Alex brought them. It's the way it has to be. Because look, I'm going to tell you, the other guy, Jordan, there is no way Jordan would have gave his buddies some drugs. And if he got pissed off because they were taking drugs in his house and went to bed, everybody's like, well, why would he leave his buddies? That's the one thing she said. I'm going to tell you what, sometimes you can't fix stupid.
Over there.
There ain't.
Nope.
There's no fix for stupid, bro. And you know that as well as I do. So if some idiot's going to do drugs that you tell him, hey, man, don't be doing that stupid ass shit. And Jordan's an alcoholic. Jordan is not a dope head. I mean, he ain't got no dope charges at all. But Alex does. He got drug charges.
Right.
Get what I'm saying? So either way, it's just I've seen a lot of crazy shit, and it's on tonight in the chat, and I'm like, really? Come on, guys. Common sense is one thing that we gotta remember for sure. He's a researcher. He uses a computer.
Right. Exactly.
He's not a scientist. He does not use a chemistry set. It does not happen. He don't do that. Just saying, just so everybody gets that through their head, he does not make the drug. He researches the drug and keeps record of the drug. Am I wrong?
Yeah. No.
I'm right. I guarantee it. Believe me, we've been researching this case because it's the craziest shit. And yeah, this morning, real early, I heard about that kid that cut his dad's head off and held it up. That's some crazy shit. What the hell's wrong with this world, bro? I don't know, man. I don't know. But anyways, yeah, I had to put that out there. People, look, keep your head to the grind and only go by the facts. Right now, the facts is we got 3 dead guys and no explanation. Jordan is not guilty at this point. But all these people that are putting this shit out here could end up getting their asses sued for everything they own.
Well, we'll see.
Cannot.
You think Caleb's gonna get sued?
Who?
You think Caleb's gonna get sued for saying what he's saying up on the news right here?
The cousin? I think he would be the first one I'd have my attorney go after. And there's another thing that needs to be said. The reason Alex got an attorney is because his ass is in a sling, and Caleb is showing you guys why his ass is in a sling. Because if the shit hits the fan, and Jordan just absolutely just is not guilty by some circumstance whatever, it doesn't matter. He is going to slam them. He ain't. Bing bang. His attorney's going to slam them so he can get paid. Because I don't know how much money Jordan really has, but I guarantee you this: the attorney says, if they slam you, we're going to sue them. We're going to put lawsuits against them. We're going to have millions of dollars, Jordan. You're going to rehab. Them guys started shit talking to protect Alex from what Jordan could have said. There's no proof that he is anything more at this point than an alcoholic. Fact. And the parents, I hate to say it, and I feel bad for the families. Really bad. But they keep running their mouth. They're getting sued too. Welcome to Chicago. Welcome to where we live. This shit happens every single day where I live. Am I wrong? You ain't that damn far from me, right?
Nope. It's about 15 minutes from
You
O-Block.
know God dang well that
About
I'm
15
right.
minutes from
This shit
O-Block.
happens. Exactly.
Not far
Well,
from
look,
the Gold Coast either.
I'm 90 minutes from O'Hare. Get what I'm saying? I'm 90 minutes from O'Hare. But look, so check this out, bro. Just think about this. Yeah, exactly.
It's
Look,
crazy out there, man. A lot of that stuff don't.
It is.
The youth is being led the wrong way out there. They're killing each other. They're making music over they're killing each other over drill music and bragging about it, and that's doing nothing but tearing the youth to pieces. But that's a whole different story, man. It's a
whole
whole
different
nother
show.
journey.
A whole different show.
It's a whole
But
different
look,
show, a whole different journey. You know what I mean?
let me say this, and it did happen. This happened, but I don't like talking about it because I don't like to put my name and my voice with this situation because I think it's shit. So some years back, quite a few years back, this idiot was in our side where we have an extra garage in the piece of property. We own a lot of the neighborhood, whatever, the blocks, whatever. Look. Dude had a meth lab set up in his car parked in a dark area by the garage, right?
Right.
I walked back there. I'm like, dude, what? I mean, I was 20. I'm 51 now. I was 20, maybe 20, right before I got hurt. I walked back there and I'm like, dude, what the hell are you doing on a property? You know, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Dude's like, man, I don't mean no harm. Blah, blah. I said, get that shit off my property. Had all kinds of shit. This was back in the day when this shit was hot. 24 hours later, his car wouldn't start. I told him, I said, dude, 24 hours you got. Fucker was dead. Went back out there, dead. Dead. You hear what I'm saying? Dead. 24 hours, not even 24 hours. Dude was dead on the property. My property, not mine, my parents' property. You know what I did for a living? 21 and a half years of my life, I chased the bad guy, the guy that never wanted to be caught for Cook County. I worked from Elgin to Cicero and Adams.
So
I worked my ass all over Chicago, right?
Yeah, that's crazy.
And guess what I did on vacation? I chased the bad guy that didn't want to be caught. Bounty hunted. The guy that don't, in Tennessee, where they use meth labs to blow their children up. That's what I did. 21 and a half years. Then I had a heart attack. Widowmaker at the age of 39. Then I had one at 49, which was just 21. Second widowmaker. So now I do sit here and do this every day. Make videos.
Yeah.
I don't make videos, right? But that's all I do, bro. I'm retired and I search for people and I hunt for people and I try to figure out the situation. Why? Because I'm good at it. Just saying. Jordan, I'm not saying I know everything because I don't. But I can tell you this, right at this point, Jordan can sue them if he knows positively that he is not guilty. Jordan's going to be a wealthy man. And his attorney knows that. Very wealthy, because he's going to take everything, it's sad, but all these people that bashed him and crushed his name, his attorney already knows that they're going to get sued. That's a fact. It's a given.
Yeah, we'll see how it plays out, bro. I mean, final thoughts.
Right,
I'm
but I can
about
tell
to
you
slide
this.
on to the next caller, bro. Keep it rolling.
One more thing real quick. Just everybody remember, he is a researcher. All right? He's a researcher, not a scientist.
Yeah, data
All right, man.
researcher. That's exactly what I said in my
Data
video too that I made. I was like,
Yeah.
people were like, "No, he's not a data researcher." I'm like,
Well,
he
people are
definitely is. I
overlooking
said that's definitely one of the things he does. He's a data researcher. That's what I
Yep.
found out. And not only is he a
Look,
data
he would
researcher,
not
he
have
works
a
in
lab.
wet labs. He knows how to work in. You know what I mean? So I mean, there's
Yep,
more
but
to
he
it.
wouldn't have a lab in his house.
He's not just a data
When he's at
researcher.
home working?
He actually knows how to work in a wet lab. Look it up. You know what I mean?
Right. I understand that. But not in his home. Because
I don't know
look,
where he works on it.
HIV,
I
listen,
can't say if it's at
they
his home.
cannot bring
Where?
a biohazardous. They cannot bring something that's biohazardous into a neighborhood without government approval and security. That's
Absolutely,
a fact.
security
Tell me I'm
clearance
wrong.
type shit. But
You
yeah,
got it. You're not going to take
security
some
clearance type
tainted
shit.
blood into your house, into a neighborhood, because you can drop that in drinking water.
All I
That's what
know
I'm
is
talking about.
we're gonna see how this plays out. We'll see how it plays
Right.
out.
I hope that y'all get. I hope the family gets their justice. I hope Jordan gets his justice. But people need to slow down a little bit and look at the math of what's happening in front of you. It'll tell you. Right now, we can explain everything. Jordan's not guilty of nothing. And people need to stop talking. Now, if he gets charged with something, look, they put handcuffs on him, right? And took him back off. If his ass was guilty of something, his ass would be in the county right now, sitting on $1 million bond.
Well, they definitely
me
got a
I'm
close eye on him. The DA is not meeting with the family for no reason. So,
But that ain't the DA that ain't the DA. That's the other county's DA.
it's still the
That's a
DA
brand
the
new
DA
county.
is not gonna meet with a family for no reason. It just
I
the
understand what
DAs
you're
aren't just
saying.
out here
They're
meeting with
trying.
families because when
But it's the
people OD,
wrong
you know what I mean? The
county.
OD, when
They
people
can't-
OD,
look,
they're
you
not
can't
just
just pick-
meeting with their families, bro. That's not regular.
Right.
That is
I
not
get-
regular.
hey,
You
look,
can't tell me. You can't sit here and tell me right now that it's
Listen,
regular for a DA to meet
listen.
with families when people overdose. It's just not.
No, you're right.
It's just
You're
not
right,
normal
but
though.
look,
Like, dude, I know people who OD
Cook
that never
County
had a
can't
DA
do
come to them.
Winnebago County shit though.
You get what I'm saying? Though?
Look,
I
Cook
know
County
people
can't come
that
to
have died
Winnebago.
from overdoses that never had a DA
Yeah.
talk to their family one day in their life. So this is definitely different.
Yeah, but it's the wrong county to be trying to.
I don't
press
know.
The
All I
issue.
know is that's different.
Yeah, it is. You're right. 100%.
It hits different, bro. When I
When the
I hear a
DA
DA is
steps in-
meeting with a family, there's a little bit of something going on. There's a little
He
bit
ain't
of
got nothing
something
right.
going on. There's definitely something
There is.
going
You're
on.
right.
It ain't just meeting with families for no reason. I feel like either the
But the
pressure
wrong
got to him,
county.
one, the pressure got to him, or two,
Yes.
I don't know. I can't explain it, but I appreciate you, brother.
I think it's the pressure too. I
We'll
really
see how
do.
it is, man.
I think
This
the
shit's
pressure.
all I know is this is wild. They shouldn't even have had to go through all that to even get a statement from a DA, the police, anybody. To go through all
Right.
this to
I
get to
agree.
that is insane to me. But we'll see how it plays out, bro.
All
I
right, my
appreciate you
man.
calling in. Thank you for
We
being a
will
voice
see.
in the community.
You
Stony
too, bro.
Stone.
We holler.
I'll holler at you, bro. Shout out to Stony. Shout out to Stony. I appreciate him calling in. But nah, it's just like DAs don't meet with families for no reason. I don't see DAs meeting with families for no reason. I just don't. 414, you're in the door. Talk to us.
Hi, how are you doing tonight, T-REV?
Chilling.
I hope you're
This
doing
case
good.
is weird. I mean, like, it just doesn't make
It
sense. You
is.
got the DA meeting with the family today. You got him. You got Caleb speaking out and saying different things about Jordan. And it's so direct. It's just,
Yeah.
like, what's going on here?
Well, I wanted to call in because I wanted to set one thing straight, and that is that Jordan is a vertical scientist. He's a stack scientist. That means he actually does both the wet lab, the chem, and the data. So he is the creator. He does the spikes. He does the mRNA, DNA recombinants. So he is a very high level scientist. He's got multiple training. So I just wanted to set the record straight on that because he is the creator. Now, as far as how I feel about it, is I think the plug was Alex. I think it's very obvious, and some of your callers have been kind of alluding to, he's trying to stay close to the family, keep your enemies close. But I did want to just make sure people understood how high a level he was. He's not taking other people's work. He's giving them his work. They're buying his code.
Yeah.
He's doing his own research. He's got mice. He's got people. He's got injectables. So he's actually extremely high level. Now, what he might be, and this is just my opinion, is he might be on the spectrum and he might have an issue with socialization. And sometimes associated with that will be rage outbursts. So you don't know. I mean, obviously, we've got a drug situation here. I think it's totally clear.
Right.
I think they know what it is. They knew from the start pretty much what it is when they saw the bodies. I think the one analyst is right on as far as they went into a cardiac arrest and ultimately froze. And Jordan lucked out because he passed out in the house, so his body core didn't go down. But I think, I don't know, I just don't see Jordan ruining the level. At the level he was at, I don't see him ruining that for this. However, the way he went down, and is now in rehab, we don't know what rehab he's in, whether he's in alcohol, drug, or mental, or all three.
And we also don't even know if there's a bigger fry here. There could be a
Yeah.
bigger person that sold that to,
Well, they're
anyone.
going to be looking exactly because he's not going to have the items you need to get from China and stuff or from other countries that are going to come in the brick. Okay. He's got to get that. So somebody's got to be doing that. And I'm not sure he would be the one doing that. So I think, I'm not sure we're going to get to a place where somebody's going to be found culpable for it. That I don't think there was a master plan. I think these guys were just so damn excited they were going to the Super Bowl, the playoffs.
Well, at this point, I really do think there will be an arrest in this case. And I'm going to tell you why, because of how big it is. And now that it's this big, if the reason why I think that there will be an arrest is if there is drugs in their system, allegedly, Now, if there ends up being drugs in their system, I think whoever supplied them that night or wherever they got whatever
If they
from,
could get to them.
if they can get to them and prove that it's them, there
Yeah.
will be an
Yeah.
arrest, right? That's
The other
how I'm
one,
looking at it. If they can
the
prove.
other one I think they could probably get Jordan on is not reporting a death.
And
You know.
I'm saying that it even might not even be Jordan. It might be somebody that supplied it to them in general that
Yeah.
gets
Yeah,
arrested.
I
And
mean,
people be
Alex
blown
might
away
have
when it's
left.
like 6 guy out of nowhere arrested. The people be like, damn.
Exactly. But I wanted to make sure people understood how level of scientist he was. He's not a data cruncher. Way beyond that. Okay. Way beyond that. And just look at his resume. I mean, he's got awards. He is designing things that are saving people in the world, helping them live longer lives. So, we got to give him that credit. Okay. But I don't know with his kind of weird background, and I've heard some of his friends say the word pathological and
but that's
odd, and but that doesn't make you a murderer. So
they're not friends if they're calling you pathological and all. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
what fucking friend
Yeah.
is all of a sudden
Yeah.
something happens and now you're a psycho and a
And they-
pathological and this and that and the
Yeah.
third, but they were your friends when nobody when nothing. You know what I mean? That's the
Yeah,
weird
and it
shit
looked
to
like
me
they
too.
were- Yeah, and it looked like they were really having a good time doing a guy thing. I mean, they were really good Chiefs fans, and they were having a great time, and it's a great day when you're going to make it to the playoffs. It just is. So, they were happy, and I guess I just wanted to put in, what type of scientist he was so that when people are thinking about it, they understand that he's not a data cruncher at all.
Yeah, I mean, this shows what I got pulled up right now just shows his different experience and this was cool.
Yeah.
I don't think you can find it now, but
Oh gosh, what he's designed, you can't even understand the first line of it. Some of it.
director, vaccine design,
Yeah.
bioinformatics, senior
Designer of this, creator of that.
computational and experimental biologist, principal scientist, protein engineer, senior
Yeah, and
scientist.
when you're making the proteins, T-REV, you're doing it. You're creating it. You are not getting anything, from anybody. It's your brain. That is your knowledge. That's what's for sale. So, yeah, he was, so you've got to think of him in that way. You can't think of him as a data cruncher. This is the weirdest thing, though. It just really is.
It definitely is. It definitely is weird to me.
So, anyways, you have a great night. Thank you so much.
It's a weird
Stay safe.
circumstance of just 3 people falling, but it has happened before. People have sent in those articles. I've seen them. So I appreciate people that have shared the stories that they came across where people have fallen out. There was one with the girl that they sent it in earlier, actually, and I was looking at it while talking to.
Well, I'm from Chicago and now Milwaukee. I mean, it's just every day, 2, 3, but it's just not so weird.
Oh,
These guys seem like they were having a really good fun fan time, good kind of family guys, but this one weird scientist. So it's frozen outside and it's just kind of all strange, but it all come together. I think once the tax comes in, things are starting to loosen up.
Yeah.
And pretty much what we've been saying is coming together.
But it's just weird though. Like I do know people like relative or friends that have, people that passed away, OD'd, and they never met with no DA or nothing like that,
No.
I mean, these
No.
circumstances are different. They're what they were at somebody's house. This is a different circumstance, and of course, a lot of them are different, and some are the same. And this one happens to be a weird circumstance.
Yeah, and I think it just the way it was found, by the girlfriend, and nobody's answering the door. I still, what I think is really going to be showing, because now they've got the phone search warrants going. So now they're getting the data off the phones. Remember, the phones are sitting over by Jordan's, and then they're passed. they finally are looking at those phones, and I think between that and the talks, it's going to have the whole story. And I think they pretty much told the family today, what to expect, pretty much. And I think the biggest thing is who they're going for. Are they going for somebody? Do they have enough to go for somebody? That's my thought.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm sure there's,
Yeah.
like I said, there's something new, some new detail coming out every day.
Yep.
It's
Yep.
weird, but this case is weird. Like I said, 3 weeks for the video from the neighbor to surface, and then TMZ sharing it. They're crediting News Nation. I'm like, what's going
But
on?
it really, it really didn't have that much to it. You know what I mean? It would have been a lot better if he had stayed up and saw, the whole thing or something. And then when you look in that backyard, I still don't get a good sense, because I've seen a lot of neighbor stuff and nobody says you can see into that yard easily.
It is crazy.
You know what I mean? So I kind of don't have the layout from that road, Can you see anything from there or not? Because that was kind of weird. 3 dead guys, 2 days. That's the whole weird thing. But if Jordan had the same substance, he was inside. He was down. He was down. He's just lived. So I don't know.
We'll see how it shapes up. So I mean, before I let you go, what are you thinking? Accident, foul play?
I think it was a bad accident. That something went way wrong, and I'm not sure what it was. If it was that Jordan had just something odd put together, or if it just got a bad batch of what's coming in, and see, that's what I think Alex was doing all the texting about, is maybe when he saw people start falling out, he started calling the other people that had it, just not use it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure.
Go out warning.
For sure.
So that's what I'm worrying, because that would be the only reason I would think you're texting wildly that late at night. Okay. Otherwise, you maybe you're looking for something and you call one guy or 2 people. But if he's calling multiple friends, then I'm wondering, is he telling them something? And what's that message?
Yeah, we'll see what's going on.
Because he's the only one who drove away.
Right.
He drove away.
And that's a good point too. I think it's a really good point.
He
Seriously, that's a really good point.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. He
Very
doesn't
good.
walk, he rolls. So anyways, take care, okay? Stay safe.
You too. Thank you. I appreciate you calling, and thank you for being a voice in the community. And I look forward to hearing from you again.
All right. God
Lock
bless
your
you
doors.
all in chat. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, good phone call. Well. I think it might be that time. I think it might be that time, ladies and gentlemen. And you know what time that is. You know what time that is, right? I've been doing a little bit of that. It's about that time. We've been good. We've been good for about a good 5 hours. Yeah, I'm about to go live on my second channel. You know what to do. Mods, drop it in chat. If anybody wants to come over there and join us, come over there and join us. But make sure you read everything and, maybe even go through a sample of something in the past. I will be on the second channel. I love you guys. Thank you for coming by tonight. Thank you for all the callers, everybody that called in. Great calls. Everybody who called in brought great points to the table. I thought everyone had something to bring to the table from every angle. I feel like we heard from every angle on this live. I appreciate everybody who participated in calling in and just giving your thoughts, opinions, and theories. I don't care what theory you had or what your angle and in general. A lot of you brought great conversations tonight, and I really enjoyed it. I enjoy everybody who makes me think, keeps my mind open. I don't want to close it down. Yeah, I have a speculation and thought on what I think possibly happened, but I do leave every door open because you never know. You never know. So I'm going to the second channel. If you want to see me over there, I'm heading over there right now. I'm going to make it fast too. I'm not playing around. I'm ready to go right now. But shout out to all of you. I appreciate you guys.
I count my blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
Wouldn't be the same with none of y'all by my side. You hold me down every day and it makes me strive. I wake up and look forward to doing these lives. A lot of y'all really came and opened up my eyes, and I hope I gave it back because it comes with yours. No matter what they say, I know I opened up them doors. I brought a family together even though shit was rough. They tried to shut us down, but we really shut them up. No matter what, we stand together when shit gets tough. I wanna thank everyone for showing me love. The Rev Gang family is something I cherish and love, and I'll smack anyone for fucking with us.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
No one give a voice to the voiceless. People get killed for other stupid choices. Standing up for the families that took a loss is something that we find important. Rap gang strong, chest up. Little homie, keep your head up. You can be whatever you want. Get rid of the fake and it will lead up. All my life I strive for greatness. I manifested my time with patience. People try to copy us, but respect is earned. It's not an obligation. I love the fam and they love me back, and that's why I always have the backs. I give a voice to those people who were never given a chance for them slimy cats. When you come here, you ain't a number to me. I really take time to read what I see. Don't forget to lock your doors, cause there's danger all up in these streets. Y'all really put life into the air that I breathe. I really am thankful for all of my peeps. Your loyalty means a lot to me, so this is a special thank you from me.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Wake up, stretch, get bags, flex. Bitches hate, I obsess, till I blow up on a bitch, end up upset. Why these bitches always on my ass? Why they gotta look me up then down and back? Why they always looking at my neck? Pissed off when I walk through, hoes step back. Lyrically, I'm a real big threat. In the flesh, I outdid they best. 2 years, hands up, only hand I get. Big dog, big bag, big shoes, big flex. Just showed up on Live Tech, said too cold, hell yeah, homie, I did that. Big plan, so I talk about the plans I get. Small bitch got a big complex. Attitude match the way I dress. Bunch of chains on, rockin' this, I stay like, goddamn, how she get that? Go ahead, bitch, guess like, yeah. I'm hearing my bitches yell, yeah, it's given, I'm real and ain't mad. My bitches like, yeah, these bitches ain't popping no tags. They flexing that shit for they gram. Look, baby, I'm spilling. Talk about real what I'm giving. These bitches on touch through the ceiling. Look, baby, I'm chilling. I'm getting this cash with my villains. Whole time full of goons, it's a village. I'm hitting it, Quidditch. The ball in my court, I'ma get it. I make sure they never forget it. No, I keep it wicked. I be with them rappers and witches. Got cauldrons and microphones dripping. Potions and lyrics, they granted my wishes. They show me the way, I'ma get it. No one can stop me, I'm lifting. Every box they put me in, bigger heart than they seen in any bitch in my league. It's time for me, it's my season. Bitches tweaking, they thinking that they got me down at they feet, but They don't call me Snow for no reason. Down on them, run down. If I pull up, I don't clown, I'ma pull it down. Let them guns sound like alarms in the projects. Bitches wanna talk, take a second, calm down before I run them all down now. Yeah, I don't play games, jigsaw, raised by the wolves, I'm a big dog like yeah. Bitches worked up, they lost, they don't wanna see a bitch like me ticked off like yeah, hell yeah, I'm killing these cats, no pause, declawed, no stealing these scraps, bitch, yeah, home girl like you already know how it go, little league bitch with the big pros like yeah, hearing my bitches yell yeah, it's given I'm real and they mad, my bitches like yeah, these bitches ain't popping no tags, they flexing that shit for they gram, look baby, I'm spilling, let's talk about real what I'm giving these bitches on 10 through the ceiling, look baby, we chilling, I'm